Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
All right. I messed it up. Never mind. Welcome everyone to Cloud Summit 2021. And today I have with me a new host, Aditya. Welcome, Aditya, to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hey everyone. Hope you're all having fun today. Thank you so much for joining in for Cloud Summit on a Sunday of all days. It's amazing to have you all here.
So Aditya, today is very different day, right? For everyone who is joining, we did announce the other day that today is going to be a student focus. I mean, it's done everything by students. You guys and girls have reached out for call for speakers. You all did the schedule. Today you are going to host it. I just hope that I don't lose my job after this. Having said that, Aditya, before you go ahead and get started, I give over you the summit. I have a couple of announcements to make that I have been looking into the comments all this time. People have been very kind to each other, and we want you all to continue this and follow the code of conduct. And also, there's always 3 contests going on. That first is a live contest that whenever you drop a question to a speaker or share your thought in the comments, please use #CloudSummit, and we will pick a winner towards the end of the day. Same is with the Twitter and LinkedIn contest. Take a selfie, do a screen grab. Let's not do a screen grab. Let's just do a selfie and all that. Let's be creative on that part. Use #CloudSummit tag and tag us at @CloudSummit Live, and we'll make sure we pick winners from LinkedIn and on Twitter. Aditya, now having said that, what's next?
What's next for us? Of course, we have an amazing list of speakers who are going to be joining us today. And I believe we have our first here near with us is right now. He is a student ambassador. He's been active in our community for a while. He's always constantly impacting students. Shreyan, yeah, that's that's him. Let's bring him on stage, shall we?
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Shreyan.
Hi,
hey,
hi. Aditya.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So as a part of this student track that we have, Shreyan has decided to come and present on a very exciting topic. One of those relatively newer emerging technologies, one that we've all been hearing about, but honestly, I don't think a lot of us are aware in depth about it. But I'm really excited to have this session with us right now. And the technology that Shreyan, do you want to tell us which technology that is?
Yeah, absolutely. It's blockchain. I mean, there has been a lot of buzz around crypto and all those cool words coming out in the market, and there are a lot of myths around that as well. I mean, blockchain is often considered to be just for crypto. So let's see what can we learn at the end of this session. Hope you all guys
Well,
enjoy.
I'm personally very excited about this. I hope you are as well. I'm just gonna pass it
Very
over
much.
to you now.
Thank you. Right. Yes, Aditya, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible for us.
Okay, so without further delay, let's get into the topic. So today it's blockchain on Azure 101, and today we'll be just demystifying blockchain, and then I'll just teach you how to use blockchain on Azure with couple of resources that Azure provides us, or the instances. So we'll go it through step by step. First, I'll be covering what is blockchain, because there are a lot of myths around it, as I said before. So let's take it step by step. Yes, that's me. I'm your speaker for today, Shreyan Fernandes, currently a beta Microsoft Learn student ambassador. I've worked in a startup before, and I have participated and conducted a few national level hackathons, and I'm MTA certified. I as well write blogs on a couple of technologies I find interesting, so you can follow that on the links given below. And my areas of interest lie in artificial intelligence, blockchain, DevOps, web dev, AR, cloud computing, IoT, and robotics. So let's get into today's agenda. So today I'll be covering what is blockchain, when is blockchain optimal, where can blockchain play a pivotal role, how can blockchain disrupt the conventional technologies, why is blockchain the next big thing? There has been a lot of buzz around in the market. So let's see what has blockchain got in store for us. So answering the first question, what is blockchain? Well, when I initially started my journey into blockchain, it was often misconsidered that blockchain is nothing but Bitcoin, right? But the first myth I was able to get rid of is that it's not equal to blockchain. It is Bitcoin. Blockchain is the technology behind Bitcoin, right? And just a traditional database, we have rows and columns that form a table, but here instead of that we have a block that forms the database. And the best part is these are cryptographically linked together, and that enhances the security. Let's see how that enhances in a while. Okay, I would like to take an analogy here. Let's see how can we relate blockchain to trains. I find trains fascinating, so I came up with this analogy. So as we can see on my left-hand side, there is a picture of this train, multiple unit set that, and on the right side, I have my blockchain. So both are somewhere analogous here. So the first car of this particular train that I've shown in the picture is a trailer car, right? That's a motorman's car. So this is nothing much different from the other coaches, if you can see from this picture, right? They all are almost the same. The color is same, and there is a seating capacity in both. But in blockchain also, the same thing applies. So the first block is nothing different, but we have given that a special name that indicates the beginning of the blockchain. So this is called the Genesis block. Just as on my left-hand side, we have motorman's car, we have Genesis block on my right-hand side. And then these coaches on my left hand side for the train, they are coupled together using couplers, right? That's how they can move together, or they can't split up on the tracks. So similarly in blockchain, they are cryptographically linked together. So the coupler here is that cryptographic security, or the cryptographic linking here, right? And as I said, you can identify. Now let's say if I separate a coach from that particular train and I keep it in some other track, you'll still be able to identify that this particular coach belongs to this particular train. The main reason behind this is the color that we can see. Similarly, when we come to blockchain, there are these identification factors. They are called as hashes. Each block has a unique hash that makes them identify which particular blockchain does it belong to, or where has it fallen off from. So this is the best analogy that I can come up with the train and the blockchain. I hope this helps you guys. So now let's see what is a block. What does a block contain, right? Block is a cluster of data within which blockchain stores the information. As you can see on my right hand side, there's a small picture, data, hash, and previous block, right? So these are the small entities that form the whole blockchain. As I said before, the tables are formed of rows and columns, but here we don't have rows and columns, we just have the blocks. And how are these blocks validated? Now I just can't add anything to this blockchain, right? Because that makes the whole concept of blockchain obsolete, and that's kind of scary because anyone can do whatever they want. Well, here is the answer for that. There is some consensus algorithm that goes behind in this, right? And it should be given an approval from all the other peers in the network in order to add a particular block to the whole system of blockchain. So, well, all this are actually having the same copy throughout the whole ledger. The whole blockchain is spread across the whole network, right? So everyone has the same copy. So everyone has to accept that, yes, this can be a part of this particular blockchain. This is how the Bitcoin mining is going on, right? And yes, and as we can see that all the data are validated, and that's how a block is added. So this is on a bird's eye level, but let's get deeper into that, how it works. So, as I said, I was comparing this with a normal traditional central database that we use, right? So, why not to use a central database? That might be a question for all of you here, right? Because we have a SQL, NoSQL, and stuff that's pretty much going on in the market currently. So, why do we have to consider blockchain? That might be a good question here. So, I would like to answer this. Okay, central database is good in its own place. There are a couple of flaws, and there are many pros from that, right? There are many positive opportunities in there, and then that's why we have decided to use it. But it's easy. First thing, it's very easy to control, and it is very consistent. It's proven to be very consistent over this past decade, right? So, but there is one problem here. You have to trust the main person who has the database, right? So it is a central database, and everyone is actually connected to that. So we don't have an authority over the database except the admin, right? So only the admin can have the control over the database. Now, let's say you don't trust the admin. So what can you do in that case? What if our scenario doesn't let us trust the main admin in this whole thing? So what are we going to do at that time? Well, there is no much answer that central database can answer here, but definitely this is where blockchain takes a step ahead, right? This is where blockchain will help us out. Now, as I said, blockchain is distributed across the whole network. Now, as we can see on my right side, there's a small picture. Okay, this is a farm and an ice cream factory and an ice cream store. And in between those trucks are the transportations. Now, these form a network in this particular scenario that I'm going to discuss right now. So let's say in my farm, I get some milk, and that is a raw product. The dairy product is a raw product for the ice cream. So what I do, I just log on all the parameters of the milk. Let's say the temperature, the what are the things, the date stamp, and something like that into this ledger, right? This is a ledger. Now I'll change the term. It's ledger. So now this thing will be distributed across the whole network. So basically, if I write it in, if I log the data into mine, it goes onto the whole network who all are using my application here, right? So if the dairy farm is logging it in, it will directly go to the transportation company, it will go to the ice cream factory, it will go to the ice cream store. So if you can see this, one more advantage that I can come up here is that you can trace back the particular product to its source. So in a way, we can come up with a solution that, okay, this particular product that I am buying is genuine. This can be applied for organic products that are currently going on in the market, right? We really don't know where are the organic products coming from. Just hey, we have a QR code scanner on that. We can just scan it, and then we know all the history of this particular thing that is coming from, where, who has grown it, where did it come from, everything. So doing this, we can know about the genuinity or authenticity of the product. So now this whole thing, what we call, it's called a consortium network, right? Now all of these people, all of these nodes that are participating here, let's say the ice cream factory, the dairy farm, and the ice cream store, they form a network, and there is a particular name that we give to this network. It's called consortium network, right? So this consortium network gives each other, the partner, visibility into every transaction that occurs in the market, as I just told you guys. So this is the main thing, that consensus I was talking about in the previous slide, right? Blockchain uses consensus rules to ensure data is consistent across the nodes. Since blockchain is decentralized, as I said, the centralized database is still the best, okay, that works the best. But still, the one step that blockchain goes ahead is that it is decentralized. So you have the trust here completely. The trust can be like total, you can blind trust on the system. Now, having said so much, let's say how blockchain works, right? So as I said, there is no central authority. So that authority or the admin that we have in the central database is no longer existing, because all the nodes communicate with each other here, right? And that forms a consortium. So the consortium itself is the main thing here, and there is nothing called as a central authority. No one has a central power here. And each participant within the blockchain has a copy of the ledger, right? The ledger is basically each thing that I just showed you here. So the nodes which are there, they can be shared between the partners. As we can see, the Contesto shipping is having a direct contact with ice cream factory, as well as the farms and the ice cream shop. And you can see with the other nodes as well. They're all interconnected to each other. So each node is connected to other nodes using the blockchain network. And as I just said in the previous slides, consensus algorithms, right? So consensus protocols. There are a couple of consensus protocols that is actually proven well. So basically, these allow each and every participant in this network to agree on to a certain rule, right? So if I have to name a couple of protocols, I would name like proof of work, Byzantine fault tolerance theory, and then the proof of stake. These are just to name a few. There are a lot more you can find on the internet. Now, another main thing here is the changing states. So each and everything that I log onto the blockchain tells me something about the state. So basically, if I log something, the state of that particular blockchain changes, right? So if I have something, let's say I have an asset, let's say I have a car and I transfer it to one of my seller who's willing to buy that one, right? Who's the buyer who wants to buy that one. So what I do in my particular ledger, I transfer my particular car in his name. So the car is no longer mine, and this was agreed not just by me, but the people who are in this whole system, like let's say the insurance company, let's say the RTO, or anyone like that, the licensing authority, everyone. So now everyone knows that I myself have given my ownership of the car to this new buyer who's there. So this is why now you can see that the car cannot be in two places. There is no ambiguity. It's very clear that it is being transferred from me to the other person. This is the reason why cryptocurrency is the best fit for blockchain, right? That's how Bitcoin came up with. Like, let's say I have one Bitcoin and I transfer it to some other person in the whole network. So this whole thing is accepted by the whole network that yes, it's okay to pass, and then it is being passed on to the next person. So this is why cryptocurrency is the best fit for the blockchain. Now, as I was saying, there are all these things going around, but what is that particular word that we can call passing on or that thing? It's called a transaction. So in blockchain, particularly, there are a lot of terminologies which we'll have to be familiar with before going and creating something new out on an app or something like that, right? So we have to know a couple of terminologies prior to the development phase. So the first terminology that I would like to explain is transaction. So transaction is nothing but if I have, as we can see here, it is being transferred from one place to another and it's being recorded onto the blockchain. Now this is a transaction. Everything that is altering the state of the blockchain is a transaction, right? So everything is being told by a blockchain transaction node. So let's say here the ice cream factory is a blockchain transaction node, my Contoso shipping is a blockchain transaction node, and so on. Each node gets a copy. As I said, the third diagram here, this one can show it very well. So my responsibility is being shipped from one thing, transferred from one place to another, and this is being reflected in all the other ledgers that are available in the system. Right, and now at the end, everyone knows where is the thing. So the responsibility finally is with Contoso Web Shipping Company. So this is the changing state that a blockchain has. Now the next part is, I told you that yes, we can consider that the blockchain is a trustworthy ledger, right? You can trust the whole data that is there. Now, why is it so? As I said, let's say I make a transaction, I change the state of node 1. So which means that node 2, node 3, and node 4 here should very possibly agree with that, and only then this transaction can be recorded onto the blockchain, which means it is very transparent across the network. So everyone knows that yes, this is okay to be here. So this new block that is being mined, that goes to all these other nodes, and in turn they are being accepted in the whole network. This is how you can say that the factor of trust is totally satisfied here, right? There is no other thing that you can doubt on. Now, one might ask me, how can a hacker not do this? Well, again, if a hacker wants to change any new or mine a new block or add a new block here, he has to kind of do attack all the four nodes. For example, in this application, he has to attack all the four nodes at the same time, which is practically impossible. And then tampering any block in this will lead to the change of the whole hash code that is present in that particular block. Even a full stop on this new on a new state will change the whole hash of the block, right? As I said, the coupling, when I was explaining the train analogy, there will be a hash, right? Just like the color of the train, there is something called as hash for blockchain, right? So that hash changes and no longer that matches this blockchain, right? So in that case, what happens is basically all the nodes are again they're constantly communicating with each other, and then they see, okay, fine, this block doesn't belong here, so what are we supposed to do? So they take a, what do you call, they see which is the majority in this whole system, and that blockchain gets accepted. So basically, even if any hacker tries to hack anything and manages to change a block in the blockchain, there is a chance that the consensus algorithm might again prove that wrong, and then that whole blockchain will be destroyed and the original blockchain is restored back. As I said, the cryptographic hash, usually Bitcoin uses a simple hash algorithm 256, right? And that is used to that is used for generating the hashes here. So I just explained everything. So it is like your digital fingerprint. That hash is like your digital fingerprint. As we know, no one in this world can have no two person in the world can have the same fingerprint. Similarly, no two hashes can be the same. Yes, how can you trust a ledger is immutable? As I just told you that whole story that's being explained pictographically here. So block 0, will say it has a hash function. This is the hash function. And then the block 0, and then it goes on to block 1. So the interesting fact here is that the block 1, the block next to block 0, that also gets a copy of the previous hash, which is the hash that goes on the top, and then the bottom new hash comes up. So each block has two hashes, one on the top, one on the bottom, and then in between you have the field to fill the data. This is just for you to visualize a block, but yeah. So again, it gets cryptographically linked. As we can see, the block 1 hash is again going here, and then the block 2 new hash being generated, and so on and so forth. The chain continues. Now let's see how a hash looks like. I have a small visualization here. Okay, so this is a simple online tool just to demonstrate the hash. Let's say I type something like this, TFF, right? So now, as we can see, the hash generated here is this. Now, as I said, a small full stop can also change the whole hash. Let me just try adding a full stop here. As we can see, not just a last two digits, but the whole hash has been changed. So if I just remove this, again, the old hash that I had comes up. Let's say I just write Cloud Summit, right? So I can see that this is the new hash, right? Now I'll just add an exclamatory mark. I'm very excited about this. So, but then alas, the whole hash is being changed. So this is why the hash is really unique. I just told it's a digital fingerprint, right? That is how we can prove that hash is unique. Now, again, I just told you some time ago that it's a trusted logic. Now we know how it's a trusted logic, how things work, but there are a couple of other terms that I would like to introduce you to here. First is the DApp. DApp is nothing different from the normal web app or the normal application that we do. The D stands for decentralized. As I said, this whole system doesn't have a central authority. It's decentralized across the network. So we have a different terminology here, and that's called a DApp, decentralized application. And Ethereum is, I think many of you are familiar with what Ethereum is. That is a blockchain. That's a blockchain that is currently existing, right? And usually developers use, there are a couple of blockchains that developers use. One of them is Ethereum. And now the code that we write onto this Ethereum, that has a special name. It's called smart contract. Now, why a contract? Well, to explain it in simple terms, what is a contract and an agreement? So basically, let's say two parties agree upon something, and then that thing is come up and they have a signature of the same. right? So something similar happens with this code that we write, right? So this code is universally accepted code for that particular system. Like, let's say if I'm trying to get a supply chain code, so that whole thing is actually accepted by the whole authority, or the whole node, or the whole participants who are willing to actually take part in this application, or this decentralized application, right? So that is why we call it as a smart contract. It's nothing but your piece of code that you write. Now again, one might be intrigued, which language do we use to write this code? Well, you can even use Python, you can use JavaScript, any language is okay. But when it comes to Ethereum, when you want to do things on Ethereum, the most preferred language here is called Solidity, right? It is similar, it looks like JavaScript, but it is, trust me, totally different. Okay, so they are deployed onto the blockchain, and that actually contains the whole execution logic. And note that once this smart contract is deployed, you have no other way to like delete that smart contract or something like that. It will remain forever in the blockchain, but the only option is you can destroy it and then put another one onto that. There is no way that you can delete something from there. So again, as we said, this is the trusted logic, again, just for you guys to see. Well, now coming to the blockchain types, there are two blockchain types. One is the public, another one is private, right? The private networks are semi-trusted networks, and the public blockchain is decentralized with no single authority on the network. All transactions of blockchain are visible by any on the node. There is this website called Etherscan where you guys can see which are all the blocks that are being mined recently, where was it mined, the hash and everything related to that. And then comes the private blockchain, wherein the information stored in the blockchain would be accessible to participants who are only invited to the blockchain network. Now I'll show this when I'm going through the demos. Now, when to use a blockchain? It works best for certain scenarios, not everywhere. Again, I mean, you can use it for supply chain, you can use it for gaming. There is a new field that is coming up with blockchain, that's blockchain gaming, right? You can use it for cryptocurrency, you can use it like a database which is decentralized in nature. So it's up to you whenever you want to use. While considering blockchain, you have to better ask yourself these questions: how many participants am I expecting, what's the performance, business logic, and do you actually want to increase the trust in the system? If you can answer all these questions and if you get the suitable answer, then go ahead, blockchain is the solution. Now coming to Azure, how will Azure help us to work on blockchain, right? How can it actually be helped? So there are a couple of services that Azure provides us. Let's just see what are those. Okay, so if you can go to create a resource from your Azure portal, and if you go to blockchain, these are all the instances you can create with Azure. But unfortunately, the Azure blockchain services were discontinued on September 10th, so it's no longer existing. You cannot create one. But of course, there is Azure Blockchain Workbench. Trust me, if you're a beginner, I would suggest you guys to use Blockchain Workbench, then Ethereum Proof of Consortium, and so on and so forth. So again, you can see all the other solutions that are available on Azure. So without a further delay, let's see a demo of how to create a simple application. Let me just share my screen. I'm sorry. I think the call got dropped. Okay, so let's just see the first demo here. Okay, it actually takes a long while, so I've recorded everything so that we can not waste our time here. So blockchain, I'm going and creating. Firstly, we need a Ethereum blockchain that we can interact with. As I said, we need a blockchain underneath, and only then upon that our app can run. So what I'm doing here is going and creating a new Ethereum blockchain on Azure, and that is how we created the subscription. You can give a resource group. Make sure you give the unique resource group, because there are a lot of resources that are being provisioned for you guys. And then give a VM. There are VMs that are working in the backend for you, and then you have to give a VM password and stuff like that. And once you're done with this, the next thing is a consortium member ID, a network ID, and admin Ethereum address. So admin Ethereum address is your Ether wallet address that you have currently. If you are a developer, then you have one probably. And then consortium member ID, you can just give it to be 0 and then leave the rest to default. Note that keep everything in the same location. I'm using West Europe here. So it'll take a while to actually kind of allocate all the resources. So yes. So once it is deployed, you can say, I mean, when it's being deployed, you can see that deployment is in progress. Yes. And once it's deployed, you can go to the resource group. Now let's see how many resources has it created. As you can see, these are all the resources that have been created, virtual machines, and then the key vault and many other things, right? So you can see a list of all the kind of things we have. And the last one we need is that Ethereum blockchain ID. So we have this RPC endpoint here, the Ethereum RPC endpoint. Make sure you copy this onto your notepad. We need this for the workbench. So once this is done, the next step here is to the next step is to create the workbench here, and I'll go again to the Azure portal and create a workbench. Make sure you create 2 different resource group for this, because the resources that are being provisioned to you are like too many, 21 and 23 respectively. So it's preferably better that you can keep it in a different a resource group. Again, give the resource prefix as you want and all the stuffs like that, right? So let me just go back. I think I skipped a little. Yeah. So I have given blockchain demo as my username and sorry, the VM username, and then passwords, and then a database that is being provisioned for us, and then the region and everything, right? So once this is done, it will now ask you for the RPC endpoint that we copied in the previous step, and that goes here. Ethereum RPC endpoint with the port number. Remember this, the port number is really important. And then the VM you can select, and that's it. Your workbench is ready. So once that is done, you can see that all the 21 resources that have been allocated to you. So no wonder why this is a little on the expensive side, because considering that these many resources are being provisioned to you, the cost will definitely go higher, right? So once that is done, you can go to this web app resource here, right? So let it load. And once it loads, you can see this welcome to Azure Blockchain Workbench. Now there is a button called Launch Cloud Shell. Just launch your Cloud Shell and log in with your ID, and then copy this particular command. And once it loads, just type in your command. And then, yes, it asks you for a Azure Active Directory. Yes, I've pasted the command now. Now it is asking me for the Active Directory tenant. So make sure you have an active Azure Active Directory, AAD. So I go back to my particular tenant, and there is my primary domain. So I'll copy that and then go back to my PowerShell and then paste it here. So now click enter. It will again ask you to authenticate whether you're the same person or not. The device should be authenticated. Use that code to authenticate your device. Once that is done, it will again take some time and ask you to log in and give all the permissions. And then see, as you can see, the application is being created for us. This is the application that we'll be working with. And it takes a while. It takes a while to create everything, because there is a lot of thing going on in the backend. All these 21 resources communicate with each other, and as we can just imagine, it's a hefty task, right? But trust me, the working part with this is really, really, really easy when we compare to the normal blockchain development of deploying it to Web3 using the MetaMask and stuff like that. And again, log into your particular account, and there you go, your workbench application is functional and it is ready. So if you can see this page, just let me reload that once. Yes, and after reloading, I can see that this is my application page here. Now let's go ahead and create a basic application, the Hello Blockchain application. So click on new. It will ask you to give a new JSON file. Click on that and browse to the JSON file. I have stored it here. Yes, so Hello Blockchain, and I'll just show you what do I have in the JSON file. So this is my basic JSON file. It is being created. You can create it as well. You can generate the JSON file, definitely. I haven't hard coded this. You can generate this for sure. So, but the solidity part is something that you'll have to code. and I've given that my compiler is 0.5.10 and all the other things here we can see. I mean, explaining solidity will take time, so let's just see how things work after this. So upload the JSON file, then it will ask you for this solidity file. And if you see this error, it's most probably that you cannot match the compiler version. Just reduce the compiler version according to the error, right? So going back again, I'll again browse the same file and upload. And there you go, it's deployed. And yes, my blockchain application here is ready. You can add members and then customize everything, and then see you can assign the roles, requester and responder, and play with it. I mean, isn't it easy? I didn't write much code, only a solidity thing, no web application interface, nothing like that. Everything is given to you by Azure. This is why Workbench has proven to be the best thing for beginners to begin with the blockchain, right? All you have to know is a basic solidity coding. And the JSON is basically for the Ethereum virtual machine, and Ethereum virtual machine is something that helps run the whole blockchain Workbench application. So that's it from my side, and hope you all enjoyed the session.
Absolutely lovely session, Shreyan. Thank you so much for that demo. I think it will definitely give a lot of folks insights about blockchain and how they can get started with it using Azure. I would have loved to have a Q&A, but we're pretty much on a schedule. So I would love to call up Namrata here, who will be our next speaker with a very cool topic as well. And in the meantime, Shreyan, I would love for you to hang on around in the comments. So in case anyone has any queries,
Sure.
you can always reach out to Shreyan here. And he also has his Twitter handle in his title here, so you can always reach out to him there as well.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Next up, let's bring on our next speaker, Namrata. Here. Hey, hi Namrata, how are you doing?
Hi Aditya, I'm really doing good. I was just expecting my session from now. How are you?
All good here. Thank you so much for joining in. For our audience, Namrata is another Microsoft student ambassador. She's been active with us for a while now, and she has a really cool topic here. And it is a domain that we're seeing a lot more conversations about, one that we see a lot more usage about, and that is conversational AI. So that's what Namrata's session is going to be all about, and I really hope all of you are excited for this. Namrata, if you could go ahead and bring up your screen, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, sure, perfect. Just a second. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Just waiting for that. I believe it should be coming up. Just a second. I believe it's going to take a few seconds, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that happened at times. All right, there we have the screen. Passing over the ball to you now, Namrata. All the very best for the session.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna start with my session. Yeah. So my topic of the session is accelerating the conversational AI experiences with Azure Bot Services. So here with the session, my bot, Mr. Alex from Microsoft, will be also assisting you in the presentation along with me. I'll be giving you the conceptual knowledge about that, and Mr. Alex will be giving you a short roundup too with the bot, which I have created, and Mr. Alex also created. Don't get offended, Mr. Alex. We both created together in the session. So moving ahead with the next presentation slide, conversational AI. So this is a very interesting topic all around the world, and this is me, of course. I have been thinking a lot about a lot of stuff right now, but my top priority right now here is like burger. And there are a lot of stuffs where shopping is there, and fun is there, video conferencing in there, and piggy bank is there. So if I think about conversational AI, what if there is a situation where you want to order your pizzas or burger or any like your favorite stuff through automation? What do you like to know that if you want to order repeated orders like in a particular time schedule? For example, you want to order your pizza at 5 p.m. every day, and you don't want to do that again and again with your hands, and you just want to be like easy and easy. So bot will be there for you. And what if you want to shop through online stores and you want to check out some prices, but you want to know that okay, this price has been really hiked, but I don't want to buy that stuff. But if you want your bot to pop out the notification as soon as the stock is back or the price has been low, then Alex will be there. Oh my god, Alex is saying she almost forgot me. No, no, Alex, I'm not forgetting you right now. I'm just telling them that there are a lot of stuffs where you all want to do the stuff through automation, but not repeatedly doing again and again, because I'm not dealing with 1%. People are like in thousands, millions, trillions. There are a lot of people who want to get their stuff done on time and increasing the output in less time. So their bot will be there for them. So conversational AI will be helping them in the process. Why? Artificial intelligence offers a variety of services, but in order to make sure that the customer is being fed with crucial information, there the conversation happens. And conversation is happening through the bot side, which is not a human, but it is a bot where they'll be delivering some domain specific knowledge to the users in order to customize their services on time and making the relief to the user side. So moving ahead with the working components, if I see that the input, the analysis, the dialogue management, and the reinforcement learning, these are the four core working components in the bot system. If I talk about the input, where the users enter into the input, and if I take a case scenario where you just want to shop any kind of a product, maybe just a gadget, for example, if I say for laptop, the user's input that I want to buy a laptop of this and this GB and this of RAM. Okay, then it will be analyzed through the bot side that what kind of a product the user is expecting and demanding from them in a given price range. And in the later stage, it will be analyzing the text in where the entities and intents are being found that this GB has been found and this percentage of RAM is being found here. So we have to take actions according to them, and we have to show the products related to that. So they'll be fetching some of the information through the backend, that is the databases, and they'll be fetching that information and producing and giving out to the user in the form of a dialogue management. They'll be asking you some questions, you'll be answering them in an easy peasy way, and they'll be just giving you some easy answers in just a second. And in the later stage, the reinforcement learning is really crucial. Why? Because it will be learning what kind of a products are being purchased, what kind of a products are being liked most of the countries, and what kind of a products are being purchased in a particular month. All these insights and all these kind of informations, all these strategies are being learned by the bot in that meanwhile. So these are very important components while creating a bot. So moving ahead with the next one, the use cases. AI have a lot of use cases, but if I talk about the chatbots or voice assistants, it have also use cases, and these are as follows. First of all, e-commerce and retail, where the Flipkart, the Amazon, and all the shopping store websites are there for you, assisting to you. You just go and check out and just try their chatbots. Like, they are very easy to control and use and fetch information. In a meanwhile, where there are a lot of financial services, for example, LIC company, and there are a lot of other services company where they'll be just delivering you some information through notifications, through informational specific domain, and a lot of stuff are there. Healthcare bots, there are education bots, insurance one, the manufacturing part, and the travel and hospitality bots. Why? These are the bots which are actually reducing your work and reducing the strategies to help the customers in a short time. I will take an example. For example, you are just calling on a support team for just filing a complaint regarding your cell phone or defective laptop. What they'll do is you'll just go to the support chatbot and you'll just raise your ticket with the specified information and all of the screenshots you want to just enter. What we'll do is they'll just check that information in the back end and later they'll just reply you in the form of call or maybe in the form of emails. So these are the variety of services they can offer, and this will help the support team to focus on those problems which are very, very important and cannot be dealt with the chatbots. So this will be optimizing the time of a company as well as the user's end. Talking about the different types of chatbots. Okay, so we have a variety of chatbots in the world and in the company also, where the companies are product based or maybe just service based. So we have seen a variety. There are two kinds. First is the informational bots, the second is the dynamic and contextual bots. Okay, so my cat want to be showcased. She told me to stand out in the presentation. So hi cat, how are you? I have done your shout out thing in the presentation. Now let me focus on the presentation for now. So, informational bots. Informational bots have been developed by a variety of companies. For example, if I talk about the healthcare companies, they will be assisting you for a certain number of informations. For example, we have the COVID healthcare bots. They will be assisting you that what kind of information you want to have or what kind of a services or schemes have been launched by the government and what kind of slots are available for the vaccinations or maybe just kind of stuff like what are the precautions you have to take which have been updated by the WHO, or there are a lot of stuffs for that specific domains. This is just one example, and of course they are supporting you through assistance. Why? Because if they will focus on you just assisting with the repeated things, so they'll be just assisting you through simple chat flows and maintaining the conversational flow through the bots. And whereas dynamic and contextual bots, these are my really, really favorite. Why? Because they are just doing my task. For example, in the picture below, this is my diary actually. I have been, planning my schedules, my planning my meetings, planning my work, organizing my work. So there are times when I do forget, like, did I just schedule my meeting or did I just done my do my things and all the stuff? No, there are some times where I actually forgot some stuff. So there the bot comes in an action. Bot schedules a meeting. Bot just reserve a ticket. Bot just do a dining reservation. My bot do a lot of stuff. So these are one of the key examples. These type of bots are being known progressive bots. This is very, very popular. These are working on the principle that is agent and environment action based principle, where the agents are the bots who will be working on the behalf of us, and the environment is people. We people are the one who will be working in environment. We will be telling them, okay, bot, just schedule some prizes if it gets low, or just schedule a meeting as soon as the weather is fine and dry and sunny, or just schedule a meeting or just to-do list tasks. A lot of stuffs are there for them to do because we want our bot to do more work than us, and a purpose of repetition of tasks is being reduced for them. So moving ahead with that, we have what are Azure services. Okay, this is very, very important part of the services. Azure services are those services which are actually empowering you to build any kind of a product using the Microsoft services. Bot is not the only one service which is delivered by the Azure part, but there are a lot of services. First is the bot framework. They are actually including a lot of technologies, but we are focusing on Composer, the SDK, and the emulator part. Composer is actually a visual tool, the designer tool, which is actually providing you the canvas and allowing you to just use the flow control through visual designer tool, that is canvas, and just design a flow control to make a bot from user response to the actions to the external resources, the APIs, and all these stuffs are being managed on Composer. SDK part are really really best for the developers. Why? Because if they want to extend their bot using the open source technologies, or maybe using different languages, for example C Sharp, JavaScript, Java, and Python, these are the languages which can be used to develop in an open source platform. And of course, Composer is also an open source IT for you all guys. And the last part is the emulator part. This is the very crucial part before the publishing part. Why? Because as soon as you develop bot, you want to test it, and the testing part is done on emulator. Whether you build your bot on Composer side, whether you build a bot on SDK side, both can be tested on using the emulator part. The next part is bot services. As soon as you develop bot, you need hosting. You need the channel integrations, you need the architecture, you need integrations, you need infrastructure, you need authentications. There are a lot of things which have to be managed. So Azure Services is providing you that in a just click. They will be just assisting you to deploy your bot on various channels, for example, Slack, Discord, maybe just Teams app or just web app, or there are a lot of services which you can just use it simply. You just have to just click some of the icons, that this and that, and your all work is done in a just simple click. And in the last, we have the cognitive services. These cognitive services are really, really appreciated in the artificial intelligence world. Why? Because we have speech, vision, lieu, search, and Q&A maker. These are the best service in AI world. Why? Because as soon as you use your bot, you want to make sure that your application is taking all kinds of inputs. For example, if you go out for a travel in the world location, anywhere in the world, you are new to the language. For example, if you go to the China, sorry, you are not aware about the Chinese language. What you do is you just scan that photo and just upload it on your bot system, and you just ask that what is it. It will say that the picture is saying that you have to go right to the left. This can be anything. This is just one an example. You just go and use these services inside your bot. This will help you to leverage your bot experience as well as your experience just in a minimum clicks. These are the services. In the next part, we'll dive into the life cycle. This is very, very important in terms of bot development. Why? These are different phases in order to build a bot. You should know for whom you are creating a bot. You should know what is this purpose. You should know what technologies have to be embedded in that bot, or you should know where to publish the bot, who is the market target, who is the channel target, and how much number of people are there in the community, or maybe just like which platform will be highly targeted in order to get the customer services. And all these stuffs are really important. So if I talk about the design phase, design is like when you collect all the knowledges regarding the Q&A, the discussions, the forums, and all the information related to data from the users, from the clients, that what kind of a bot you have to build actually. So this is the one which I actually focus a lot before diving into the life cycle. So as soon as you figure out that, okay, this kind of a bot needs to be built, or maybe these much companies have to, have what do you say, popularity in demand of these kind of bots, or maybe just like you are like, okay, I'm passionate to solve all my problems through this bot. So what kind of a functions have to be embedded in that bot to build that? So in the design phase, you do all of the stuff. In the build phase, you actually use a lot of technologies. You can use either Composer, you can either use bot framework, or you can just use open source technologies and methodologies to explore and leverage the importance of that bot. And in the second phase, build is done. And after that build stage, you move ahead with the test phase. If you feel that your bot is done, dusted, and all of the stuff are done, you have to test it before publishing, because you have to see that these are the services which will be used by the clients and interacted by the clients. So let us see what kind of a input and output have to be seen in the bot. So testing is done either through emulator or through running in the ID, that is Visual Studio Code. You can use that very easily. And in the next part, we will see publish. if you see that your bot is well defined, well done, you can just move ahead with the publish phase. Publish can be done using the Azure services. You can just go on the Azure portal, you just register, or you can just use your Composer. I told you, Composer is really, really best tool I have ever seen. Just go into the Composer, you just go on a publish state, you just go and publish it in a single click. You just do some administration part, you just use the registration, you use all the other technologies in order to just register your bot first and then publish. Just single click, it will be get published and you can use further. After that, as soon as you see that this bot has been published well, just connect it to the various services. Services can be, for example, channels. Channels are like Slack, Cortana, or Discord, or Teams app, or maybe Slack, Messenger. Yeah, Messenger is the best part. Messenger, Instagram, and all these stuff like Google Assistant. I know Google Assistant is well developed, but if you want to customize your skill on a particular specific domain, you can just embed your um, bot from Composer to the Google Assistant using some packages, and this will make your life very, very easy. So connect it with the various services and channels, and after that, as soon as you complete connecting it, just evaluate the performance. For example, evaluate the health, evaluate the insights, that how many people are there using these kind of services for your company, and how well they are satisfied, and what are the feedbacks delivered by the people. So these are the things which have to be focused nearly. So after that, you are done with the life cycle. You are ready to go and see your bot in the next part. And if I want to say that if you want to get started with the chatbots and you feel like you are very, very excited to create at least one bot in this year by the end of the month of December, then go ahead. First of all, create your Azure accounts. You'll be getting some free credits. And after that credit part, you will be designing your bot. I would recommend that go with the empty bot, but of course, if you are very well experienced and you are working in a company, then you can just start with the sophisticated bot, that is enterprise level bots. And after that, as soon as you're done with that, just connect it and just publish it and just use it and see what are the best services offered through the Composer. So this is the QR code. You can just scan it using your phone. Just scan it and see the website is also there for your reference. You can just go and scan it, what kind of services are there. So moving ahead, Mr. Alex will be coming with me and he will be giving you a short tutorial and a round trip about the weather bot. He has done it. And of course, I have also helped him in that. So let's diving into the tutorial part. Okay. So this is the weather bot which Mr. Alex and me have created it. And let's see what kind of services are really offered. So if I see that weather bot is there, you can just create a bot. You can configure your bot with your details. For example, registration ID and all these keys and endpoints are being embedded in this part. And you can see the user input also, where you can see what are the dialogues who are taking your input and responding with the output also. Output is being tackled with the bot responses, that these dialogue will be responding. Knowledge base are for those who want to make a Q&A bot. That is, you are actually collecting the data in the form of PDFs, URLs, and you want to just collect it in a form of sheets, and there the knowledge base will be updated with your information. And yes, I told about the publishing part. This is the publishing part where you have to first of all register your apps and you configure some of the settings backend, and then your setup is done and you just have to configure after the publishing part. We will be creating some resources, some resource name, and configuring with what kind of services you need in a free part or in a standard servicing part. And after that, there are package managers. This part is best in the Composer. Package manager actually giving you some services which are like reusable code. For example, you don't want to waste your time in just rewriting some common code, for example, help, cancel, and all the stuff. You don't want to waste your time. You just want to dive into the main part, that is the specific domain knowledge, and build the further bot. So package manager will help you at that time. So if if I want to see what kind of a weather bot Mr. Alex has built, let's see his working. So I'm gonna start this bot. Starting a bot have two options. I'm gonna show that part. First of all, we will see the working, and then I'm gonna show some, the dialogue creation part and all the basic stuffs which you should know before start building your bot. So let's see. The starting bot is being seen right now, and it will take just a minute maybe. Yeah. So here are two options. You can either run in web chat, or you can just run this bot on an emulator, which I have been discussing in the presentation. So I will go with the test in emulator part so that you should know that emulator has been used. Okay. So it will be opening my emulator and showing you the working exactly. Yeah. So this is the emulator part. Okay, so emulator is really helping you to inspect what kind of errors are there, where the connection has been lost, and what kind of messages have been received through bot. So Mr. Alex has here. Okay, hey, I'm Alex, twin brother of Alexa. Okay, he is saying that he's a twin brother of Alexa. Okay, Mr. Cool Alex. Okay, so I want to know about the weather. I'm gonna write first of all, hey Alex. Great. Okay. Sorry, he didn't get that. I'm gonna say, hey. My God, what just happened? I'm gonna say hi. Okay. So he picked my word hi rather than hey. I felt really ignored, Mr. Alex. That is not fine with me. Okay. So he's asking my name. I'm sure you know my name. My name is Namrata, and I'm really, really doing good. So I want to ask, what is the weather? Okay. I want to know the weather. It's like I want to fetch the weather. Okay. Thanks for asking me about it, Namrata. Let's fetch the weather. Okay. So the weather forecasting are of three types. For example, you want to know the weather of a country or maybe city, or through zip code. Okay. So I'm gonna ask with the city. Yeah, city. C. Let me know your interested city. Okay, there are a lot of cities in my mind right now, but I would go with Abu Dhabi. Are there any fans with this city? Let me know in the comment box. Okay, so let's see the weather part. Okay, so weather right now here is 40 degrees Celsius. Oh my God, right now it's not here. Thank God. Have a nice day. Okay, thank you. And there a facility where you can just say that I want to close this conversation with you, or you can just write cancel or help. If I want to write close, I will just click this button. It will close. Now it will ask, do I want to cancel it? Yes, I want to cancel this. Okay. Now my conversation with this bot has been cancelled, and it will end all the active dialogues for now, but I can start anywhere again with the weather thing. Yes. Now it is asking what kind of a weather forecasting would you like to prefer? I would go with the city again. Yes. Okay. What's my city? I will go with Dubai. I don't know why my UAE is favorite, but yes. Okay, there it's 39 degrees Celsius. Okay, so now I'm gonna write here stop to stop my work. Okay. Okay, so my bot can also work with the facts. Yeah. Okay, so it's giving me about the fact. The coldest temperature ever officially recorded was minus 89.2 degree. Oh my God. I was not knowing about that fact. Okay. Do you want to know about more some facts? No, I don't want to know. But yes, for you, I would write yes. Okay. About 2,000 thunderstorms rain down on Earth every minute. Okay. I was not knowing about that. I would write stop please because my mind is bursting with a lot of facts in which I'm not interested right now. Okay, I'm canceling. I'm saying bye-bye. Okay, bye. So this was the tutorial about how the bot works actually. And if I talk about this stuff, okay, the bot has been created, that is weather bot. These are the dialogues. These are the main dialogues which is actually taking your input and actually recognizing your input as soon as you enter it. For example, you entered weather. Weather has been picked up by the bot. And after that weather has been picked by the bot, it will go towards the another dialog, that is get weather. It has triggers. As soon as you enter the word, it is been triggering another dialog, and that dialog will be performing some actions accordingly. If I say that my weather bot has some important triggers, for example, as soon as you say help, it will give you the help dialog, and help dialog will throw out the statement that is, I'm here to help with simple ask. It's just, you have to ask anything. And further, you can just develop any kind of a knowledge about that. And after that, you can just ask facts. You can also have weather part, which is very important. Yes, this is the main part of the bot system which I have created for the demo. See, this is the important message which is saying that let's fetch the weather, and it is actually taking my username which I have entered previously in the tutorial, Namrata, and it will be referring my name throughout the chat if I don't delete it in the conversational flow. And here it will be asking me what kind of a weather forecasting you are preferring, country-wise, city-wise, or through zip code. So these are the conditions. And yes, how am I fetching the weather? It is actually taking the external sources through APIs. Here I am using the Open Weather Map API, which is actually requesting the external sources that, okay, this person wants to fetch that weather. Please allow me to get the weather through this city name or through the zip code or through the country name. And the results are being captured in the dialog API responses, and there the conditions are being set. And after that, as soon as it is providing you the answers, it will deliver you through the response. So this is all about the responses. This is the flow, and you can just help the cancel also. And of course, I will go deep with the package manager. Package manager will help you to use the reusable code, and you can just add the Twilio site, the Slack, Facebook, WebEx, and JavaScript. Help and cancel are the best package for now. If you are starting with the empty board, you can just install it and use it in your empty board. Why? Because this will be allowing you to use some code which have been previously built and use it easily with pre-built messages and responses. And apart from them, you can use any kind of a services. You can even integrate your bot with the graph, where it will be allowing you to enter your message on the tweets. For example, I'm going to show the
Namrata,
weather
I'm really
bot.
sorry to interrupt, but maybe you'd like to wrap.
Yeah. So here, this will be the bot. So this is all about the composer part, and I hope you will be building it as soon as possible after this session. In this year, at least make a goal of developing at least one bot which will be actually reducing your repetitive work and making your work possible in just simple click and simple automation. So wrapping up with the composer part, and I would like to go with this part. Yeah. Yeah. So
that was definitely a very important, informative session. Thank you so much for that, Namrata. I'm sure our audience members enjoyed. In case any of you have any queries about Composer, how Bot Framework works, or anything else about conversational AI, Namrata is always accessible on her Twitter handle that is specified in her title. I keep messing this up. Anyway, thank you so much for your session. Next up, we have another amazing ambassador coming on. So yeah, next up we have Sagar with us.
Hello,
Hi,
Aditya.
Sagar. Hey, how are
Hi.
you doing?
I'm doing absolutely great, and I'm really excited for today's session. Nice to meet you.
Awesome. Awesome. So, for all of you folks, Sagar is an amazing student community leader from Nepal. He has been a hackathon organizer. He is a Microsoft student ambassador, does absolutely amazing work. I'm actually very excited for his session because of the impact this session brings. He's going to be working with technologies that a lot of us backend and full stack developers use because we're all, whenever we build our applications, we have to deploy them somewhere, isn't it? And we have
Absolutely.
a few lovely services on Azure. One primary one being app service that Sagar is going to be talking about today. So over to you now, Sagar. All the best for this session. It'd be great if you could bring up your screen now.
Okay, so I'm just sharing it right now. Yeah, can you see my screen, Aditya?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to come up. It takes a few seconds. It should be here now. You're good to go. All the
Okay, so
best.
thank you, Aditya, and the entire Cloud Summit team for having me here today. So today we will be talking about deploying your web application using Azure App Service and leveraging the power of GitHub to automate the deployment process. So before that, I would like to extend my introduction. I'm a pre-final year computer science student at Kathmandu University, all the way from Nepal. And as Aditya already said, I'm also the lead organizer for KU Hackfest 2021. And coincidentally, Aditya was the MLS coach for that. And I'm a beta Microsoft launch student ambassador, and I love hackathons and communities. And talking about tech side of my things, I am more into JavaScript and Flutter. And you can always reach out to me on my Twitter and LinkedIn handles. So let's get started. So we will be covering 3 different topics today. So we'll be starting with Azure App Service and talk about its benefits. And then we will talk about GitHub Actions and how it helps in automating deployment. And then the major focus of today's session, we will have a live demo. Okay, so I believe that all of you have built some kind of web application by now. It could be a simple application or your projects or during hackathons. And now you are wondering how to deploy it. You might have it on your local machine, but how are you going to take that to everyone in the internet? So that's what Azure App Service allow you to do. So Azure App Service is a fully managed platform as a service, or PaaS as you say, provided by Microsoft Azure for hosting application. So what Azure does is that it takes care of all the infrastructure to run and scale your application so that you don't have to worry about managing the servers, updating the operating system, or maintaining security updates. So Azure does that for your applications. And it supports a wide variety of languages and frameworks like .NET, .NET Core, Ruby, Node.js, Python, and a lot more. And it also has a built-in CI/CD support, so you can continuously integrate and deploy your changes into the live application. And not only web apps, Azure App Service also support mobile app, REST APIs, and others. But since we are today talking about web apps, we will have a demo for the web app itself. So if you want to dive more into Azure App Service and what are its amazing benefits, you can always refer to the documentation. And now let's talk about different ways you can access Azure Web App. So I would say Azure Portal is the most convenient and easiest way because you can access it right from the browser itself, and it helps you to manage and access all your Azure services. Next up, we have Azure CLI. So it's more like a powerful command line tool for robust management so that you don't have to do the repetitive tasks by yourself. So Azure CLI helps you with that. And then we have VS Code. So VS Code helps you deploy your application right from your code editor. And then there are other things like Azure REST APIs and PowerShells, and that is more towards the intermediate users, but you can always check them out. So today we will be using Azure Portal. So before starting with anything, you will need an active Azure account to use any Azure service. So as a student, you will get an $100 Azure credit for free. So if you go to this link, then you can sign up and you will get $100 credit valid for 1 year. So once you sign up, you will be getting access to Azure. Next up, we have GitHub Actions. So GitHub Actions is actually a platform, or I will say a tool that helps you automate your software development workflow right from your GitHub repository. So most of us have our code uploaded to GitHub. So wouldn't it be just awesome if we could just use that code from GitHub itself and then build it from there itself and then upload it to a live server using Azure App Service. So that's what GitHub Actions allow us to do. So it defines certain jobs and steps to be performed on certain events. So GitHub Actions are event driven. So whenever an event such as push pull requests, commits, or level is triggered in your repository, a workflow file is executed. So that does define the basic steps, and that will perform certain tasks. In our case, it will build our web application and then deploy it to using Azure App Service. So yeah, as I said, you can build, test, and deploy directly from your GitHub repository. So let's look into what's under the hood of GitHub Actions. So GitHub Actions, basically, first there needs to be an event. So event can be anything, as I said, like a push or a pull request. So once the event occurs, a workflow is triggered. So workflow is nothing but a YAML file which is there in the repository, and it just executes certain jobs and steps. So job are they contain the collection of steps and actions. And this job run in a virtual server hosted by GitHub, and these servers are called as runner. And you can also see log results if you want to look more into what's happening under the hood. So, and you can find action for almost anything in the GitHub marketplace, and like checking out to a repository or sending a welcome message when someone joins your GitHub organization, and almost anything. But today we will be looking into some specific actions in the demo. So without wasting any further time, let's go straight into the demo. And I will be basically creating a template Node.js application and uploading it to GitHub, and then configuring the GitHub actions to automate the deployment process. So let's get started with that. So I'll open my terminal right here. So in the terminal, I'm going to use npx express generator. So it will just create a template Node.js application for me, and I'm gonna give it a name. So I'm gonna give my name CS demo. So that will be the name of my application. So it will create a template application. So yeah, seems like it has created one. So let me just go into the folder, and then I'll open that folder in Visual Studio Code. So okay, just wait a second. So yeah, this is the bare bones structure of my application. So it contains some static files like JavaScript and styles, and this is the entry point of my application, which indeed requires the app.js file. So this contains the configuration for my Express server. And by the way, I'm doing this demo in Node.js, but the process is entirely similar for any other languages or framework. So if you have a Django application or a Laravel or a .NET Core, the process of creating the Azure App Service and creating and configuring the deployment is the same. So you can follow that as well. So let me just try to run this application right now in my local machine. So for that, I guess I would need to install the packages first. So let me just run npm install. Okay, so it's installing some packages right now. Okay, seems like the packages are being installed. Okay, so now these are some npm error which has a dependency problem, I guess, but it should run. So before that, let me also add a gitignore file, because I don't want this node module folder in my GitHub. So I'm going to add gitignore, and I'm going to choose node. So that will create a gitignore file for me. So let's now try running this application. I'm going to use npm start, and seems like there are some packages error. So let me just run npm install again. Yeah, so let me now try running this application. Okay, seems like my application is running. So for that, I'm just going to go back here and open my localhost 3000. So yeah, my application is up and running. It just says Express and welcome to Express. So that's the title. And now what we need to do is we need to first publish this application into my GitHub account. So I will do that. And for this, I'm going to use the source control provided by GitHub. By the way, if you are much familiar with Git commands, and if you want to use that, you can do that. So I'm just gonna publish it to a public repository. So it will commit all my changes and just publish it to GitHub. And in no time, I should be able to see this in my GitHub repo. So I'm just gonna click on open on GitHub. So yeah, as you can see, my local application is now on my GitHub repository, and I have given the name of my repository as CS demo. So now my application is set on GitHub. So now let's go to Azure. So once you sign up, you can go to this link, portal.azure.com, And then you will be greeted with this dashboard. So this is basically the dashboard of Azure portal. So now you need to click on create a resource. And then since we are using web app, select web app and click on create. Okay, so now it asks you to fill up some information in subscription. I guess you should see Visual Studio Student subscription there, and we need to create a new resource. And this is basically the collection of all the services that you use for your application. So since we are only using one service, that is Azure Web App, so I can name it anything. So I will name it the same as the app name, and we can group all the resources together if we want. So next is we have to name our web application. So I'm going to give the same name as CS demo. Okay, unfortunately it's not available, so I'm gonna name it as CS node demo. So I believe this is available. Yeah, so green tick mark means that the domain is available. So csnodedemo.azurewebsites.net will be the URL for my web application. And since I will be uploading this code from GitHub, I'm gonna choose the publish method as code. And for the runtime stack, if you use any other like .NET, Java, PHP, Python, you can choose that. But since I'm using Node.js 14 long-term support version, so I'm going to choose that one. And next up, we have operating system. So this is the operating system that where our application will be hosted and where our web server will run. So I'm going to choose Linux for today. And in reason, these are the Azure data centers where our application will be hosted. So just choose it nearest to your location so that you will get a high bandwidth and low latency. So for me, it's Central India, since I'm located in Nepal, and that's the closest one to me. And for the Linux plan, you just need to create a new plan, like you created a new resource. And these are associated with the cost and features for your Azure services. So I'm just going to name it as CS demo. And next up, we have the option to choose the spec for our server. So for most of the development and test purposes, I believe the B1 plan should be more than enough because it has 100 compute units, 1.75 GB of memory, and it also has custom domains support. So you should be able to go with that. But if you are using that for, let's say, a startup or higher production load, then you can choose the plan in the production or isolated section. So for now, I'm going to go with the B1 plan, and I will click apply. So we also have the options to configure deployment, monitoring, and tags option. But since we will configure the deployment later on, I'm just gonna click review and create. Okay, so now let's wait for some time. It's validating all my specs. And now I will click on create. So this will initialize my web application, and it will take some time. It's gonna take a while to deploy this application. In the meantime, let's see a live application that I've already configured everything and deployed using Azure App Service. So this is a restaurant application based on Nepali food, which is Thakali food. So I have used the Azure App Service, and since this code is in my repository, it's using code from there to configure, to build and deploy it. So this is the live version of my application, as you can see. So we will see how we can publish our code to a live site like this one. So I'm just going to close it for now. Okay. So it says deployment is failed for some reason. Okay, I'm going to redeploy it. Just a second. Okay, so I believe there is some problem. So what I will do is that, okay, I have another application which I have already created. So it's a Wonder application, and once you create your Azure App Service, you will be greeted with the same interface as this one. So just go on your application. So it was CS node demo earlier, but now I'm going to use this one. And for the deployment center, I believed I had already connected it to another repository, but to show you the entire process, I'm just going to disconnect it and show it with this CS demo repo. Just wait for a few seconds. Okay, so I'm just going to disconnect it right now, and I'm going to delete the workflow file. Okay. Okay, so once you have your app service deployed, you can just go there, open it, and in the deployment section, you will find the deployment center, and just select GitHub as your source code, because that is where your code lies. And for the first time, it will ask you to sign in and grant the permission for Azure to access your repository. So since I've already done that, I'm already signed in. But in the first time, you need to do that. So make sure that you allow the allow GitHub to access the Azure App Service. So next, you need to select an organization. So if you are a part of any organization, you can select them. For mine, I'm just using my personal repository. So I'm just going to click Sagar Uprety, and then I will select the repository which I have just created. So it was CS demo. And since all of my code are in the master branch, as you can see here, I will choose that branch here as well. So next up, I'll click on Save. So what this should do is that this should add a GitHub workflow file in my repository. So if I go back to my repository and refresh it, so yeah, as you can see that you can see that .github folder is added, and inside that we have the workflows folder, and we have a Wonder App YAML file right here. So this is added by Azure App Service for us, and this contains all the instructions to automate our deployment process. So let's quickly pull these changes locally as well. So I'm going to go on my source control again, and I'll pull my changes. So we should be able to see that workflow file here as well. So yeah, it's here. So let's just go quickly through what is in this application or in this file. So we are naming the name for the YAML file, which is just build and deploy Node.js application. And you could name it anything, by the way. Maybe you are to deploy your next stream project. So, and this YAML file is triggered, or this workflow is triggered whenever there is any push event on master branch. So this is basically the event that we were talking earlier. And then we have jobs. So jobs are basically a collection of different steps that utilizes some actions. So we have two jobs here. So the first one is the build job, and then we have the deploy job. So in build job, what we basically do is that it runs on an Ubuntu server, and it utilizes some actions. So these actions are already there in the GitHub marketplace and written by some other developers. And this is, I believe, checking out our repository. And in this step, we are setting up our node version, and this is installing all the node packages. And if there are any build and test command, it will also execute that. So this depends upon the language and framework that your application is. And next up, we are just uploading the application that we have just built at this instant of time, and we will just pack it into a folder. It's like zipping into a folder, and then we will upload it for use in the deploy job. So once the build job is done, so deploy needs build. So one deploy job will execute, and it has some environment like production and the URL. So this is basically the URL of our web application. So if we go back here and if you click on browse, this is the URL of our application. So next up, we have some we download the zip folder that we have just uploaded earlier in the build method, and then this will download the artifact, and it's like unpacking and unzipping the application, and that is what is actually deployed to Azure Web Apps. So it uses this Azure/Web Apps -deploy version 2 action, and this we provided some parameters, like we need to write this name. It should be as same as the name of our app service. So and we are using the production slot, and then we are using the publish profile. So this is basically providing, this will add a secret to our repository, so that GitHub Actions has all the rights and permission to make changes into the live website that is hosted using Azure App Service. So this is the YAML file. So since now we have already configured this application, let's go back into our repository. So just a second, CS demo. And if I click on actions, one action should already be triggered. Right? Yeah, this was the action that was triggered during the initial deployment. And if I click on it now, I am seeing that it's saying Express and welcome to Express, which was exactly the same as in my local machine. So you can see that our application is now deployed from local machine to a live server on Azure. So now let's see the actual power of GitHub Actions. So now I'm not going to use Azure Portal. So let's say I want to make some changes to my application. Okay, so for this one, okay, I'm going to go in my index route, which is the home page, and I'm going to pass this title as Amazing Cloud Summit. And I'm going to save it. And I'm also going to go into the index page and copy this one. And I'm going to add a paragraph. This is basically adding a paragraph in my website. Hope you all are having a great time. So I've made these 2 changes and in my local machine, and now I'm going to commit and push these changes to GitHub. So I will add the commit message as updates. I'm going to commit this one, and then I will push this to GitHub. So once this is pushed, I believe it is done. So let's go back to my GitHub repo. And if I now click on actions, okay, let me go first to the code section. You can see that my latest commit was 1 minute ago, and you can see that the updates are also applied a few seconds earlier. So let's go to the actions tab, and now you can see that my workflow is triggered because we set the event as push. So whenever something is pushed to the master branch, this workflow is triggered. So let's click on it and see what's happening under the hood. So we have 2 jobs here, like we have seen it in the workflow file earlier. So first we have the build job, and then once it's done, it will run the deploy job. So if you click on it, you will see that there are different steps which we defined earlier, and they are executing one by one. So we set the job, we check it our repository, and then we set up all the Node.js, and we install all the packages, we build it, and then we tested it. And then now it's zipping all the files into a folder, and which will be later used for deployment. So if you want to go and see even what's happening under this, you can just click here and you will see everything in detail. So this is also really helpful for debugging. So if your certain step fails, then you will be able to figure out what went wrong. And okay, so now my build job is done. So my deploy job will start. And if we see that, okay, it's setting up the job right now. And after some time, you should be able to see the changes that we have made in our local machine into this live website as well. So I'm just waiting for that. So it's now downloading the file that was zipped earlier by the build job, I would say. And once the download is done, it will deploy it to Azure Web Apps. So let's just wait for a few seconds, and then I believe we should be ready to go. Oh, in the meantime, if you see my another application, which we have deployed as well. So I believe I have this, okay. I have this tax application, I believe. Yeah, so this is the tax application that I have created, and this is also deployed using the similar fashion. So you can just add some tax, and if you just want to uncheck it, you can do it right there. So this is my another application, and you can see that how easy it is to make changes. So yeah, so now the download process is complete. So it is now actually deploying it to Azure Web App. So we don't even have to go to Azure portal and use things like FTP or SFTP or deploy it manually. So GitHub Actions does it for us. So let's just wait for a few seconds, and then. Okay, seems like my deploy journey has also completed, and you can see the URL of our application right here, but I have already opened it here, I guess. Yep. So now if I refresh it, I should be able to see the changes. Yeah, so now you can see that my title is updated. It says, welcome to Amazing Cloud Summit, and hope you all are having a great time. So I believe that was it for the demo part. And now I would like to thank you all for being with me here today, and I'd like to thank the Cloud Summit team for having me here. So if you have any questions, you can leave it in the comment, or you can connect with me in my social handles, and I will be there to chat with you and help you with any queries. So Aditya, I believe that was it from my side.
I absolutely love that demo. Personally, I've been using app service at so many instances for some of the .NET applications, especially particularly APIs that I deploy. It's a wonderful tool, and GitHub Actions makes life so much easier when you're working, because all you have to do is just push to your repo. It just does everything else on its own.
Yeah,
I absolutely love the session, and I hope some of you will start trying this for your deployments after this session. In case you have any queries, you can leave them in the comments. Sagar is there to interact with you all. Otherwise, you can always reach him on his Twitter. I keep making the mistake with StreamYard. But anyway, thank you so much, Sagar. Now, we have a very exciting session coming up just after this as well. So let's bring on our next speaker. Hey, Hrittik. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I am.
Hey.
How are you?
All good here, thank you. So Hrittik has a really interesting topic. It does talk about how we utilize our resources on the cloud for compute purposes and how those can directly be connected in our code editors. So he's going to have a lovely little demo which utilizes VMs on Azure, of course, and it uses VSCode in there. I'm not sure how this is going to work, so I'm really excited to check it out as well. Over to you, Hrittik.
Let's start. So, yeah.
I can see your screen up there. Now you're good to go.
Yeah. So, welcome to the Use Azure as a Person Computer Feed VS Code session. I'm Hrittik Roy. I'm a Beta Microsoft Student Ambassador, Content Lead, and 4x Azure Certification Owner. In this session, we'll talk about how to deploy Azure Virtual Machine, which would be a Linux one. Then we will go to convert the private key to new format. And then we will use two VS Code extensions to connect using SSH by manual configuration. And then we will run a train on the terminal. It's just a fun command. So, and then we will have a quick question time. So instructions, go to the GitHub repository, which you will find in the comment section, and follow the instructions, download the two extensions, and then we will go into the live portal. So yeah, let's do the hands-on. So I think you would have the link on the comment section. It would be a GitHub repo, and you will have to download those two extensions and this Windows installer putty. And of course, you should have the Visual Studio Code. So while you're downloading, let's go and deploy the Azure Virtual Machine. So your workspace might look a bit different because I have a lot of recent resources, but this thing would be same for all of you. So then to create a virtual machine, just go and click on create a resource. Go and click on compute. Compute means like computer and virtual machine. So you are using compute resources, and then go on creating Ubuntu Server 20.04. For this demo, you are using Ubuntu. You can use Red Hat, send to Windows, anything else. But let's go with Ubuntu for this demo. So you must have a subscription, and then let's create a resource group. So resource group is a type of group in which all of your resources are there, like your virtual machine, your network config, NSGs, and all those. So for this demo, let's name this as cloud. And then let's keep the virtual machine also as cloud. Region are the regions in which Azure's data centers are. For this demo, you can use ECS2. And this AMI is the image, like the operating system. So there are a lot of operating system, but we are using Ubuntu as told before. And then we have a lot of sizes for the virtual machines. So we can use anything. So let's go with the machine with 8 GB of RAM and 16 GB of temp storage. That would be working for this demo. And then you must have your username. So try to put the username as your virtual machine name. And then allow the ports, because we will connect using SSH, and SSH uses the 22 port. And then you can just go and click on review and create. We can add disk and networking configurations regarding NSGs, but that are a bit advanced and it will complicate the demo. But for now, let's go and review and create the demo. So it's checking the demo configuration, and yeah. So this thing will cost us around 10 cents per hour, and yeah, all those things are there, and just create. Then you will have to download the private key and keep the private key in your secure location, because you can't download this again. while it's being created, for the next part of the demo, you would need this extension and also this application. So if you haven't downloaded that, just go and download those. And after you have installed the applications, go and search PuttyGen on your computer. So when you click on PuttyGen, this type of interface would come out, and then you have to load a private key. So the private key is the same as the one you downloaded, and you will find that on your downloads. But why it isn't there? You will find the thing by using all files, and this is the key. Click on OK, and then use conversion to export the key into the new format, because the new format is only supported by VSCode as of now. And click on yes, and then set the key's name to anything you would like. So let's save the key, and the key hasn't any extension, so don't save the thing with any extensions. It's without any extensions, and you can find the thing. Yeah, it's there. Now we have to open the VS Code, connect the following thing, and click on new window. And then you have to download those two extensions. So I already have downloaded the extensions. One is to help you to connect, and one is to edit the configuration. Yeah. So after you have downloaded the extensions, you will find this icon over here, and click on Remote Explorer. And then you can have this configure button over there, and click on there, and use the first reference and click over there to edit the following configuration file. So it will load in a few seconds. For your configuration file, this would be empty, but for me, as I'm using a lot of things before, it won't be empty. So you need to copy the following configuration from my GitHub page and use this and paste the following thing into a new line. Make sure the host is indented right, because you need this space between them. And then for the host name, we have put the name as compute. Now the resource has been deployed. The name is cloud, and your computer name is also cloud. Then for the host name, click on change the input server name to cloud, and user name also to cloud. For the host name, you have to put the input IP, which is this one. You can find that on your compute resource, and then paste that over here. And what about the path of the file? To find the path of the private key, just go to your download folder, and you can find the path here. So click on this item and copy as path. As you copy as path, just replace the input path of the file to your path, remove the quotes, and then you can click on this window, and you will find a new index appearing here. Just click on the cloud thing, and it will launch the virtual machine. So it will ask for a few permissions, like which type of remote is this. It's a Linux VM, and then configuring the fingerprint. Just click on continue, and you can close this. So yeah, it's just activating the extensions and configuring the shell on the window. So yeah, we are inside the machine. So to check which version of Windows we are running, which version of Linux we are running, just go to cat etc release. So we can see we are running a Ubuntu 20.0.3 version, which was the same image we have deployed over here. So as a fun commands, we can run a few fun commands. Like first we need to update the machine to use a lot of software, so it will take a bit of time to update. And then it is just installing the updates so that our virtual machine is up to date with the new updates in the ecosystem. Like it's installing the Python 3 packages and all those packages. And as a fun command, we can run a train over here. To run a train, just install the SL package and just click here. So you can see a train is running on the terminal. It's very cool. Like you can check. So yeah. And if you want to connect a directory, like you can't see any directory over here right now because we haven't connected to the remote directory. So suppose you have a like if you pull this repository, like this one over here, and you want that to be open, so git clone and pull this thing here, and then open folder and click on events because the repository name is events, and okay. So it will reload the window and it's just setting up the SSHs again. Just trust the author, and you can see you can go through all the links and those here. It's just your local machine right now with Linux running, and here you can run Docker, everything very easily, and it's quite helpful. So yeah, this is my local machine right now, which I use to develop a lot of applications and run Kubernetes and all those clusters to get my work done. So that's it for the demo. If you have any questions, then feel free to ask me.
Oh, that was a very interesting demo and quite a swift one. I honestly definitely see the potential benefits of this because this would enable you to use the resources and the compute power of your
Yeah.
VM rather than utilize your desktop for
Yeah,
these
like for
purposes,
example,
right?
you can't scale your computer very fast, but if you're running bigger Kubernetes clusters like with 34 gigabits of RAM, so you need a bigger machine, right? So you can just tap into this and run all of your things over here. So it's quite helpful for me because I run a lot of things over the cloud. So yeah, that's it.
Interesting, interesting. We actually also have a query here in the chat for you. So John Patrick here on YouTube does ask, what about the security policy here?
So you can configure the NSGs according to your interest while you're building the NSGs. But right now, as it was a bit beginner friendly for the students, I just skip the security policy. But yeah, you can configure NSGs according to your wish.
I do hope that should help. And yeah, it makes sense. As a speed demo for students, I'm sure a lot of us
Yeah.
are working on smaller loads for personal purposes. But yes, at an enterprise level, that would be very beneficial, of course.
Yeah, you need to configure a lot of more things. But as a personal project, like for students, they don't run the VM always, right? They use the VM when they need because it costs a bit of money.
Yeah,
So you can
of course.
configure as soon as you need and then switch it off and deallocate the VM so that it won't cost you money. For example, right now my VMs are in stop stage, and when I will start working again, then they will again start running. So it's just everything is deallocated. When I start working on the VMs, then I can just go and click easily start, and it will start and billing me again. But as I'm not using anything right now, so it's not a security nightmare when you are using for personal use. But for enterprise, you need all those things.
Yeah, of course, that makes a lot of sense. Do you also have any projects where you've utilized this? Would you be able to show that for maybe, I guess, the next couple of minutes as well, if possible?
Yeah. But
That would be lovely.
generally, I need to again allocate a VM. So yeah. Just 1 minute. So I think the demo is quite fast.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm starting the VM again and I get a new public IP address. Then I will just copy the IP address and paste it over here, replacing the previous IP. And then I will just click on the following folder which I have created before. So this is one of my bots which uses GitHub Actions to run all the build commands, and the bot is bot is a simple bot which uses Twitter API to retweet all the Kubernetes things. So it has around 83 followers, and yeah. So I use a virtual machine to develop that because sometimes I have to test a bit of things on Linux. So I can use that, and then it uses let it load. Yeah. So yeah, this is the bot, and you can use Linux to configure the things. Like for example, when I enter into the environment, I have to configure the virtual environment just by going into.
Okay.
And then this is there are a few of the scripts. Like for example, there's a search script which I can use to search all of the tweets with a specific keyword. For example, if I want to search anything related with Azure, which my bot has tweeted, then I can just run this script. So Python search. I have to import the tokens, but this is not here as. One more cool thing I like about Linux is like you can create a lot of directories very cool in a fast manner. For example, if you want to create 100 directories with some name, then you can just go and click on a new folder, which you can see here. It will appear in a quick instant.
Yeah.
And then you can create, like if you are counting students' roll number, then you can just go and make a directory.
Okay.
And for each roll number, assuming we have 100 students, we create student 1, 2, 3, 4, 200.
Nice.
It's very helpful when you need to create a lot of directories, but it takes a lot of effort manually. So we can use those commands also. So yeah, it's very useful as a virtual machine. You can run your things.
Convenience factor.
Yeah. Also, you can run Docker and all those things over here.
I do see a big advantage that because you're working through SSH, I'm sure it's a lot quicker than setting up a remote desktop and then going in there and connecting. Speed's definitely a big factor here, I'm sure.
And the most important thing is, like for example, when you are pulling a lot of things like a gigabit of repositories, sometimes it's possible that you don't have such a bandwidth. But while using Azure, you have data centers which have a bigger bandwidth, so you can pull in a lot more data very quickly. Like for example, you can pull a gigabit in a few minutes in comparison to in India, which is a bit slow generally. So it helps a lot. So
that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I think that brings us probably closer to the end of the session. I honestly really found this very cool. I'm going to be trying this out very soon myself. Thank you so much.
And
And
just ping me.
Exactly. Hrittik's handle is here. You folks can always reach out to him. Apart from that, I'm sure you're going to be active around on the stream chat as well for a bit, I guess. So if you folks have any queries, you can add them there as well.
Yeah, that would be nice.
All right, then. Thanks a lot. Hope you have a great day. Now, I believe we might have some content here from the Cloud Summit team as well. So we're going to take a short little break and be back very, very soon.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mr. Roman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Cloud Summit Student Track. Now, I'm sure you can see we have another lovely person here on screen with me. Hi Simran, hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing well. Hope you've been doing well so far with this.
Oh yes,
Been
absolutely. I have been enjoying these last few sessions. I think we have wonderful speakers with us, and there's just so much more in store for all our audience members today. I can't wait to see how they find the content that's going to be coming up. What do you think? How do you think?
I think it has been phenomenal so far, and it's going to be mind-blowing going ahead. So we have a lot of great sessions, all by amazing student leaders, all lined up. Also a special panel coming up, so really hyped and excited for the kind of content everyone's going to get.
Sheesh, that is a lot of content. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. All of it is going to be awesome. Yep. So at this point, I'm probably going to be hopping off from hosting. Simran is going to be taking care of all of our audience here from now on. She is an absolutely wonderful speaker, amazing person in the community, and you'll probably enjoy her as a host a lot better than me.
You have to steal Aditya's thunder. Oop, the directions are weird on this. No, I think the audience are Aditya fans, so they're going to be a little sad following this, but they'll have to make do with me.
It's okay. I'm still going to be here around with you, so we're going to have fun anyway. Simran, do you want to tell us a little about our next speaker who's coming up? Just maybe tease a little for the audience and in store for them just next now.
Oh, but before that, I see something on the news about it, like that's going to be related to our next session. Our next speaker lost his fish. So quick intro to our speaker, because he's gonna be in an urgent hurry to go search for his fish here. So our next speaker is Vedant Bahel. A lot of you probably know him. He's a Microsoft Student Learn Ambassador, and he's going to be with us in a few moments. And apparently this session is now going to be all about where did his fish go. So join us as we welcome Vedant.
Hello.
Hi, Vedant. I just heard you lost your fish. Hi, bye.
Yeah, I did. And I'm probably too much happy about it. It looks I'm not.
Yeah, you don't look stressed.
No, I am. I am getting stressed gradually.
Let's be quick in finding your fish. So let's find Dory.
All right.
Okay, Vedant. The stage is yours. I can see your screen.
Thank you. So, welcome to the session. Well, not exactly a session, but a mission to find Dory. I'm your mission commander, Vedant Bahel. Thank you for the sweetest introduction, Simran. I'm a Microsoft Gold Ambassador, a research assistant at University of Pennsylvania and at University of Alberta, and you can reach out to me anytime. So before we get on with the mission, there's a mission pre-story that I want to tell you all. What's this about? What's finding Dory and who is Dory? So Dory is my pet, and that's that's our picture from the Pacific Ocean. And trust me, Pacific Ocean exists. So it's somewhere besides the Pacific, but it does exist. And we were just roaming around. We were having a lot of fun. I love my fish, Dory. Now, one day, Dory went to play with Marlin, one of her friends. And they were enjoying. They also used to hang out after the school, and they used to have fun. But all of a sudden, out of blue, Dory got lost. Now, that's pretty cloudy there. We don't know what happened and how Dory got lost. Marlin lost memory, so even Marlin cannot recall what happened over there. But the sad thing is Dory isn't there. So, I mean, yeah, that's probably sad. Poor Dory. I don't know what is happening with her. I hope she's safe. Now, I want to find Dory. I want to look for her. I don't want to be in like unsafe area. So probably let's quickly go find her. But how do we do that? So that's where I found Cami. So now I was roaming around ocean looking for Dory, and I found Cami. Cami is one of the fish with camera, as you can see. And what Cami will do for me is Cami will click a picture every minute of the ocean and send me. I can spot Dory over there. So the objective is to spot Dory from all the pictures that Cami is sending. But there is a little problem. Now the Cami is sending single picture every minute, and that's a lot of pictures to analyze. I cannot really go through each picture one by one and figure out where Dory is. So I'll have to do something because that's the problem. And then I got a solution. Let's automate the process with computer vision. Why do I do everything by my own when I can ask a computer to do it? Now, maybe some of you don't know about computer vision, but hopefully everyone knows about automation, right? Just letting the computer do things that you do. But now, let's make it easy. But how do we do that? How do we do that? So before moving to computer vision, here's some kind of mission training that you'll have to go through. So as I told, I am the mission commander and you all are my mission associates. So we'll have to go through some training before we jump onto the mission of finding Dory. So here are some terms that one should know about before jumping onto computer vision. These are some very basic terms, which is something which is very popular and hopefully everyone knows about it, but let's still go from scratch. So artificial intelligence, AI, is an intelligence demonstrated by machine. Like simply, machines can demonstrate a human-like intelligence, and when they do that, it's artificial intelligence. And within artificial intelligence, there's a subfield called machine learning. Now, machine learning is a branch of AI which is focused, which is one of their way to achieve AI from data, and it improves with accuracy. So you pass on the data to that machine learning concept, to that algorithm, and it learns from the data over time and gains the intelligence. Now, within machine learning, there can be different applications, right? There can be application based on images like vision, because as a human, we can see and we can then analyze and we can do things from there. We can speak, we can hear. So there are lots of applications of machine learning with AI, which corresponds to different things, different applications. And here is one application which is related to the vision. So we can ask a computer to act like human and perceive what is surrounding it. So a computer can analyze and have vision of its own. And that's computer vision. So computer vision is a field of AI that works on enabling the computer to see and identify and process images in the same way that human does. Now, if you want to know more about all of that, so you can click on that link, like use that link, which is one of the Microsoft Learn link to know more about computer vision. So that was of mission training. Speaking more about computer vision, here's one of the analogy. For example, you have a baby, right? And the baby is a stupid baby. Well, all babies are stupid. Okay, let's just accept the fact. So the baby, they cannot differentiate between a red ball and say a red apple. And we want the baby to differentiate between those two things. We don't want a baby to eat a ball, right? So what can we do? So probably you will take an apple, show it to baby and say, hey baby, see this thing. It has a leaf. It is not entirely spherical. And this is an apple. This is something you eat. And here's another thing, which is a ball, which is entirely spherical with a constant color. And this is a ball which you play with and you don't eat. Probably in the first explanation, the baby won't get anything and will still continue eating a ball. But when you tell the baby multiple times that this is an apple, this is a ball, this is an apple, this is a ball, this is an apple, this is a ball, and after you're exhausted, probably the baby will understand and eventually start eating apple and not the ball. But that's the same thing that you do with computer. You show images of something to the computer repeatedly, and the computer will then start understanding what things are and what things are not. So similarly, what we are going to do is we have some resources. So we have Dory's picture. So whenever we used to hang out earlier, I clicked some pictures of Dory, and thankfully I have them. Now I can pass those images to the computer, and eventually computer will start understanding how Dory looks like. And then when Cami will pass an image to the computer, the computer will be able to spot Dory from those images. And we are going to do this all with the help of Azure Cognitive Service, which is Custom Vision. And you can access that using the website customvision.ai. And you need some Azure credits for it, some cloud credits for it. So there's Azure Boy on the bottom side, right, who will help me with getting those credit. Azure Boy gave me some credit, and I'll be using that up for creating my custom vision computer vision model, right? So let's jump on, and the mission will start now. And just quickly about why use custom vision, because traditional computer vision implementation is very hefty. It's time consuming. You write a lot of code. There's lots of computation required. It requires a lot of data and a lot of complex stuff, right? Which is kind of exhaustive. So that's why we're using custom vision, which is a totally no code approach, not just low code, but no code approach. You don't need any code to run custom vision, and you can just click, upload your images and train the model. So that's the link. Let's move on to it. But before jumping on to the custom vision model, let me quickly show you the data that I have. So here I have some pictures of Dory, as you can see on the screen. So I have these pictures of Dory, which are probably not more than, say, 20 pictures, less than 20 pictures, right? And some might ask, is it sufficient? But let's try it out. Is it sufficient or not? So I'll go on to the website, customvision.ai. So simply you can log in. Make sure you log in with the account that you have Azure access on, like that you have Azure credit access on, because you will need that eventually. And then you can simply click on new project. You'll get this page. I can name my project, say, Dory, where are you? Right? I can enter some description. Dory is lost. Let's find her. And then I can use a resource. So when you're using cloud on Azure, you need to create a resource group. So if you have already created a group, you will have option to access them over here. But if not, you can create by clicking on create new, right? And you can maybe enter the resource name, XYZ, choose the subscription that you have, choose the resource group, the kind of services that you're going to use. So we'll be going for cognitive services, select the location and the pricing tier, right? And click on create resource. Now I already have created the resource, which is, say, demo or cognitive, which we can take any one of them. So that's done. The next is project type. So custom vision helps you with creating two types of project. One is classification and one is object detection. Let me quickly talk about this. These two both comes under computer vision. Now, under computer vision, there can be two types of tasks, right? One can be classification, where you're trying to classify between two things, like how I gave you example of apple and ball. They are two different things, and we're trying to classify between both of them. Apple is different, ball is different. Classifying between grains and rice, like wheat and rice, or something like that. So those are some of the examples of classification. And the other is object detection, where you have a single image and you're trying to detect something out of that image. For example, how the traffic signals, the cameras on traffic signal, try to detect the number plate of the car breaking the signal, right? So that's object detection. From the space that you have, from the window that you have, from the screen that you have, you're trying to detect a specific thing. You're trying to spot a specific thing. So in here, we are trying to detect Dory from the images that Cami is sending to us. So that comes under object detection and not classification. So I'll select object detection. Now, under object detection, you have multiple domains over here. For example, a general domain, a logo, if you're trying to detect logo, product on shelf, if you are trying to create a market application where you want to detect some products or some products on shelf in a supermarket or something, you can select that option. Or you can go for general, compact, or S1. So it is very important to read this line, which says pick the domain closest to your scenario. And compact domains are lightweight models that can be exported into iOS, Android, and other platforms. So if you're looking forward to export your model as an application, as an Android application, or as a web app, so make sure you select one of these, which has compact in the bracket, right? So I can go for any of this. When I go for this one, it also gives me export capabilities. Like I can go for a basic platform like TensorFlow, CoreML, ONMX, which can be exported and used into your web app. It is very swift and goes directly. Or you can also use Vision AI DevKit, which is another service by Azure, which you can use to directly connect your the service, custom vision service, with IoT applications. So as of now, I'll go for this basic platform that is TensorFlow and click on Create Project. So it might take a little while to create the project and load the project. So let's wait for it. Here it is. So once you click on Create Project, you'll land up on the screen where it will ask you to add images. So I'll click on Add Images and I'll go to the location where my images are located. And let's for now upload 2 images. Right. I'll click on Upload 2 files. It is uploading and done. Now, once you upload your data, there's another thing that you need to do. You need to label your data. Now you have uploaded your data, but still you have to tell the computer out of this data, who is Dory, which portion represents Dory in this image. So for example, if I click on this image, I can simply drag and tag Dory. Like I can select the area where Dory is located, and I can add a tag over here as Dory. So you can see Dory has been added over here. Similarly, I can click on the second image, do the same thing, and add the tag as Dory. Make sure you use the same spelling, same word, because it's case sensitive. If you say type Dory in small case and type Dory with capital case in another image, then it will take those as 2 different objects, right? Once you tag those images, they will move to this tagged area. You can see in this tag, we have 2 images of Dory, and in untagged, we don't have any image. Let's click on train. We just have 2 images, but let's see what happens. So I'll click on train. And there are 2 types of training, quick training and advanced training. So you can see advanced training requires more budget. It will use more computation and will take more time, but probably will have better performance. But in quick training, you can have quick training, as the name suggests. The performance might be a little low, but it will be fast. So as of now, I'll go for quick training. I'll click on train. Oops, there's an error over here, which says can't train just yet. Your project can't be trained just yet. Make sure you at least have 15 images for every tag, right? So we just uploaded 2 images, which is not sufficient. We at least need 15 images per tag. So let's do that, right? I can simply add images and add more images into here. And that will take little time to upload. So that's what I did was I've already created a project where I have uploaded all the images. So I'll switch to that project and we'll take it from there. So this is the project where I've added all the 15 images and I have tagged Dory in all those images. It takes less than 5 minutes to do this, but still. Now 15 images are enough with custom vision. But still, it's very less. I mean, that's the advantage of custom vision, that you can do this with so less images. When you do traditional computer vision, you need to upload at least maybe somewhere around, we speak in thousands. You need thousands of images to train and then work on. But with custom vision, you can simply train on 15 images, which is awesome. Like, it's kind of a gold thing in the domain of machine learning and computer vision. So now once we have uploaded the images and tagged them, I can click on train. I can again go for quick training. When I click on train, it will start training and it will, so I've already trained this model and it will take me into this performance tab. We can see once you have trained the model for the first time, it will show as iteration 1 and you can train it for multiple times. So there will be multiple iterations that you will see over here on this page. But let's go with this iteration that I did a few days ago under this general compact model. Now, as you can see on this tab of performance, it shows the performance of the model, which is very obvious, right? So it shows 3 metrics, that is precision, recall, and accuracy. So the precision of the model is 66.7%, the recall of this model is 66.7% again, and the overall accuracy is 91.7%. Now, this is not great, like the accuracy is good, but the precision recall is not really good, which kind of is not fit for deploying the model. So what one can do is one can add more images, tag more Dory, and eventually your performance will improve. So although with 15 images, it has given pretty decent model, but you can add more images and create a better model. As of now, we're not going to do that, but you can try it your own, right? On left-hand side, you can see this this slider, which is probability threshold, which means what is the minimum confidence that you want the machine to have. Like if the machine is telling that this image is Dory, so do you want the machine to tell that only if machine is confident, say 50% enough? So if in this case, if the machine is 50% confident about an image of Dory, then the machine will tell it is Dory. Otherwise, it will not. So if you want a greater probability, you can simply increase this slider, say take it to 80%, which will reduce your metrics, which is obviously it will reduce your metrics, and where precision recall goes down to 0, which means it is a pathetic model. So you can definitely add more images and create a better model. But as of now, we'll go back to 50. And now we'll test our model. So now once you have done this thing, you have looked at the performance, you can go back to training, add the images, retrain the model, again see what are the performance for the iteration 2, do this multiple times. And once you have done this all, you can go for quick testing. So you can click here on quick test for go for quick testing. So I can upload an image over here for the quick testing, say browse a local file, and I go for an image, this one, last one, which is an image that I didn't use for training. So it's a new image. So it will load and will show me if there is Dory anywhere over here. So as you can see, the model gets confused. The model shows Dory at a lot of places because the image is pretty big, and the images that we passed on for training were very small, right? So in here, since it is a big image, it was detecting different part of Dory as individual Dory. Now that is thing which happens with machine learning. If you pass a specific type of images to the model will get biased towards it. So since we passed images with smaller Dory and lots of water around, the model got biased towards it. And that's why it is not properly able to detect Dory in a new file where Dory is just there and nothing else. But still it detects Dory with an accuracy of 60.8%, right? Maybe let's change image and use this one where we have another fish as well, marlin. So as you can see here, the model detected Dory with a very less accuracy, that is just 27%, But thankfully, it didn't detect marlin. So it did detect Dory because the model knew that the fish that we are trying to detect is of blue color. The object that we are trying to detect is of blue color because we have so many blue colors going in as trading data and so on. So that was it about quick testing. Once, say, you have trained the model, you have got sufficient accuracy, reliable accuracy, you have tested the model, now it's time for publishing your model. So you can simply click on this button. So I'll just unpublish it and republish it. So once you can simply click on this button to publish the model. Once you publish the model and choose the resource group and the model name, you get this prediction URL. This is an endpoint resource that you can use. It kind of acts an API link that you can use in your web app or say mobile app, and you can call this model on cloud. So I can use this for, say, if you have an image or if you have an image file. So if I have an image URL, I can use the sorry, I can use the first link, and if I have image file, I can use the second link. Got it. The other thing that you can do specifically with compact model is that you can export this model. So once I click on export, I have these many options. I can export this model for core ML, for creating iOS services, iOS web apps, or iOS mobile apps. I can use the TensorFlow Lite model to simply use TensorFlow to deploy the service on a mobile phone as an Android app. I can go for ONNX for Windows ML or .NET. I can go for a Docker file, which I can use for Azure Function, Azure ML, or Azure IoT services. And there are other services as well, which it provides, like the Vision AI Dev Kit and the OpenVINO model, right? And you can explore them by accessing the documentation for it. But as of now, what we can see is that it has a higher level of scalability and usage. You can use this model across different platforms, and everything that is happening is on cloud. Your data is on cloud. You can always update the model on time and scale it according to your use. And that's the benefit of Azure Cloud Service as in custom vision. The best thing is that so whatever is happening, all the data that you're uploading is getting stored in the resource group in the Azure portal. So if you go on portal.azure.com, you can access the resource group and you can control your data. So the data is not going anywhere. And that is the best thing about that. Something that I love about this, it follows all the GDPR rules, all the data, the privacy policies set by the government and everything. So that's about custom vision. Try this out. Also go for classification model. Also try the classification model other than the object detection model. And let me know how it works. By the way, good news. Just received a message from Cami that we found Dory. So Dory is here with us and with me in my aquarium. And that means the mission is accomplished and mission complete. So thank you guys for being a part of this mission. And thank you for being a lovely audience. I hope you learned from this session. And if in future any of your pets get lost, use custom vision to find them.
Well, that's a sigh of relief. We found Dory with the help of custom vision.
We did. I am so happy. She was lost for like a month.
Oh man, that is a long time. So we do have a question from a part of the session. How do you decide between quick and advanced training? What are some parameters that help you decide when you need more accuracy? Like how do you decide where to use which mode usually?
Right. So definitely for the first time, go for quick training because you want to explore what are the whereabouts and how the model is working and what is the initial accuracy that you're getting. Like it is the basic model and it takes less time, so you can invest that much time. Once you've got quick results from quick training, if you're satisfied, you can go ahead with the same. Otherwise, if you're not, you can reiterate and go for advanced training, which will take more time. Like probably you might take 1 hour for say 20 or 25 images, but definitely you'll get a better accuracy. And this is while you are doing this mid steps. Finally, when you are looking for the model which you are going to deploy as a web app or mobile app, it's always better to go for advanced training because you want the best thing to be out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty clear answer. Thank you. It was a great session. I really learned a lot. This was my first time looking at things about custom vision. And next time I lose a pet, I'm going to be using custom vision for sure. Thanks a lot for the session.
Thanks to Microsoft.
Yeah. Okay, so this was an amazing session with Vedant. Moving forward, we have a great session lined up on how to use Azure to secure your web apps. For that, we have Chirag Sharma, who's a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador that will be joining us. So, a little bit more about the session. We're just going to be learning more about how to secure our sensitive and proprietary data within our web applications without the need for full-time web experts. So let's welcome Chirag.
Hello,
Hi
everyone.
Chirag, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
That's great.
So we're going to be learning about securing our web apps with Azure with Chirag. Over to you.
So, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, let me just talk about me a little bit before we start. So, I'm Chirag Sharma, a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador and an offensive security professional, and I've been working in security since 2 years. Not exactly working though. It's actually I have 2 years of learning experience in security, and I've conducted several events and podcasts and worked on several projects regarding the security stuff, that is the offensive security stuff. So based on my knowledge today, we'll be talking about how you can actually secure your web apps with Azure Web Application Firewall, obviously your Azure hosted web apps. So let's get into it without delaying it any further. So before I actually start with how any features regarding what Azure Web is or how you can use it, how does it work and all, let's actually build a scenario, right? So suppose you are working in an organization and your organization's computing environment uses Azure virtual resources, right? Virtual network resources, right? And those resources include some existing and planned web apps, right? So in that case, your IT staff is actually concerned about the security of web apps. It's because with the and also with the the increased number of cyber attacks that are happening these days, they think that it's pretty important that we work more on the security part as well, right? So suppose you are a senior web developer in your organization, and your work is to actually recommend and research about ways to protect the web apps that the existing ones and the planned ones. But and you have been assigned to look whether specifically as a web application firewall is the best solution for your organization. So building on this scenario is what we will be talking about to better understand what exactly as a web application firewall is and whether it's the solution for your organization, right? So you might be thinking that why would hackers would target your web app? There are millions of web apps on the internet. What is so special about your web app that they would target? It's not that generally attackers are not looking for any special thing that is on your web app. It's just that basically what happens is they just want to get information regarding the users that are using the internet. If they get it from a Fortune 500 company or a company that is not very well known, the information they get from both the organizations is same. That is what matters. So it doesn't really matter how much small or big your organization is. Attackers would attack it. The other point is that the tests have found that when it comes to newly hosted web apps, bots, crawlers, automated bots, and all, and attackers actually start probing it for vulnerabilities as soon as they are hosted on the internet, right? So if you are hosting a web app on the internet, you can assume that it's going to be, probe scanned for common vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, local file inclusion, etc. almost immediately. You can also assume that these tests will go on for the lifetime of the app, right? It's not just at the beginning of your beginning of the life cycle of your app is when the security is important, but it comes to the whole lifespan of your web app where security is important. So This is where Azure Web comes into play. Actually, Azure Web is an Azure service that provides security to Azure hosted web apps. So basically, what happens is it protects you against all the common vulnerabilities that may be present. Right, there are the most common vulnerabilities, like you can look for OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities and others. Right. So actually, the benefit here is that you can deploy, you can deploy the Azure Web almost very quickly. So you can get security for a web app almost immediately. So it solves the time, the problem of your time constraint or the budget constraints, etc. So taking the example of your organization again. So your IT staff was concerned about security, but the problem was that the web development team uh, lacked the expertise for the security purposes, right? They didn't have the security expertise. They didn't have enough time and budget, right? So Azure Web, you can deploy it very quickly, and it solves the problem for time constraint at least. So going further, let's talk about some of the key features that would be very useful when it comes to Azure Web. The first one it comes out to be is the managed rules. So what exactly is a rule? A rule is something. A rule is actually firewall code that Azure Web uses to secure your web app, right? So a managed rule is actually why it has been named as managed rule. It's because of these rules are actually managed, updated, and actually even created by Microsoft experts. You don't need to write any firewall codes for it, right? So your time has been reduced, your work has been reduced because you don't need to write any codes. These rules are actually being managed by Microsoft. So an important point that comes up here is that these rules, since they are being managed by Microsoft security experts, you can't actually delete them or update them. It's not in your control. So suppose in the scenario it comes out to be that a particular managed rule is posing a problem in your environment. It may be not allowing you to have some requests that you think are legitimate, but maybe being flagged by the firewall, right? So something that in that case, there's an option that you can actually block a managed rule if you don't want to use it, but you can't change or delete it, right? So a custom rule is a very good feature when it comes in use when suppose the managed rules you have considered don't cover a particular vulnerability that your web app may be vulnerable to, right? So you can create your own custom rules in that case. You can also operate Azure Web in two modes: the detection mode and the prevention mode. Detection mode is when it logs the requests, but it doesn't prevent it, right? It doesn't block those requests, just logs them for you. The prevention mode is when it not only logs the requests, but it also blocks them, right? So we'll talk about a little bit more about this later. Exclusion list is another good feature where you can, if you want to exclude some attributes of a particular request, coming to your website or the web app, or suppose you want to actually exclude some sort of requests coming from a particular region or a particular source, you want to exclude them, so you can create an exclude list and you can mention them there. Now suppose you group all these managed rules, custom rules, exclusion lists, and everything into a single entity. So that single entity is called a policy. Now, what is the benefit of policy here is that you can apply a single policy. Creating single policy, you can apply to several web apps on your environment. So you don't need to create explicit, separate policies or separate rules for each one of the web apps that have been deployed on your web app. Your environment, right? So it saves a lot of time and a lot of budget as well. So then there's another important feature. Suppose you want to flag requests on the basis of size. You consider a particular request to be too small or too big to be accepted. You may think that a particular request too large or too small it should be illegitimate because these are not these are very these requests don't generally come up to the web apps, right? Or it actually depends on your environment which sort of requests you receive, right? So it depends on whether which requests are too small or which requests are too big. So you can put size limits on the basis of that. Similarly, a very good feature of Azure Web is that it integrates with Azure Monitor. Azure Monitor is a tool that gives you real-time alerts to you. So when it integrates with the Azure Web, it provides you the feature of near real-time alerts whenever your Azure Web detects any threat. So I've been talking about common attacks a lot, right? That it protects against common attacks, right? So let's talk about what are these common attacks, some of these common attacks actually. and how does Azure Web prevents them, and how exactly these common attacks actually allow the attackers to get access. I have taken this section so you can actually understand what actually happening in the real world and how Azure Web actually protects you. So let's talk about some of the attacks here. So the first one I want to talk about here is SQL injection. So it actually the attacker actually injects some malicious SQL statements into the server and tricks the server into running those malicious SQL statements. That may allow the attacker to access to sensitive information, or it may allow them to even not only edit the database in the in the back end, but also may allow them to delete the whole database, right? That can be very serious matter for the company. You don't want that to happen, right? So this is just an example of SQL injection. Then we have cross-site scripting. As you can understand, it's with the name. What actually happens here is the attacker sends a code to the user's browser. The browser runs that code, and then that code allows the attacker to get access to users session data or users cookies. That may allow the user to get access to the user's account with the help of those cookies or session data, especially if those cookies are not being updated. Local file inclusion attack is a sort of attack where the attacker actually exploits the include statements that run in the server. So they actually include local files that are already present on the server, right? They are not adding their own files, but the files that are already present on the server. What they would do is, suppose they may edit those local files, and then they put them into the include statements, right? And that may make the server or deceive the server into running that file, which may then allow the attacker to get access to sensitive information. Then it comes to remote file inclusion. It's almost similar to local file inclusion, as you can see, but the difference is that the file that is being added is a remote file that is available on the remote server, the server that belongs to the attacker, right? So the file has been included remotely from attacker server to this server, and which may then do the same purpose as was being done by local file inclusion. The PHP injection is a type of attack where the attacker may put a PHP code into the a web server that may be added locally or remotely. It depends. It may become a local file inclusion or remote file inclusion, and that may make may allow the attacker to run the PHP commands, and those PHP commands then can allow them to get access to sensitive information. Then protocol attacks actually pertains to HTTPS request header, where the attacker might put some malicious content in there, and then may make again deceive the server into running that particular content, because maybe the server is not checking what exactly the content that is being received in the server. If they are not sanitizing the input, if they're not checking what the input they're receiving, it may just without checking run that command, and if that command is actually command or code, whatever that is being entered there is malicious, they may just that may allow the attacker to gain access. Then the final one I want to talk about here is remote command execution. Remote command execution is when, suppose you've got access to the web server. In that case, you're actually able to run commands on the server remotely. It's just like you're running commands on the command prompt of PowerShell, right? But what happens here is the attacker is able to run those commands remotely from their own server instead of coming to the actual system, right? Like suppose running the ls command, which gives you the directory listing, right? Something like that. So they are actually able to do that from their own server. So let's not get too much into it. So now, since you have understood some of the key features of Azure Web Application Firewall and understood some of the attacks, only some of the attacks that are being taken care of Azure Web, those attacks are not limited to just those I showed you. There are a lot of other attacks that are being taken care of Azure Web. So now let's get into how exactly Azure Web actually works. So I will be taking the example of sanitizing the input. So suppose this is, as you can see on the screen, a web form that may be available on a web app, right? And it allows the user to enter username and password, and then it has a sign in button, right? So let me talk about what exactly, since this particular web form is actually accessing data from the database, since it's actually checking whether the username is right or not, whether this username is actually present in the database or not, and if that username is present, whether the corresponding password is the password that is being entered is right or wrong, right? So it checks it that way. Suppose there are two columns, username, password, so it will check it whether the data is right or not. Right. So the SQL statement that is running behind it to access the database looks something like this. Select everything. This asterisk is a wildcard, which is for everything. Select everything from users table, where username equals. Now suppose a username variable is associated with the username part block, and user password is associated with the password block. So it looks something like username equals username and password equals user password. So suppose now coming back to our web form, the user enters support username and suppose the password entered is 1234 ABCD. So the SQL statement will look something like this. Select everything from users table where username equals support and password equals 1234 ABCD, right? So this just a second. This this variable has taken the input, and now the support has been entered in place of this variable, and this password input is 1234, which is now being entered into this particular variable. So this is how it looks. Now you need to focus upon the single quotes that are present there, because this is very important when a malicious attack happens. Now suppose, so coming to the part when a illegitimate request has been sent to the server rather than the legitimate request, something like this. So suppose an attacker comes and they may enter a data like this, right? So select everything from users where username equals admin. We are assuming that admin user exists on the website, right? So what they've done here is they've entered admin here, then put a double dash and then a single quote here, right? So what is happening here is this double dash is used to comment out everything that is present, commenting out just like in any other programming language. So what exactly they're doing here is they're by double dash they're commenting out everything that is written afterwards, and they have put this single quote here because the default one is getting commented out, so they need to enter their own one also, otherwise it will cause an error. So what is actually happening here is, see, this is how it will get executed. The rest of the statement after this has been ignored, right? So now if the user admin actually exists, the attacker will be able to get access into the website as an admin without even needing to enter the password. So this is a very serious breach, and which looks very simple, right? This is just an example of, I would say this is an example of SQL injection where they have modified the SQL statement that is running behind. So this is where Azure Web comes into play. So what exactly Azure Web doing here is it will create a barrier of non-trust, or non-trust barrier between the user input and the web server. So basically what does it mean is the web server will always consider the user input to be potentially malicious, right? So instead of proving any input is malicious, they will try to prove instead the opposite. They will try to prove whether the malicious, initially considering it as malicious, they will try to prove whether it is legitimate or not, so that any malicious input will never enter or will never reach to the web page or the website actually, right? So as you can see, authorized user is being allowed while the SQL injection attempt is being blocked. So this is how it works. Now talking a bit about rules, core rule sets and rule groups, some good features of Azure Web when you need to set up Azure Web. So a rule, as I told you earlier, is a firewall code that is being used by Azure Web to detect and prevent any common attacks from happening, right? A core rule set is a combination, or actually is a collection of related rules. Now this relation is on the basis of the set defined by OWASP. OWASP is actually Open Web Application Security Project. Okay, the sets that have been defined is on the basis of that is the collection of related, this the collection of these related rules is a core rule set. Now, what exactly is a rule group? It is a collection of group of specific rules in a CRS. So what does it mean is, it's a group of specific rules. So suppose you can understand that there's a group for SQL injection, and there's a group for taking care of local file inclusion, then there's a group for remote file inclusion, something like that. And those rule groups will contain all the rules on the basis of that particular attack, right? And that core rule set will contain a lot of rule groups, dozens of rule groups, right? This is how it works. So basically you can see a core rule set contains rule groups, and a rule group contains a lot of rules. This is how it works. This is the anarchy here. So I told you about custom rules. So let's talk a bit about when you are setting a custom rule, how you can do that, and what are the things that you need to do. So by setting a custom rule, if suppose your managed rules are not able to take care of a particular vulnerability that you think maybe your web page is vulnerable to, or your web app is vulnerable to, you can consider a custom rule. So a custom rule, when you can writing a custom rule or actually setting up a custom rule, you need to put up some conditions, and those conditions require some components. Those components include variables such as request header or query string, HTTP or HTTPS request methods such as post, get, put, etc. Right? Or operators such as equal, contains, etc. And actions such as block or allow. Right? Now here one point that comes into my mind is an important point that needs to be mentioned here is that Azure Web also supports Azure actually what we call it as geo match operator. Right? A geo match operator is something that matches the the country code or the region code. So suppose if an attack has happened on your web page, and you have declared or you have been able to identify from which region or from which country these particular requests are coming from, right? So you can block requests coming from that particular region using a geo match operator. Right? I mean that will be very useful there. So similarly, talking a little more, let's talk a bit more about detection mode and prevention mode. These are the two modes that Azure Web operates in. So a detection mode is a mode where Azure Web only logs the request, but it doesn't blocks them. While the prevention mode is when it not only logs the request, but it also prevents them from blocks them from reaching into the web page. Right. So an important point that comes up here is a common scenario is when you're in the web development cycle during the testing period. It's generally recommended to use that in the detection mode. Then after that, checking for false positives and false negatives, and then coming or switching to the prevention mode. Why is that so? First, let us understand what is a false positive. It's a legitimate request that the firewall flags as malicious. Sometimes you would have encountered with your own antivirus or the Microsoft firewall, right? Windows firewall actually. They sometimes block a legitimate request that is falsely being flagged as malicious, right? That is what a false positive is. Similarly, false negative is a malicious request that the firewall allows. So during the testing period, using the detection mode, what you can do is you can first check for any false positives or false negatives that may be coming up. You may try to remove them, all of them, almost all of them, right? Only then come to the prevention mode, so that the requests that are being blocked are not causing any false positives or false negatives. So one of the most important parts now comes up is deployment options. So what are the options that are available for deploying Azure Web? So before getting to that, there are some things that you need to consider. So the things we have built upon is what will be used here. So when you're deploying your Azure Web, there are certain things that you need to use. Is first of all, what are the managed rules set you want to use, right? What is the managed rule set you want to use? The core rule set you want to use, right? Then which rules within that rule set you want to disable? Because you can't delete them or edit them, you need to either disable them or allow them, right? Then any custom rules you want to add. Suppose again the managed rule is not able to take care of any particular vulnerability that you think maybe that your web app is vulnerable to, then you may put up your own custom rules. Then which mode you want to use, right? The prevention mode or the detection mode. So I've already talked about the common scenario that you should use in that case. So now coming to the deployment options, there are generally two services that you can use when it comes to deploying Azure Web. The two services you can use is, first of all, Azure Front Door. So when you have already created your Azure Front Door profile, you can integrate your Azure Web profile with the Azure Front Door profile. Another option is using Azure Application Gateway. So you actually, what you do is here is you customize or you customize your application gateway to include the Azure Web tile as well. So there are two options available. Either you can do that during the setting up of the application gateway profile, or you can later on update your application gateway profile to include the Azure Web tile, right? Then later on, you can integrate them together. These are the two options that you can use to deploy your Azure Web, right? And use the subsequent features of Azure Web. So lastly, now I want to talk about to more effectively understand whether Azure Web is the solution for you or your organization. Right. So what I will be doing here is I will be talking about some scenarios here, which may resonate or may not resonate with your organization, depends. And on the basis of that, you will be able to understand whether Azure Web is the solution for you or not. So the first scenario is, suppose you have web apps that contain sensitive or proprietary data, right? So what happens is some attackers are actually motivated, with the challenge of just breaching a website, right? Not with the sake of getting anything, just with the challenge of breaching a website. But that's not the case most of the time. Most of the time, what happens is an attacker, when they try to attack or hack a website or breach a website, the purpose is to get a payoff in return. Now that payoff may be in the form of customer credit card numbers, or sensitive personal information such as driver's license numbers or passport numbers, or proprietary or secret company data, right? So now that data may be used directly or indirectly. They may use it directly by they may use these stolen credit card numbers to buy some products on the e-commerce website, or they may sell that data by using it indirectly. They may sell that data on the black market, which in the internet terms, or in the online terms, we call it as dark web. So they may sell it there, and they would get millions of dollars or millions of rupees, I should say, depends well, for selling that data. How much they can earn. So this is how they can use it. Now, another scenario that can come up here is before that, actually, now talking about the first scenario itself. Now this is where Azure Web can be very useful. So Azure Web, what it can do it will prevent or detect and prevent any such attacks that may allow the attacker to get access to sensitive or proprietary data. So this is where Azure Web can be very useful for you. Now, suppose you have web apps that require users to sign in. So suppose an example I talked to you about, right? It's something similar to that. So you have web apps that require users to sign in. So what happens is attackers are generally trying to gather users' credentials so that they are able to get access to your web app, right? If suppose SQL injection is not working, so they might try to get that information so that they can directly get access to your website. So how exactly that what are the ways they can use that credential information is they can access the app as an authorized user, right? Or they may even be able to run scripts or commands with elevated privileges, that is the admin user, right? So admin user generally has all the rights to do anything. They might be able to access other parts of the network, or they might be able to use an account's credentials to sign into other sites and services, because this is a very big problem with people is a very important aspect in security terms, because as you can see, a very big problem with people is that they tend to use similar passwords in different websites or whatever accounts they've created all over the internet, a Gmail account, a Facebook account, something like that, a Microsoft account. So they are generally using very similar what exactly same password everywhere, because they can't remember each and every password for each and every account. So what happens is, even if one of the websites get breached, the attacker might be able to get access to other accounts as well, because the same password is being used there. So there's a very big problem. Now coming back to the point, so coming back to the credential part, so these are some of the ways they may use it. So Azure Web can be again useful very here, that it will prevent any such attacks that may try to allow the attacker to get access to such sensitive data. Now suppose your web developers lack security expertise. So coding or writing a security code for protection against web attack, those common attacks is time taking, requires a lot of money, requires a lot of budget constraints can be there in an organization, and a lot of security expertise. So some sort of information that they may require, that is the general structure of HTTP or HTTPS requests and responses. Specific HTTPS request types are such as post, put, get, such type of requests, or user agents, query strings, other variables, or front-end web technologies, server-side web technologies, something like that. So what if your web app development team, is lacking in one or more of these concepts? Then it's a very good chance that one or more of common exploits are, still there in our web app, because those couldn't be taken care of because your web app development team were lacking in these concepts. So, as a web comes to be very useful here, because you don't need to worry about here is because, it's being managed by Microsoft security experts, right? So you don't need to worry about the security expertise of a web development team or have a security team separately, because it's being managed by Microsoft experts. So they will take care of everything that needs to be taken care of. And suppose your web app developers have other priorities, right? So obviously you're not creating, most probably you're not, developing a web app for the sole purpose of securing it, right? That's not the same case. You're doing it for some other purpose, right? Providing services to your customers, right? Something like that, like an e-commerce website, suppose. So your sole purpose is not securing it. Obviously it's a very important priority, but not the sole priority, right? So you would want your web developers to focus on those priorities first, to work on the features and all. So in that case, but your IT team is still concerned about providing the security, or securing the backups, because after all they are putting it on the internet and there's a good chance that an attack may happen. So what happens here is your team lacks security expertise. So again, Azure Web can take care of that. What will happen is Microsoft will take care of your security, while your web app development team can focus on other priorities. Now suppose you have web app development budget constraints. So when it comes to budget, again, writing codes for securing your web app against common vulnerabilities is a very expensive proposition. It's because there are very rare web developers with the necessary security expertise, right? There are either developers or there are either security experts. So even if there are such people in an organization, they may demand very high salary as compared to their colleagues who don't have such expertise, right? So it becomes very expensive. Also, coding against the full range of web exploits isn't a one-time only proposition. It's because there are always new exploits, new vulnerabilities coming every day. Like you can suppose there are almost I can't remember the figure, but it's like there are almost so many vulnerabilities coming every day. There are zero-day exploits and such a lot of things. And then there are existing exploits or vulnerabilities that are being updated every day. So it's not that you have written the code and it's done. No, you need to update the code time by time. You need to write new codes for new vulnerabilities. So it becomes very expensive, right? So though Azure Web is not free, it's not free, but you might find that the cost associated with Azure Web is much more cost effective than hiring a full-time security team, right? So that is how it solves the problem. Now you have web app development time constraints. Now when it comes to like your web app development team has a very tight deadline, right? You want to develop a website very quickly. So you would want again your web development team to focus on the the development rather than the security part, or you would want them to focus on the security part later. So still you are putting it on the internet, you want it to be secured, so you can again put it behind a web application firewall like an Azure Web, so it can take care of that. Then suppose your web app must be built and deployed quickly. It happens when your web app has a purpose, something like that. It doesn't require much of much work on it. So suppose your web app is just a proof of concept, right? It's just only meant to prove that some technique or proposal or design is feasible, right? Or it's a MVP, that is a minimal viable product. It has only enough features, get be usable by early adopters to provide feedback. So obviously you just want to focus on only those enough features, right? Security features are not exactly necessary for the web app to work, though security again is necessary. I'm not saying that it's not necessary, but yeah, when you are talking about enough features, then you wouldn't want to consider the security part. But still, because you're allowing it to your, giving it to your customers, is obviously that you are hosting it on the internet, and it obviously becomes very, very vulnerable, or what do you call it, as a good chances of getting attacked because it's on the internet. So again, Azure Web can take care of that. The web app launch will be high profile. The last one I'm trying to consider now is, suppose your marketing team has been, promoting your upcoming web app, right, or upcoming service in the form of a web app, right? So they have been promoting that a lot before even it has been launched. So as much as your customers are getting to know, who are interested in using those services, hackers or malicious actors are also getting to know that you are going to launch a website very soon, right? So they may try to disrupt this launch. Why? Because don't know, they just want to disrupt it, or they may be getting some benefits out of it, right? So they just want to disrupt it. They may try to disrupt their launch, right? So that would cost a good amount of money, or would cost very expensive for your organization. So then that is where Azure Web can be used, because Azure Web can take care of Azure Web can take care of any disruptions that may be caused by any malicious actor, through some common attacks. So Azure Web can take care of that. So finally, I just want to like to say that though Azure Web or any other web application firewall or any other tool is very important or is a very good solution for a security, it's just one aspect of your whole security plan, because you need to know there's no single bullet for providing security to any network resources or your web apps or anything, right? There's no single bullet. So obviously just using Azure Web or any other web application firewall is not the only solution for you, but it obviously will do a lot of work for you. So you need to consider other things as well. So it's not that is the only solution, or there's no single bullet, right? So thank you very much. So finally, I guess you would have got an idea about whether you can use it, whether Azure Web is the solution for you or your organization or not, and what are the things you would want to consider in your security plan. Right. So thank you very much for being with me in this session.
This was an amazing session. Great hearing about how we can efficiently manage our applications and their security. Thanks a lot for the session and the insights into what all attacks we can prevent with the firewall and what kind of use cases we can use it in. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, actually, generally are focusing on the development part of the web apps. So it's very important that it becomes important that you also consider the security part of it, right? So I thought that this session would be very important. So thank you very much.
Definitely beneficial. Yeah, thank you. So as we move forward, we're moving into a break time of about 15 to 18 minutes. We'll be back in 18 minutes. In the meanwhile, for the break, we're just gonna stay around and have a small little chit chat amongst ourselves and with all the audience here. Join us, grab some snacks. We can all just chat while we're on a break. Following the break, make sure you're back because we're going to have an amazing and interesting panel on hacking with Azure and Imagine Cup. So that's all.
So we are back.
Hi.
I think we should have Simon on as well. I think it'll be fun to see that happen.
I find someone missing.
Yeah. Just give me a second. I'll be back.
Sure.
So Simran, what's up with you?
Oh, I'm just really enjoying.
All right. What's up, everyone?
Hi, Simon.
You
Enjoying
guys
being
have
here.
been, you guys and girls have been doing absolutely amazing job. I see it. I gotta remove this break panel. All right. Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
How long do we have? We have about
15 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Still 15 minutes. We have about 15 minutes, so shouldn't be a worry.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So this is an unplanned panel that we have. I don't know. It's called panel or what. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but I've been looking at the session behind the scenes. You guys and girls have been doing absolutely amazing job. Starting Aditya with the hosting, then Vedant coming in and giving his session, Simran taking away the session, the hosting from Aditya. Absolutely great. And I know there's a lot of effort and hard work that you all 3-4 guys and girls have done it. So we really appreciate it. This is a pure developers audience, but I'm really grateful that you guys just came in and said, "Hey, let's have a sprint track." So really appreciate it. Yeah, let's go ahead and talk. I had the opportunity to meet Vedant almost like some years back. but I've not met Aditya and Simran. So yeah,
It's very funny because Simon came to my college for a talk, but I did not know there was someone called Stephen Simon at that point of time, back
very
in my
nice.
first year.
And someone just liked that tweet out of a couple of days back, and I was like, whoa,
Yeah.
here's a tweet that we have.
It's very interesting because one of my batchmates had met him and they knew them, and I knew that there was. That's how I got to know that there's someone called Simon, because one of my friends who I used to work with in college at that point of time for department stuff had met you, and that was Arshad, I think.
Yeah, Arshad Khan. He was very active then. I think he is now gone.
I think he still stays a little active, mostly on on-campus stuff though.
Okay, great. He was
When
then
I
very
was like in my first year, so that's kind of way back. I don't want to.
2018. 18, I believe.
Yeah.
You know,
ages back.
That version
It was
of
back
me.
when Simon was young. It was back when Simon was young.
He's still young, I think. Isn't he?
I mean, we can't call Simon old.
We can have a new hashtag. Simon
you
so
know,
young.
one of the, I think I said, one of these two. I think this one is 2017, and this one is 2016, and this one is 2017. So you can still feel that when I was in 2017, I was still in college, right? So you can guess it. Yeah, imagine. I have a lot of them. I have a lot of
more.
Then
stuff.
things are offline and things are very good. Looking back, being an Imagine Cup when things were offline, we were doing in person. One idea would take you to a 5-star hotel. You would just stay there, meet with corporate vice presidents, the people who lead Microsoft India and across the globe. You would get to meet them. So
Yeah.
that was pretty cool. Things have gone online, but never mind. I hope things get offline very soon.
I mean, we've had one close enough experience, fortunately, after the VSCode hackathon. That was Simran and I, and
I'm sorry to interrupt
the
you,
prize,
Aditya.
apart from earbuds,
But
was like a mentorship session with a CVP. So that was nice.
Yeah, this one question, let's go ahead and answer, right? I'm not going to answer this because, okay, there's a question from Mahesh. He says, hey, Rockstar panel, I got a question. Each of you, what you see yourself doing 20 years from now? I'll start with Simran, then we'll move to Vedant.
Probably the same thing, like, having fun with friends all over the world. Hopefully in person, but probably the same thing. Aside from, like, since I have college now, I'd probably have work then. But 20 years from now, I want to be doing the same thing, chilling and organizing community events, having fun, meeting everybody in person. So I think hopefully this.
Well, 20 years from now, I'll be probably co-hosting 2040 Cloud Summit.
Good one. 41. Let's say 41. 2041.
2041, right. Alongside senior researcher. So, on a serious note.
Aditya, what will you be doing?
I actually don't know, to be honest, because I think the work we're doing right now is stuff we would probably not have imagined ourselves doing 2 years back. So probably jumping 20 years ahead it's a big leap. So, I kind of want there to be a little mystery there. Let's see. But hopefully I'll be doing similar stuff. I've started doing this not just voluntarily, but as a job now as well. It's been 19 days now. I started my first job in DevRel.
Yeah, it was dev relation job, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I hope to continue in the space, definitely. And let's see, who knows what's in store in 20 years. It'll be
By
fun
the way,
to
what
see.
a coincidence. We all are wearing black today.
Vedant just remove the jacket and it'll be black.
And
But I guess I didn't notice the whole time. I started with a gray, then I shifted to black, and now I have a blue jacket.
No, but I think the black is something all our families complain about. All you have is black clothes because all we have is swags.
True. Like now, honestly, if the swags I get are not black, mom's a lot happier.
Oh my goodness. Let me think. Oh my god, I'm sorry. The t-shirt swag for Cloud Summit is black this time.
Oh, I still want black.
We don't mind.
Yeah, I still want black.
Our moms do.
It was weird blue.
The three toys right now on my table are all black. Like, it's just, I have three right now, but well.
Oh yeah, I don't have these soft toys. Then they were not
This is
only
the
soft
only
toys.
soft toy I have. This is the only soft toy I
No,
have.
I have
It's there on the
this.
.NET Foundation store.
I don't have them.
This humans of IT
The
I
.NET
like this.
Foundation store.
mascot. That
Yeah, we don't have
I just
one.
have one thing which I always show, which is this pen.
I don't know.
It's
we're calling the
Oh, yeah,
pen
I have the
Shaku
same
for
bag.
years now.
Yeah, it's
Super,
Sheku.
I think.
Shake
don't
from
have it.
Adam.
Probably the one non-Microsoft related, little piece I have one around my table that's also not black, but that's a really nice, cool one.
Ooh,
I'm just
nice.
looking for something
Oh, that's Dory's friend
Simon's
actually.
just gonna grab the Cloud Summit
Yeah, that's
thing
Simon.
and he's gonna be like,
That's a cooler. I don't have anything. I feel
Yeah,
very
yeah,
sad.
you have nothing, just a little wall with all of these trophies and plaques and all.
No.
And,
Those are like
and no, you have the smiley
and a
pillow.
cool little
You have
wall
the smiley
sign.
pillow. You have the smiley pillow.
Oh yeah. It's just, that smiley pillow is a little too famous. I mean, I had to remove
Simon
it.
so already forgets.
By the way, that light, the Azure light in the background, was it installed specially for Azure Summit?
Yeah, exactly. I keep on changing my room a lot. It was very
But
different.
that looks so cool. I mean,
Yeah.
I
mean,
need
earlier
something like
I
that.
painted on my own. I mean, I keep on even posting on. I paid all this on my own. It was
yeah,
yellow, then
I
green.
saw something on his Instagram about painting and his landlord.
Simon,
I also
you have another possible career opportunity if you ever want to
even this
transition
thing,
there.
right? I made this one actually. This shelves. I made it on my own. This
Wow,
one.
that's great.
DIY.
It looks really
career
nice. It
option.
honestly looks really nice.
Yeah.
It looks
I
great.
especially
I'm
love the
jealous of
plaque
that.
just around your head, the one with the cloud and a little arrow
The
that you're
cloud.
Yeah. The other one. So I have many samples, right? So this one is this one has a white arrow, whereas this
And the
one
other's
looks a little
transparent?
small. Yeah, it's not transparent. It's hollow from there. We're just
Oh,
trying samples. We're just trying sample. I can
that's so
get
cool.
up and show it to you now, but you guys are going to judge me because I'm not wearing because
I mean, we won't judge you. I won't say anything about the rest of the audience, though. So,
Well, that's
We can't judge you because we're all in the same boat.
exactly.
yeah, but I love video recording. It is something that I love it. I mean, that's how even I love videos in any way, maybe live and all. So that's
yeah.
why you also have a camera and mic over there. So.
Speaking of videos, I think I'll be joining you tomorrow as well.
Oh yes, This is day number 7. You join us on day number 8, and
Yep.
things get very intense from this Monday. I mean, the second week is very intense, where these sessions are very I would say developers oriented. We have more of the
Mine
CEOs and
definitely is.
CTOs joining
Oh,
us
wow.
towards the second week of the Cloud Summit, aka Azure Summit, how we say it.
I have no idea whether to be excited or scared at this moment.
Abhishek says, amazing people loving this talk. We still have about 6 or 7 minutes before we go. And by the way, I see
For a very,
Nandini,
very exciting. Yeah.
yeah, you both were. And thanks to everyone who's joining us from behind the scene. Anush, Khushi, Piyush, we'll have you back very soon. How was the
Oh, that's gonna
experience
be
with
fun.
the online Imagine Cup? How does that work? I didn't see it, but
It's interesting
Mhm.
because it's different because what happens is at least for last year with the national rounds, a few of the initial stages were just submissions of the pitch and a recording, but the final and the championship after for the national rounds were live. So that was there. That was very interesting. Um, Properly structured, so that wasn't an issue.
Okay.
We used Teams there for us, our thing. So, well, that's a software
Quick
I
question.
think all of
Quick
us are
question.
comfortable with at least.
Yeah, we
And
have. Yeah.
it worked within strict guidelines, but we had proper Q&As, proper grilling on our pitches, so it worked out well. And Simon, yeah, this one for you. In our category judging, we had Venki sir as well.
Yeah, I recently saw his career update on LinkedIn the other day.
We had the opportunity to listen to him yesterday because GitHub Field Day was happening in India for the first time.
Yeah.
And he was
speaking
there
there?
as a panelist.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, he has always been a part of this, a student evangelism part
Yeah.
in any way, no matter he's working in any organization, in any location, in any manner. He'll
It
just
was
find his way
amazing
to
interacting with him.
It was lovely,
because
honestly.
he just finds his way. We remember we used to call him Banky. He's very famously known as Banky, and yeah, he's been.
I think I've heard that from all of you only, because by the time we joined the program, it had become a global program. So that was there. And we used to work with some DevRel in India, like right now as well. Vivek Sridhar is pretty involved with us right now.
Yeah, Vivek.
Yeah. Earlier, Arco used to stay involved. Right now, he's at GitHub. So that's
He's
always
at
been
GitHub, so
there.
he's involved with the
Yeah.
campus experts. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 5 minutes to go. Vedant says, quick question to all of you. Any one of you can answer. How has the this micro student learn ambassador, it has now gone global, right? How is the application process? I want to know that. How is the application process? Then I'll tell you the application process that we had.
Well, I
am aware of some of the intricacies of your time. I know some of what happened at your point of time. It was definitely very different. But I like partly tell why this transition has happened as well. So right now there is a written question and a video application format where we have 3 categories. One is to talk about, why you want to work with communities, why you want to impact, why you are fit for the program. A. In the second, you have to teach a concept. Any technical concept, just teach it.
You have to make a video out of it, right?
Sorry?
You have to make a video and record it.
So yeah, that's also what I'll get to. And C is promote, which is how you, if you were leading an event, how would you go across distributing and getting it out there? So out of these 3, you can choose. You have to make a video on 1 and write on 2. So the choice is totally yours. When we had applied, it was just like the first one, which is around, why you should be in the program and all of that. That one used to be a mandatory video recording. I think when we'd applied, I don't totally remember, but I think it was something like that because I'd made a video on that. But now it's an option out of these 3. Apart from that, they do take all your academic details, your different profiles, portfolio, all of that, what domains you're interested in. So that sort of stuff is there. A reason why this transition has happened is because the program has shifted to a more beginner-centric idea or a philosophy where they want people to come. There is a component of upskilling. That's a mandatory component now. So without upskilling, whether you're organizing or anything, you can't grow through the program. That has to be there. And they have that as an aspect. So the upskilling is now an essential component in the process. And they're trying to ensure it remains as beginner-centric as possible.
But the important thing to mention is that still the application just demands for the passion to learn and share. Not even if you are beginners, still you can. If you have that passion to learn and share and upskill, then the program welcomes you anytime.
That's absolutely amazing. I think the course still remains the same. Even then, we had even if you don't come from a computer science background, you can just go ahead and apply. And there were many even student kids, people from mechanical engineering, civil engineering, and from
that's there now
as well. What has changed? There was always video. They didn't ask us to record a video of the session, but they would ask us the picture because then things were in person. What was very different then back in 2014, 13, right? They would ask us to create a Windows app.
Yeah.
Right. And
I remember that.
Yeah, right. And here's what. Back in 2013, we didn't have that of internet connection. Right. So we actually had to go to internet cafes, or maybe when our college, we would do a mass bunk, we would go to library, or we would go to our labs and get the internet access, download the Visual Studio, which was very challenging. Then using Visual Studio 2013 was installing would take around maybe 5-6 hours, and then setting up the packages, then looking for it, then creating an app, then pushing it. That was one where you had to be technical. And second was if you had certification, and then you could go ahead and also, then they would consider it better. And again, certification wasn't that easy. Then now you can go ahead and it's
there's a lot more training. There's a lot more learning.
Then we actually had to go to test centers, buy a book, right? Buy an exam book, prepare it, and that's how it worked. So yeah, things have changed. Things are involved for the better cause, no doubt. Simon,
and now we know how Simon used to mass bunk and what he used to do there.
I used to do a lot.
Simon is a wise man in a small body, in a young man's body.
I used to do a lot, and my teachers were very kind that they would give me the attendance. But yeah, I loved it. But I think, guys and girls, it's time we move to our panel, right? Let's take a minute commercial, and then we'll hand it over to Simran. And yeah, there she goes. All right, guys, see you in a bit. Ta-ra.
Very excited.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
Hi everyone. So now we have an amazing panel on hacking with Azure and Imagine Cup, and we have the best panelists. So without further ado, I'm going to start introducing our panelists. Our first panelist is Piyush Jha. He is currently a software engineer at Goldman Sachs. He was the Microsoft Imagine Cup World Champion in 2020. He cherishes entrepreneurship and has also had the opportunity to be a founding member of 2 startups. Welcome, Piyush.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
Great. How's it going for you?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Happy to be here. Happy to share my 2 cents on whatever you guys want to learn more about. I've had an exciting journey all through long. So, I mean, what Simran probably failed to mention is that all of this has been in Hong Kong. So I'm still in Hong Kong and I'm based out of Hong Kong right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so it might be a little late there. Also, if you could be a little louder, we're having some audio. Just check that. In the meanwhile, yeah. In the meanwhile, let's get on to introducing our second panelist. We have Shubhangi Gupta. She is a Gold Microsoft Launchpad Ambassador and the national runner-up for Microsoft Imagine Cup India Championship. She's also the co-founder of Rahi, a mental health initiative that I personally am a fan of. Welcome, Shubhangi.
Hi everyone. Hi Simran, and thank you for the amazing.
Hey. Oh, I think it does little justice. But yeah, thanks for joining us today. Moving on, we have Khushi Gupta, who is the 2021 Imagine Cup World Champion from Team Raviba. She's joining us as the latest World Champion of the Microsoft Imagine Cup. So welcome, Khushi.
Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us today.
Sure, my pleasure.
So, yeah. Last but definitely not the least, we have Anush Krishna V, who is a data analytics student, a Gold Microsoft Launchpad Ambassador, and a 7-time International Hackathon winner. Welcome, Anush.
Hey everybody, thank you for having me here, Simran.
Thanks for joining us. So how's everyone doing today? It's different times for everybody. I think it's a little late for Piyush, a little early for Khushi. So how y'all doing?
Good. At the last moment, my laptop decided to update, hence I have joined from my phone. But nevertheless, I'm pretty excited for this session, and hope everyone will enjoy. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. I think Windows updates, last minute Windows updates we've all seen. So
For sure.
let's get started. I think we'll first be talking a little bit about hacking with Azure. That is a part of our panel. So we'll start with how have hackathons, participating in hackathons helped you personally, each of you, impacted your career and your growth, both on a personal skilling front and in terms of your career. Let's start with Piyush on that.
Sure. Can you hear me better now, or is it still bad?
It's much better.
All right. Yeah. Well, personally for me, I got into this hackathon scheme more or less like in my first year of university. So back in 2016, I did probably more than 40 to 50 competitions by the time I graduated. And all this while, I think primarily every weekend when I went and built on something new, I opened my mind up towards new technologies, towards new business problems. Being in Hong Kong, it was super financial oriented, to be very honest. So I had a lot more financial technology exposure, and then that's how it's been since all then. But like with Imagine Cup back in 2020, and I mean I've been doing Imagine Cup since 2018, so 18, 19, 20. So that was pretty much an open domain, right? In my time, I mean the themes were pretty generic, and probably you guys have seen that general themes, right? So more or less all these health technology ideas were some of the ones which will end up getting the recognition, right? So I think, like, personally, every weekend when I went and built something new, I learned something new, and it pushed me to do something better for my own career. Landed me several internships. People in the community started recognizing me. I still lead quite a few startup hubs in Hong Kong and meet innovators, entrepreneurs, students, and I do these student evangelism as much as I can, even though I'm working full time, right? So it changed my life, right? And I think if I see my peers who probably weren't doing as many hackathons, I think overall at the end of the day, the huge diversity of skills that I got to do, like, and it helps me in my day-to-day work. I've been working now full time for over a year, and sometimes someone will tell me, "Oh, we need this some quick, dirty, cheap thing done to show up to our clients," and I can build up a React app, and at the same time, I can go ahead and write like core data science and machine learning algorithms. So you get that sort of broad range of things and abilities because of building cheap, dirty products in competitions, and it opens the brain up. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, hacking is, I think, in my experience as well, all about it just works. I don't know why, and we learn a lot along the way with that. So, and also hacking does, I mean, the words that you used, honestly, it changed your life is something that I can resonate with as well. I think we can, what are your thoughts on that, Anush?
I completely agree on that, and I really like the way he said cheap, dirty application. So, hackathon for me has been literally a life changer. So, I'm not from a very technical background. I came from commerce to computer science, and winning hackathon was something that I never really planned to. And when last year when I started into hackathons, I was like, I had no idea. I knew how to write hello world programs. Other than that, I had no idea about frameworks or anything. And hackathon has always been a place where I learn new technologies and pick up new things. And little did I expect, after 1 year later, I would go on to win hackathons at Stanford and participate over 50 hackathons in a time of 1 year. So for me, a hackathon has been a place where I met a lot of close friends, and I even had a chance to work with Aditya and so many amazing people. And one thing I was always able to get out of hackathon was that I was able to find out problems and build applications. Like I understood that I can work better under pressure, and I was able to lead a team into a hackathon. So that was something I really came to know about myself. So it was more of like self-realization for me. So if that rings a bell for people here. So that was my take from hackathon.
That is amazing. I think moving on to this point, we're going to be talking about how hackathons have helped you and how Azure has help you in your hackathon experience. That is, if hacking with Azure has facilitated your hacking experience, has it made it easier for you to make hacky products or like overall come up with quick solutions? So with that, has it really helped? How has it helped with moving in hackathons and building your projects? So, Khushi, how has your experience been with Azure?
Okay, so in my opinion, Azure is really a game changer. So when we did our project, that's Revaba, so we used Azure a lot. Of course, one of the requirements was to use Azure, but we decided to use Azure like fully. So there are many services, around 200 services, more than that, and they integrate very easily. So it's very helpful for us. And since we were using Azure for the first time, it was like a technical learning curve for us, but it went very smoothly. There's a lot of documentation present that helps you throughout the way. And scaling up and down is also very easy with Azure. And anyone who wants to learn new things, I'd really recommend Azure for them because it's very easy. Very there are a lot of documentation present, and it's very I don't know. It has like a very easy interface for users that are just starting. So yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely something I resonate with. It is very beginner friendly and the documentation really helps. How has your experience been working with various of those technologies and documentations? While documentation helps you, do you believe that creating documentation is also equally necessary, like when you've been working with it for your products and such?
Right. I think it is because we heavily relied on documentation. If something is not working, of course, we Google it, we go through documentation and get to know how it works. So it was a first time for us. So we relied heavily on the Microsoft Learn videos and such documentation. So yeah, that's very important in my opinion.
Okay, yeah. So since we've heard almost like a part of Khushi's hacking story, I'd love to hear your favorite hacking stories, hackathons or competitions. Let's start with Shubhangi. What has your favorite hackathon experience been so far?
Well, I have to say my favorite hackathon experience was Imagine Cup. Although it was virtual, but it was just amazing, and the ride is like a roller coaster. I remember before submitting our final submission, 3 nights we were not sleeping at all. We were working on our project. Is my voice visible?
I think we're getting feedback. Khushi, could you try muting yourself? Yeah.
Yeah. So the last 3 nights we spent were sleepless. We were working on a prototype. We were working on documenting, and it was like sort of a last minute decision to submit to Imagine Cup. I mean, we always wanted to, but we were not so confident. And the documentation was pretty long. We documented our architecture and everything, and yeah, it was pretty crazy. So definitely Imagine Cup was one of the best experiences.
I think I can completely relate with the sleepless nights. I was on vacation when we got the notification for our final submissions for national finale, and I was like, ditch the vacation. I pulled an all-nighter. It was crazy. Imagine Cup is always a crazy experience. What's your favorite hacking story so far, Piyush, since you've done so many hackathons?
Well, I can go for an Imagine Cup one and a non-Imagine Cup one. So, Imagine Cup. So I had 3 associations with Imagine Cup. In 2018, actually, I just lost the final round in Hong Kong with first runner-up. So I was this close to going in person to Seattle. And in 2020, I was about to board a plane to Singapore when Hong Kong announced quarantines for all these, COVID cases. So it was like a sudden shock, right? So you're like, you have expectations set. You're going to go to the Asian finals. You have your flight booked, your hotel booked, and like 2 days before the flight, you get a call from Microsoft saying, yeah, we need to cancel this thing, right? And need to move it online. So that shook my experience. It was very hard to, sort of get back to really accepting that I have to do this online. And that was the time when the world was moving online, and a couple of my teammates were stuck in different places. One guy was in South Africa, one dude was in Hong Kong. Part of the time I was split between India and Hong Kong, so that was also there. And it was a huge mess, and I was still so proud that the whole team pulled together. So, doing the same sessions of how you would do a hackathon, while instead of sitting in the library or like some cafe, you're sitting on Teams and you're just talking about your things. You're sharing things through code. You're listening to each other's GitHub merge requests and understanding what's going on here. And you're trying to just piece things together somehow online, right? That was good. And I realized that now it's sort of the reality of the virtual work. And it really helped me sort of transition back into even joining my full-time job virtually. So that was good. I missed on meeting great amount of judges and panelists, including like the president of Microsoft, who was our final judge, right? And even the mentorship with Satya Nadella became online. But at the end of the day, I mean, the conversations, the connections I made, I still sometimes talk to Pablo here and there, still reach out to a couple folks that I was interacting with in the Microsoft panel, right? And who were my mentors throughout Imagine Cup. And I think those relationships still stay. So maybe sometime, maybe next year when I get to go to US, I'll get a chance to get a coffee with them, right? So that was a good experience though. And even my teammates, I mean, even though we work virtually, we still stand together and we still meet up sometimes. Although I'm not actively part of the startup anymore, but they're still running that startup. So I'm kind of proud that I was a co-founder for something that's still going on. So it gave me a lot of great exposure. Non-Imagine Cup based, I went onto this competition where they invited like global top 50 universities to assemble in Shanghai. And there was like Harvard, Stanford, us from University of Hong Kong, and a couple of folks from even Oxford, right? It was a 5-night, 72-hour, like 5 nights non-stop, 4 nights, 5 days non-stop competition. So that was the longest 96-hour all-nighter I've pulled off in my life. And it was brutal, but honestly, the problem sets were so amazing that it didn't let me sleep. Like I'll sleep for an hour and I'll find some solution to the bug that I was facing, and I just wake up and get reactivated and start like being a coding monkey, right? Even from my hotel room, from the seminar, from the hotel, the conference halls where we were actually working, I'll keep switching between that. And we ended up winning. We were the only Asian university to win in that. So they've been going on for more than 10 years. It's organized by some government institutions and local universities in Shanghai, right? So I think if something can, not let you sleep, then you're at the right place and you're at the right time, right? So if 96 hours of overworking with barely 4 or 5 hours of sleep can still challenge you to do things and can still make you tick, right? That's pretty much what you should be doing in your life, and that's probably why I'm still happy in developer role, where there are some problems that I'm solving that still doesn't let me sleep, right? And I guess that's what probably are my 2 most memorable hackathon experiences.
That reminds me of a quote. I hope I'm quoting it correctly. Dreams are not those that you see while you sleep, but those that don't let you sleep. That is a very good example of that. I mean, code till you drop, not like shop till you drop, but code till you drop. That's an amazing story. Quickly, if we could have Anusha's favorite hacking story as well. I think most of Anusha's hackathons have been online, so it's going to be very different. Anush, you're on mute.
Yeah, the usual I'm on mute scenario. Anyway, so most of my hackathons, every single hackathon mine have been online, so I never got to experience the offline hackathon. So that is something I'm really looking towards as we move towards more offline scenario. So my favorite story would be the one at QC Hacks, which was hosted by Stanford and Yale. So it was a quantum hackathon, and I teamed up with Syed Farhan, who's also another gold ambassador here. And I come from commerce background, so I had nothing to do with physics, but still, out of curiosity, I was exploring quantum computing, and we just went to participate, give our best shot, and we started tinkering around with Qiskit, and we decided to make something. So we were working on a small quantum encryption protocol that we could use to, that was the project all about. So I worked on visualizing the entire protocol. Once the quantum part was done by Syed, I was working on how to make it more visual. And it seems that IBM really liked the way we did it, and we won the IBM's creative track. The best part was that we didn't go there when we went there to learn and just to try out Qiskit and have some fun and hopefully connect with people at IBM and know more about Microsoft's Azure Quantum SDK too. So that was our entire objective, and it turned out completely it was completely what is it? It's like I was very surprised when we saw our names there on the screen. So that was a very happy moment for us, because that actually had a very great. The hackathon had a very big effect on my college admissions when I was reaching out to college recruiters, and that helped a lot. So these things, most of my hackathon wins are the ones that I never expected to win, but the ideas struck a chord with students. That is what keeps motivating me to move on. Like I have taken part in over 40 plus hackathons, and I have won 8, but the remaining 32 used to be such a doubt. Like we used to really expect that I would be like the project was really good, but somehow the judges didn't feel the same. But so when I used to fall, like I used to feel sad. Thought I have quit hackathons a lot of time and then come back because I just really love the atmosphere of solving problems there, like, and that too in the time environment and working with people. So I guess my most favorite hackathon would be the QC hacks environment where everything was like one surprise after the another, and we built this entire thing in 24 hours. So 48 hours used to be crazy, but 24 hours was even more crazier. And sleepless nights was pretty amazing. Like I made a lot of new friends. So at the end of the day, hackathons, you meet a lot of new people, you network out. So I think that part, yeah, right now, even though it's online, it's still happening, but I really want to know how it's like in offline. So I'm just listening to all the speakers here and getting to know the experience.
Yeah, I mean, unexpected wins are the best. It just reminds me of my Visual Studio Code hackathon. 2 sleepless nights, the third night results. We were all delirious and just waiting for the results. And we were like, we'd get some special mention or something perhaps. And we didn't get it. And we were like, damn, we're getting nothing. And then it shows up best overall. And we were like, it shocked us out of sleep. So I think I can relate to that.
That's exactly what happened. Like we were going for a special mention. Like we hoped that we would get a special mention, and when overall came, I was like, seriously, is that our team? So yeah.
Yeah, so moving on, let's talk a little more about Imagine Cup. So first step of taking part in any competition is the ideation process. So how do you come up with a winning idea for Imagine Cup? How do you think you do that, Shubhangi?
I would say for Rahi, we started with the aim of destigmatizing mental health, and Imagine Cup was like a stepping stone for us. So I think if we are using technology for good and trying to make impact, Imagine Cup would like the shortlisters or judges at Imagine Cup would notice that, and if you are using technology for good, they will select you, and maybe you don't win, but you can use it as a stepping stone to something better. So using technology for good is what I would go for.
Okay, that is definitely true. Like Imagine Cup is a tech for good hackathon or competition. So make sure you have the good in place and the tech in place, and it all works out kind of. Would you like to add something to this, Khushi, and your insights and experience about coming up with a winning idea for Imagine Cup?
Yeah, sure. So I completely agree with what Shubhangi said. And to add on what she said, I would like to say that be passionate about your idea, of course. The idea should be something that impacts the world, not only the place you're living, but, using technology for good is one motto that, brings out a really good idea. In our case, we did not get the idea just for Imagine Cup, but we had this idea since so we were doing community service in a local hospital, and then we realized that what mothers face or like what problems they face. So this was something that we've been working on for the past 2 years. So it wasn't specific for Imagine Cup, but since it was something that it's a real life problem and it should be solved, and if we solve this, it would have a great impact on the people around us, and so yeah.
Yeah, definitely. The impact of the project is a major criteria there. What would you say, Piyush, since you've done 3 Imagine Cups and almost won and actually won the World Championships? How has your journey been of coming up with a winning idea?
Well, I have a very different ideology with ideas, right? So for me, I entertain anything and everything. I don't believe like you need to focus on tech for good, right? Any problem could be a problem for good. So it's about your creativity, and if I put that into a corner or into a theme, then for me personally, it's hard to envision or ideate things. So what I end up doing with things is that I ask myself 3 questions: what motivates me to do this idea? And how am I realistically gonna help people with this idea? That's where the good part can come in. And then the third question comes in: is this the right time to do this? So, and all these three questions you can get answered from Google, from people. Go ahead, validate your idea, probably ideate and reiterate maybe 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Ask your professor, ask your some industry mentors, right? And then compare yourself to the most realistic product out there that is offering, is the most close competitor. And then probably you could come up with something that will make sense, not just for you, for the people, and also for the judges in the competition, right? That's how somehow we partially came into Holo. I mean, Holo was there. We were working on it even in the past. So again, a good idea also doesn't pop in like a couple of months. It goes through iterations of quarters and quarters, maybe 6 months, a year, right? And then you eventually come up to something that's going to make sense for you and for the world, and that's something which is executable globally, right? Also, I think with even my previous ideas, I agree for Imagine Cup. If your goal is to win Imagine Cup, it has to be something which has to reach to appeal to the audience, improve health, improve people's life in general. But my first idea was actually a financial technology idea, and it still went on to like the Hong Kong finals, right? So it could be wide, but now things have changed. So I mean, if your goal is a competition, then the best way is to start by seeing what other ideas won in the past. And Imagine Cup is an amazing timeline from 2003 until now for each idea. So just go check out that website and start from there.
Yeah, that's there. I mean, even though we do have certain dreams in mind to perhaps win a competition, starting with just a problem and wanting to solve is definitely a great idea. And the iterations, I think I can agree to with relation to our experience at the Imagine Cup Nationals. A week before not even a week, I think a couple of days before our presentations, we shared it with Piyush and we went through an entire session of what all we needed to change, and we had a brand new presentation by next morning. Nothing from the old presentation was there. So I think
I can pitch in something there. So if you're used to doing presentation, that forms a big part of your ideation process as well. Because when you're piecing things into a slide, you're forced to think, why should it be there in the first place? Is this even a problem? And if that is a solution, is that a solution to this problem? And then if this is a solution, then what is the audience or target people is reaching out to, right? So all these three things connect together. So sometimes when I'm not able to ideate and I have themes, I create these slide 1, slide 2, slide 3 is like problem, solution, and target audience. And then I try to put these three things together. And when three things came to light, which that came into Simran's case, right? It was fun to watch. I had a lot of fun helping them out there.
It was the best experience having him as a mentor for our journey. I think this leads to my next question, which is about, aside from the technology aspects of things, when you're preparing for Imagine Cup or for any hackathon, what are the other aspects that you keep in mind? The things that you need to keep in mind aside from the tech you're using. Shubhangi, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I think for us, researching was a really important part of the project before beginning it. And also having a business model from the starting was really important for us, because we wanted Rahi to be scalable and not just always be a prototype or a project. So I think researching and knowing your target audience, as Piyush also mentioned, is really important. Know who you are building this product for. So
yeah, I think the answer to this question was partially there in Piyush's previous answer. But Khushi, do you have something that you'd like to add?
Okay, so in my opinion, the tech is important, but not as important as the pitch presentation, because all brands mostly involve you to have a pitch presentation for the judges. And if I go into my personal story, what I did was that I had watched all the previous YouTube videos. So apart from the presentation, we have questions that have been asked by the judges. So what type of questions can be expected for you is one other thing you should take care about, because you need to be prepared for the answers. So for example, in the 2021 Imagine Cup, we were only given 20 seconds to answer the question. So if you do not know the answer to your question, to be specific, a very precise answer, and one that's to the point, you will be successful. So, anticipate the questions that are going to be asked and prepare answers for that, like to the point answers for that is very important as well.
Definitely. The Q&A is a short time and you need to be crisp and quick. I see Piyush grinning. I think he'll have something to add about the quick timing there, the short time.
I had the same experience. So when I was doing my World Finals final pitch, and one of the judges went like, "Oh, so how would you, solve some of the modeling challenges regarding Holo, right? How would you deliver? How would your model actually improve upon some mental health queries?" And I came up with something in like 15 seconds. And honestly, I believe if you are passionate about an idea and you have been working on it for the past maybe a year, you should be able to answer these questions. At the end of the day, she was not looking to learn some fancy recurrent neural network or shit something from me, right? She was just willing to learn that I know what concept I'm talking about. So the tech takes a back seat and your ideation and your presentation takes a front seat, as Kushi said, right? So yeah, I think Q&A is the last thing you should worry about when you are already there. But there's a huge process and like a big gap to jump from ideation to Q&A, right? And that's something which will come from practicing your pitches again and again and pointing out the flaws. So like get someone in front of you to point out the very generic questions that will come, and that will trigger you to think about more questions and then more questions. And that tree is endless. But as long as you know your idea and what you're doing, right, then any question can become super easy.
Definitely, having mock pitches always helps. I mean, this is again advice we took from Piyush and put into action that really helped us during our journey. I can see Anush profusely taking notes since he's aspiring to participate in the coming year. So I have a question that we'll start with Anush with. How has the process of wanting to take part in the Pageant Cup helped your career? How has it shaped how you move towards things? How's that journey going?
It's going great actually. The entire wish to participate at Imagine Cup started last year, and I remember the Piyush project. My team went on, did a complete analysis of all 10 years projects and what made them win and how unique it was. So we have been preparing for it for some time now, and last year due to a few of my teammates' unavailability, we missed the deadlines for the last year hackathon. But this year Imagine Cup is a confirmed go. And if you ask me how it has helped me personally, Imagine Cup became a reason why we created 2 products, and one product is actually doing pretty well, and it has got over 8 awards as such in individual hackathons, and that is something that we're planning to launch it pretty soon. And for this current hackathon, we are building another hackathon, and we actually just submitted that project at Hackathon today. I just submitted it and came to this particular to the session. So that project is something that we are really passionate about and something that we feel is very important. So we will be working on that. And preparing for Imagine Club has let me meet a lot of new amazing people, because the product that you're going to build here, product that is going to when you're going to present at Imagine Club, it is something that is going to solve people's problem. You want to make a product that will solve people's problem, and the people who you work with is very important. So I went on a lot of hackathons trying to meet people and understand whom I vibe with, and I was lucky enough to find an amazing team of 4 people, and whom we used to vibe, and we used to just have a lot of midnight calls, and we just have fun, and so it was pretty cool. And right now I've been going hackathon after hackathon with them, just trying to see how well we work. So preparing for Imagine Cup has given us a lot of given me friends and some amazing projects. So that has helped me in my profile a lot. So I would say that everyone who's watching here, even if you're still starting out, just try to go and attend Imagine Cup, submit, try to find an idea. And the idea, the problem and the ideas around you, just look around and you find a lot of ideas that you can build on. Just go and participate, and that would make all the difference. Trust me on that.
That is great to hear. It really does help. thought process as well. I've seen the way I pitch things and present has changed since, with all the advice and input and experience we get as a part of hackathons. I think your answer about how you've had a product go through and it's going to launch really soon brings me to my next question. Really like how my questions are coming in organically now. How do you go from a hackathon project to a startup or a product? I think with that we can start with Rahi and the journey Shubhangi's had.
Yeah, like I've been covering this in all my questions, I guess. But with Rahi, we always wanted it to be more than a prototype and more than a project. So we started with a lot of research work. Like 1 year we spent in researching what all goes into mental health. Like all of 2019 was spent in that, and in 2020 we started building our project, doing basic prototypes, participating in hackathons and in competitions. And after participating in Imagine Cup, we got a really good boost, I would say morale boost as well. And we went full into the project, and now we have like a team of 50 people who are working on various divisions, the UI, the app, the marketing, everything. And for the last 3 months, we have been providing our service and have got around like 1400 USD in revenue. So I would say that if you start from the beginning as with the aim to scale it to greater heights, I don't think there would be a lot of roadblocks. And even if you feel demotivated, just be consistent. That is the key to go ahead, being consistent. So yeah, I would say you can scale your project.
Consistency is key, is something that I think sets the pace for, or sets the tone for most things in our lives, be it our projects or our personal endeavors otherwise. Since we're on the topic of entrepreneurship, during Piyush's introduction, we touched on him being a founding member of 2 startups. I'd like to hear your input on how projects or hackathon projects helped scale, and has there been a story of this sort with you? How have you, what challenges you've faced? How's that journey been?
Right. I think the startup world is a different game after you finish your competitions, right? So prototype and projects are micro scale, and they can be finished after the implementation, after 1 hour, and you're satisfied and you're happy with it, right? But people like to take it further. It really also depends on your teammates and co-founders. So one time when I had the opportunity to create something, we got into this small incubator house in Hong Kong, which offered us like 100,000 Hong Kong dollars to try out and like pitch our idea, sell our idea outside, make it more than a prototype. That's where we kind of also put Azure into the game, because we had a lot of free credits from Microsoft after winning some competitions. And we put the things out, we deployed it on multiple clusters, and really got like different companies starting to come and try it out and see for themselves if this will make sense as a complete product. And I spent like almost 9 months scaling it up. But with finance in general, when collaboration comes in, it's a bit hard. It's a different world. It's not as similar to like how open source communities in technology work. So that's a lesson I learned with that startup. And further ahead, there was an interest with couple other companies, but my teammates decided to go their own way, and then I was left on my own. And then there I was like, all right, let's move ahead, right? So that was my first experience. The second experience was with Imagine Cup, right? So Holo is still a full functioning company in Hong Kong, hopefully globally soon, and they are trying to launch their app on the App Store. I am not really aware if it is released yet, because we have a lot of health regulations here, which we need to comply with. So if you're providing health advice in Hong Kong, it's very much regulated, kind of similar to how FDA in US will work, right? So that puts them in a tight spot with all the releases. So that's another thing you learn, that when you move on from a project to something that's going to be used by real people and it's going to impact real people's lives, then a lot of things come into place, including things around law issues, And new dimensions that as a developer you probably don't think beyond the code of like Java or Python, right? So that's a good game to learn. And at the same time, when you scale up from something which is just on your local device to all the way on servers, you realize as an engineer that how much goes into like software reliability, like expanding your servers, expanding your scale, Dockerizing, containerizing your things, good development practices, being able to talk through code. Your code shouldn't be just siloed out, functionalizing, compartmentalizing things. That's something that also takes in a lot of effort and is a big challenge when you go from a prototype to a company where you have like X number of people working with you in even just the UI phase, right? And it becomes complicated. So yeah, those are things which as an entrepreneur and as a person who has gone from zero to like something which is deployable and being used by other people is an unparalleled experience. And that's also something hackathons and moving ahead from hackathons gave me.
That is a lot to take in and honestly brings up a lot of questions to mind for me. But in the interest of time, I think I'd ask one last question from all of you. When someone's starting to prepare for Imagine Cup or somebody's aspiring for Imagine Cup this year, what is one piece of advice or some advice you'd have for them? Khushi?
Okay, so my advice would be divided in three pieces. So first of all, your tech. So your solution should be working. So in my case, in the first round of Imagine Cup, we have to present or give them a lot of stuff like your software, your working software, your pitch and everything. So the first things first, I think, is the tech bit, because you need fully functional and working technological solution so that you can present it to the judges. And from there onwards, I think the second important bit, as Piyush mentioned, is the pitch presentation, because almost all the rounds of Imagine Cup have the pitch presentation. And from my experience, and Pablo even said it, so our pitch in the start and our pitch at the end, it just transformed. So as you go through, as you make improvements to the pitches, have mock pitches, practice your pitch. It's always usually about the pitch. That's the first selling point to the judges, because then after the first round, the tech just takes a backseat, and your pitch is the one that's being shown. And lastly, I think it's the questions. So as I said before, the only thing I did was so we had a mentor outside Microsoft or Imagine Cup that helped us a lot. And and we researched about everything like the Imagine Cup. We watched as many videos as possible from the previous years, which gave us an idea because it was virtual. So having the competition virtual and at such a large scale. So Microsoft Imagine Cup is a global level competition. So of course we should have our game up. So I watched all the videos because I was the one pitching. So I thought it'd be good for me to watch all the previous videos. That way I got an idea of how it goes. Your pitch also needs to be under 3 minutes, and you cannot just rush in your pitch. So it should be intelligible. Yeah. And I made sure that I have all the possible answers to all the possible questions that might be asked. Yeah.
That's, I think, pretty comprehensive advice there. Shubhang, did you have something to add to it?
Yeah, I mean, she covered everything, I think, from top to bottom. But I would say, I watched all the Imagine Cup videos, as she said, and also practiced our pitch like 100 times before going on to the final pitch. And I think by Imagine Cup, we have had given our pitches at different competitions, and we knew what kind of questions the panelists asked to, get you into a space where you are just confused. So we had the experience with that. So if you can take your project to other places and have experience with it, that would also be good.
Yeah, that is true. As many places as you take, you get all that input and you can use it ahead. Anything we have at one point does transform with time and to become the best version of itself. So, Piyush, words of wisdom for aspiring Imagine Cup participants?
Well, honestly, I think Kushi and Shivangi have done their job right. So there's not much I can add to this. For me, I believe Imagine Cup, if you're going to win an idea in Imagine Cup, you probably have been thinking about that idea and been playing around with that idea for a few months before you submit it, so that even your first submission is a bit polished, right? I mean, that doesn't mean to pressure or say that, new ideas can't go through. But at least in my case, that's what it has been, right? So all the ideas that went through the first round. So 2019 idea did not go through, and it was because it was like 5 days before the first round's deadline. It just came up with an idea, right? And that did not work out for me. But 2018 and 2020, I won the competition globally. So it was all well thought out, well reiterated. Validated by professors, validated by industry. And by the time I submitted even the initial pitch, and as Kushi mentioned, even the prototype, the working prototype, it was actually in a state where I could go ahead and put that prototype on my phone and present to people. And at the same time, my pitch deck that I put in was also in a very concise, very polished way to get people hooked in. So it's just like, imagine if you're reading these things, right? Like, I've organized a hackathon for Microsoft as well in past. So if I'm reading these things, if I have time, like, I have like 100 pitches to read, can you grab my attention in 10 seconds? Ask your question. If you can grab my attention in the first 2 slides, then you're doing the right thing.
Those are some of those are golden words. If you can grab somebody's attention in 2 slides, you probably have their attention for the entire duration. Anush, any closing remarks for people participating in hackathons, or maybe a warning for people participating in Imagine Cup this year to watch out for your presentation and project?
It's like, I'm actually more excited to watch other people's presentation, because like I have done my research on my Imagine Cup and there's so many amazing ideas. So I'm equally excited to see everyone's pitch. One thing I would say is practice a lot and try to make as much as new friends and network as possible. That has been always a plus point, because the people who I met at my first hackathon is the one I'm going to be working for with Imagine Cup. I never expected that, but that happened. So network as much as possible, practice a lot, go for hackathons on a regular basis so that you know how well you sync with the team. And don't leave anything to the last moment. Try to do it gradually. Like, be consistently, just add 1 or 2 lines, keep moving on, and improvise it. So that would be my advice. Be consistent, try to do it consistently, and plan it beforehand. So that would be my.
That is, I think, a reiteration of consistency is key. I think one thing I would like to add here, which was touched upon but not really mentioned explicitly, was have a mentor, have somebody to guide you through the process, somebody who has experience with this. Luckily, my team, we had Piyush, we had him listed as a mentor. Have someone like that in your corner who can help you through the process. I think that would be my 2 cents, which were kind of unasked for, but I'm leaving them there. So thank you all.
I'll add quickly, right? As a university student, you can play the card and you can reach out to even higher experienced professionals, because they will love to take time out for students and give their 2 cents. So don't be shy. Like, I've reached out to the dean of my university and it has worked. So try. Just don't be shy.
Yeah, that kind of brings me to one mantra I've mentioned over and over again, which is ask to get rejected. Like, apply or ask to get rejected. You shouldn't hope for a lot, but make sure there's this saying, you lose 100% of the chances you don't take. So basically that, take your chances and hope for nothing, but if you get something, it's all great. So thanks a lot. This has been amazing having all of you. It has been an honor hosting you all. Thank you so much for taking time on a Sunday for us and joining us today. Thanks a lot. So that has been the most insightful panel I've seen in a while, and also had the honor of hosting this. Thanks a lot for joining in today for this session. And this marks the end of my time here for a bit. So let's quickly welcome our next host for this track. We're gonna have Vedant. Some of you must have seen him a few sessions ago. He was here. We were looking for his pet, and now we have him up as a host. So we have Vedant up, who's an active researcher and a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. Welcome, Vedant. Which side are you going to be on?
Hello.
Hi,
so I was
Vedant.
Dory, and I found Dory. So I was just talking to her. We had lots of things to talk about since she was lost, and I loved it. So besides that, I was also listening to the panel. Imagine Cup season is coming up soon, so probably everyone is just now heated up to get started with their presentations and hackathon ideas.
Oh, yes. I think that panel was inspiration for everybody to get started and pumped up about Imagine Cup. Over to you, Vedant. Take the party ahead. I think you have fans in the audience that are going to love you.
Thank
See
you,
all in a
Simran.
bit.
Alrighty, so next we have a very interesting session, which particularly because the title is very interesting and I'm very excited about it. It says Amy reacted to a message, IoT devices on Teams. So for that, we have Gino and Malte. So why don't you come up? Hello, how are you?
Hi, we're good. And we're ready to
Gino,
go.
both are Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. I guess Gino is joining us from Germany and Malte is joining us from USA. And without any delay, let's get started. Over to you guys.
So yeah, thank you and welcome to our session. And today we're going to present you something really fun. So we have played with Teams, we have played with serverless computing, and also with lots of RGB, because as you all know, RGB makes it work better, fast, and stronger, and that's what we're going to do today. So Malte, why don't you go ahead and tell our audience what we've done and what our ideas are.
For us as Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors, the Azure as a platform is a sandbox with so many different services to play around with. So we wanted to find a creative and fun way to combine some of the services to learn more about them. And that's just what we did. So we built an application where we can light up our keyboard, our RGB keyboard, when we get reactions to our chat messages in Teams. So we have that additional immersion when someone reacts to our messages.
In our case, this was really totally worth it because we could really play around with different aspects, and this really helps us to see how Azure and Teams, how we can use them both in a creative way. So yeah, we have a client. In this case, it's this cute raccoon. And in this case, it's us. So we have our setup, we have our PC and everything else. And it's going to connect with the Microsoft Web API. The Microsoft Web API is then going to connect with Microsoft Teams. And this way we can listen for messages and react and get updates in real time as they happen. And so in order to get notified, we need to connect MS Graph to Azure Functions. So in our case, we need to connect it to a backend. And in our case, we were using Azure Functions because it's cheap and it's a serverless platform. Later on, we're going to talk more about that. And in order to get the messages, we need to encrypt and to decrypt them. And for this, we use Azure Key Vault, where we can securely store our certificates. And in order to get notified, we are using Azure Storage Queue so that we can send messages in real time. And this way, we can also notify our client so that our client can light up with some RGB. So yeah, Microsoft Graph. Many of you have probably already worked with it. So Microsoft Graph is a unified gateway for Microsoft first-party services, for instance, Teams, Exchange, and Azure Active Directory. And it's really community use because it unifies them in a single place. It's also well documented. You can also play around with it. You can also use them in production and in development. And yeah, it also offers a REST API, a really rich REST API, and many official SDKs for different programming languages, for instance, for C#, for Python, for JavaScript, and so on. So it's really, really, really versatile. And in our case, we have noticed that we can create event listeners in MS Graph. So we can subscribe to specific events, and we can then send webhooks to some endpoints. And this was really interesting for us, so that's why we use Microsoft Graph. So yeah, Malte, maybe you would like to explain how we communicate between the applications.
Yes, so now that you know a bit about Microsoft Graph in general, that's how we are going to use it in our application. Our cute raccoon on the left-hand side, which is the client with the RGB keyboard, needs to create a subscription with the Microsoft Graph. So the Microsoft Graph notifies him or her whenever there is a change to a resource in Microsoft Graph. When a subscription is created, Microsoft Graph will validate the endpoint which we specified we want to receive notifications at, so it can check that it's available. We need to respond to that validation request by decoding the token from the URL. Now we are all set and ready to go. Whenever there is a change to the resource of Microsoft Graph, we will get a notification to the endpoint that we specified. In our case, we subscribe to updates to the messages to the chat messages in Microsoft Teams. So whenever Amy likes a message in Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Graph will then notify our client that a change was made, and we can process it accordingly. So that's a really nice way to integrate into the Microsoft Teams experience.
So for this, the Graph SDK, it also it offers everything we need to get started. And in our case, we need to create a subscription. And the subscription it's a simple object, as you can see here. We specify what we would like to listen to. And in this case, we would like to listen to any updates. And we would not, but in our case, we don't need to be informed about every single update that happens on Teams. We just want to receive updates on messages, and that's why we specify the resource, so that we only get the messages. And because the messages, they are sensitive, they may contain some private details, and we need to handle them very carefully. And that's why we also need to supply an encryption certificate. In this case, we just supply a public key, so that we can decrypt it later on and get all the details, so that we can see the reaction type, and that we can also see that we can also get the username. And once we have that object, we can just create a request and submit it to the Graph API under here. And this is the high level overview. So as you have seen, we have the client, we have MS Graph connected with Teams, so where we get all the notifications and so on. And then we also have the backend, that's our Azure functions. It's connected with the Key Vault, and to communicate between Azure functions and between the client, we use Azure Storage Queue on this side. So yeah, Malte, and Malte is going to explain Azure functions in a nice way to you.
Yes. To those of you who are not familiar with Azure Function yet, which is the serverless offering of Azure, we come up with this neat analogy. On the left-hand side, you see this wood-fired pizza oven, which in our case is going to represent the traditional server. Whereas on the right-hand side, we can see more regular oven like you might have at your home. Both are, of course, valid methods to get your food that you enjoy for dinner. But they all have different characteristics. So let's have a look at them. First, we are going to look at cases where it might make sense to resort to a traditional server. Serverless computing means that the resources are created on demand. So there's actually still a server there. It's just the server and the creation of it is handled by the platform and thus fades into the background. So to allocate these resources, it takes some time. Like your oven at home, preheating needs to be considered, whereas the pizza oven at the restaurant is going to run all day and is always ready to get your pizza. Now, why would we then consider Azure Functions if it needs some time to warm up? Well, as you could see with the many pizzas that our oven at home can easily handle because it's much quicker than doing a pizza at a restaurant, Azure Functions can handle different demand loads because it can scale up and down without us having to do anything in code. So now that you know the differences between a traditional server and Azure Functions, we will get into how we write Azure Functions in more detail. With serverless computing, the code that we write becomes the focus. So we don't need to worry about updating our server, maintaining all the middleware. We basically write recipes that implement the functionality we need. This functionality can also be glue between different other parts in the cloud. So here, orchestrating event is one great example where we might react to events or where we might send out events to other services. So it's a great building block to integrate. In our case, we have one such recipe, which is an HTTP Azure Functions that handles the notification that are sent by the Microsoft Graph and then publishes them to a storage queue. So now that you know about Azure Functions in general, let's look at how code for our project looks like. We decided to implement our Azure Functions in TypeScript. Here you can see the general structure of an Azure function in TypeScript or JavaScript. So it's simply a function where we get specific parameters that the platform provides to us that represents the request. So we don't need to set up all the code to wiring up a server. We just write the logic right here. In our case, we receive HTTP requests from the Microsoft Graph. If these requests contain a validation token, then we need to signal Microsoft Graph that our endpoint is available. And we do so by sending a successful response back to it. In the other case, when there's no validation token, then that's the actual interesting part, where we are receiving a notification from the Microsoft Graph that a message has changed. Here we handle the change in a different service for separation of concern. Once the reactions are extracted by that service, we send them to the message queue in the next line. So how does the service look like? This is the simplification of the steps that the service needs to do to handle a notification for a message, in our case, to see if there was a reaction in it. The first step that we need to do is to decrypt the content of the notification, because as Gino mentioned, when it comes to the Microsoft Graph, the security is an important factor. So the actual message, the Microsoft Teams message, will be encrypted if we request to get it. For decryption, we are also using Azure Key Vault, which enables us to manage the certificate we need to decrypt it and allows us to do a simple service call to Azure Key Vault for doing the actual encryption, so we don't need to do the heavy lifting ourselves. Once we have the chat message decrypted, we can parse it to find out if there's a new reaction to a message that we haven't handled yet. We get all the new reactions and we'll return them right back to the Azure functions that you saw on the previous slide, so that it can send them to the message queue. So now that we have looked at the Azure functions, Gino is going to walk you through what a storage queue is and how we are using it.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. So as you have seen here, we have now implement our Azure function, and now we need to figure out how do we communicate between the client and between the Azure function. And in our case, as I said before, we are using asynchronous messaging under here, and we have different Azure services available at our disposal. And the first one, it's IoT Hub. And this is something we have considered during the beginning. So IoT Hub, it's you can manage and register your IoT devices in Azure, and also and manage them in a single place. And it also allows you to send messages between to devices. Then there is also Service Bus, or another service. It's also Event Grid, where you can you can use it to send messages between different applications. And that's really, really useful for large-scale projects, for microservices, for instance, or for service-oriented architecture projects, and so on. Then there's also a storage queue. It's already integrated into Azure Storage Accounts. So Azure Storage Account, it has many different sub-services. You can save files to it. You can use it. You can use a table service in it. You can use blobs. You can save blobs and upload and download blobs. And you can also send messages to a queue. This is already integrated into Azure Storage Account, so it's a really, really convenient way. And as you may remember, when you create an Azure function, it also creates an Azure Storage Account by default. Then there's also the last option, it's SignalR. So SignalR is a WebSocket library. It's already integrated into ASP.NET. And the interesting part is there's a standalone service on Azure that you can use, and it's really great if you want to scale up a SignalR not only on a single project, but maybe across the globe. And this is a managed a service that you can use on Azure. In our case, we have considered many different things. We have considered IoT Hub, we have considered Service Bus, we have considered SignalR, we have looked at their ups and downs. And all of them, they're really, really interesting. But because in our case, we wanted to keep it simple and also develop it in a convenient way. And that's why we have rolled with Storage Queue, because as I said before many times, it's integrated into as a storage account already. So yeah, basically we have first of all, we have our host worker. It's the client application that is responsible to listen for messages. It's responsible for creating the notification, the subscription for Teams, and it's also responsible to control our RGB lighting. And yeah, we authenticate with MS Graph and create a subscription using the MS Graph API for Teams, so we can listen to the messages that we have explained before. And once we receive a reaction, we then get a notification from Teams to our Azure function. And afterwards, we can then send a message to the event bus, to the queue, to the storage queue. And this will be received by our host worker. And then it lights up the RGB using a vendor-specific SDK. So yeah, Malte is going to explain how the binding works for Azure Functions so that we connect to the queue.
The major benefit that we reap from using the Azure Storage Queue for the messaging is that it nicely integrates into Azure Functions. For Azure Functions using JavaScript or TypeScript, we use this function.json file to basically define the context of our Azure Functions. So here we can add bindings, tell Azure that we have like a function that should handle HTTP requests, and many more things. In this case, we add a binding for the storage queue so that we can push the reactions that the Azure Functions receives from the Microsoft Graph to the storage queue, and then handle the RGB from the storage queue. So here we get the connection string in the lower property of the JSON object. This connection string is defined as an environment variable and is the default connection string for the storage account that comes with an Azure function. Furthermore, in the lines above, we define which queue of the storage account we want to use for this specific binding, which has the name events in our case. And in the name property, we define how we want to reference that queue in the code. So that's how the property of the context object in the function code is called. The last aspect is the direction of the binding. There are two ways how bindings work with Azure Functions. They can either provide input to the Azure function, so be a trigger for executing an Azure function, or they can be used to receive output from the Azure functions, like in our case. So now that we've seen how we configured the storage account, Gino will move on to the next step where we will try to show the live demo of the application. Of course, that is not going to be easy because it will be a bit of switching around to showing the keyboard, but we'll try anyway.
Yeah, so Malte, go ahead and try to react, and if it works, we will then show it to you, and in case it doesn't work because it's still fragile, we're going to upload it on LinkedIn and also on social media. But it works, as you can see here. Now, oh, I'm on the wrong device. Hang on. Let me show it here. Malte, can you try again?
Yes.
So as you can see here, Malte just reacted to our message with a heart, and now it displays the keyword. Yeah, it lights up everything. Malte, could you try again sometimes?
Yes, I'm going to like your message, and maybe you also want to show, can you share the screen with the Teams app?
Can try it out, but yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. As you can see, so Malte has just shared. It has just reacted to the message, and now it lights up. And I will try to. We have some time, so I will try to. Open up Teams.
Yes, and while Gino is doing that, you can already maybe think of some question that you might have and get them to us.
All right, I'm sharing my screen here. There we go.
For me, it's not yet visible in the stream.
Yeah, thank you. So as you can see, there's Teams on my screen, and Malte is now going to react to a message. Yes.
So I sent you the message in the chat. And then when I send the like reaction.
Yeah, now you can see on my keyboard the lights up in yellow.
And on the top right corner or the bottom right corner, you can also see the Teams notification like you're used to now with more immersion thanks to the RGB. So we hope you had fun with this project. We definitely did. And we are open for questions, comments.
Oh my God, that was amazing. I loved it, especially the demo. And I like the part where you gave that analogy of oven. So it was so easy to understand. Thank you, guys. We do have one question here in the YouTube chat. John Patrick asks, how's the pricing for Azure function? Is it pay as you go, or is it like a monthly thing?
So Azure Functions, it has many different pricing options, and Azure Functions, it's well known for being really cheap. So we have two different pricing plans, two different major pricing plans. So the first one is the consumption plan, and you only pay for those functions that you actually run. So it's consumption based. If you run many, and there's even a free tier. I think if you run 1 million functions on a specific volume, it's not going to cost you anything. So that's for free. So you can, if you have really low volume of functions that you execute per month, it's basically going to cost you nothing. So it's a really attractive option to use it for web APIs, to integrate it, to orchestrate many different events from different applications, and to integrate it with different applications. And that's one of the reasons why you should maybe consider Azure Functions, because it's really convenient to use. It has many programming languages that you can use, and it's also really cheap. So if you're looking into that, look for the consumption plan. Then there is also another plan. It comes with the app service plan. It's then provisioned, and you basically pay for the resource itself. So you have like a specific configuration, and you can use that per month. It's similar to app service, but the main idea is that you use the consumption plan. So that's what you should look after.
Yeah, to connect that to our analogy with the wood-fired pizza oven, you're burning the wood to keep the oven going all the time. Like with a traditional server, you provision it once and you pay no matter how many requests you get. Whereas with the oven at your home, you obviously are not going to run it all day, every day. You're just going to turn it on when you need it. You only pay for the electricity when you need it. Same for the Azure Functions.
That's really amazing, and thank you for being here. That's really insightful. Catch you with guys later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, next we have another Microsoft student ambassador. So let me call upon Ujjwal Madan.
Let me share my screen.
Hi Ujjwal, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Well, I'm good, thank you. So the topic today we have for you is Azure DB for MySQL. Well, a lot of people talk about data science and stuff, but very less people talk about databases. So it's really something which is exciting and we are looking forward to. So yep, sure, share your screen and let's get started. Over to you. We can see your screen.
Thanks. Greetings everyone. I am Ujjwal, and today we are going to deep dive into the basics of MySQL in Azure. So we will start by deployment of the resource in Azure, and then we will install Azure Data Studio. So let's begin the journey. First of all, we will select this, create a resource. Once we click here, we will select SQL database. So that because we are working in SQL, so we have to select SQL database. Once we click there, we have to give the required details like subscription type, resource group. Here I am creating a new one, so I am giving the name. If you have already created, you can give your own name. Moving further, we have to give the database name and then the server name. Again, if you have already created a server on which you want to work, you can select that. But if you want to create a new one, you have to give some details like server name, server admin login, password, and then the location. Let me come here. I live in Central India. So here I have selected Central India. So servers present in Central India will be allocated to me. So you should select these things very precisely so that the servers present in your place will be allocated to you. Moving further, we will keep SQL Plastic Pool by default, and let's come to compute plus storage. We have to configure this according to our demands. So here I am using General 5 2V cores and 32 GB storage. So keeping other things by default, we will review and create our resource. Finally, the deployment of our resource is in progress.
Ujjwal, we cannot see your slides moving.
Wait a minute, 1 minute.
Maybe reshare it and share everything, not just the application. Well, the camera also seems to be frozen. We can see the camera now, but all right, it looks good now.
Yeah. Now the deployment of our resource is in progress. So once the deployment is complete, we will see this type of screen. So let's move to our resource. So this is our resource, and these are the details of our resource. We should remember these things because we will need them in near future. Now we have to work in Azure Data Studio here. But you all are free to explore Visual Studio. But in this session, we will work on Azure Data Studio. Now, moving further, once you click Azure Data Studio, you will see this type of screen. If you have already installed Azure Data Studio, launch it from here. But if you haven't till now, you can download it. The installation of Azure Data Studio is very easy, so everyone can install it very easily. So let's move further. Once you install, this is the interface of Azure Data Studio. But as we have allocated the servers, so we have to add the connection to our servers. So it can connect to our server and the database which we have made over there. So let's add the connection. So here are the required details which we need to fill. And these are the details which we filled at the time of deployment of our resource. So here I have used connection type, which is Microsoft SQL Server, and the server name, which I have given at that time. Authentication type, I am using SQL login, and then the username, my name. You can keep it according to your wish. Now the password, and then the database on which you want to work. We can also see advanced settings. Here, it takes the IP address of our own system. So we will keep it by default, and let's click OK. Now we are good to go to code like the coders in our own database. Let's begin. So here we have two choices. We can work in new query notebook or a new notebook. But in this session, we will work on a notebook, but you all are free to explore query notebook. Now let's start to learn these queries. Now we have made the server. This is our server. It may have multiple databases. Let's say this is database 1. So we need to select one database on which we want to work. So to select the database on which we want to work, we will use keyword. Use, then the database name. And then this semicolon is very important in SQL queries. So use database 1. Now we entered in this database. Now, what is database? Database is simply collection of information which we can access. So we have to give it information, which we will give in the form of tables. So these are the tables. So now we need to make the tables. So how we can make the tables? By using create command. Create table and then the name of the table. Now, what are these arguments? These arguments are the names of our columns. And what are these? Integers, varchar, date. These are their data types. They can be anything like integer, float, varchar, date, anything according to your wish. Like roll number can take integer, name can take character wise, date of birth will take date. But here is one interesting thing, because here we can use either char or varchar. So let us understand what is the difference between char and varchar. So when we get char, we have n spaces allocated. Now if I write Ujjwal, it is taking 6 bytes, but other n minus 6 bytes will be filled by space bars. So in our memory, it will take n bytes. But if we will see varchar, in this also we will get n bytes. But the difference is, if we will write Ujjwal over here, then only 6 bytes will be allocated. So it is dynamic. So when we work, then we should prefer to use varchar instead of char to be memory efficient. Now we have made the structure of our table. Now we need to insert the values in it. So how we can insert the values? We can insert the values by insert keyword. Insert. Now we have to insert into student. This is the name of the table. Insert into student. What we want to insert? We want to insert values. Insert into student values. Now these are the values according to the columns. So in this way, I have made 5 rows. Now all the commands are executed. But if I see, I am not able to see my table till now. So we need to see the table what we made. So the query for this is select star from student. What is this star? Star means it gives all the data from rows to columns. It gives us all the data. So we can see the table over here. Now, if we want to see the detailed structure of our table, we will use sp underscore columns and then the table name. This is so tell us what database it is using, what is the table name, what is the column name, data type, whether the columns are null or not null. This is very important for the near future. We should remember this. At present, by default, all the values, all the column names will be null. Understood? Let's move forward. Now, previously, we saw that we are selecting all the details of the table by star. But if we want to select the particular details of the table, what we should do? We should write the details which we want. Like I want roll number, name, and semester. These columns I want. So let us specify, select these columns from student table where college equals to tied patel. This specifies rows. Which rows I want? Select this from student where college equals to tied patel. If we analyze the table before, we have this table, and here college equals to tied patiala and 1, 3, and 5. Roll number 1, 3, and 5 studies in here. And if I see over here, roll number 1, 3, and 5. Understood? This is the way we can select the particular data. Let's move forward. If someone asks us to arrange any column either in ascending order or in descending order, so we will do by order by command. Select star from student. That means I want all the details in order by marks, as I want marks in either ascending or descending order. ASC is for ascending and DESC is for descending. So select star all the data from the student. Order by, arrange it. Arrange what? Marks. Arrange marks in either ascending or descending according to the command. But remember, semicolon is very important in SQL queries. Moving forward, if we will analyze the table, let's analyze. We will see that Ambika got only 16 marks, but she is very intelligent girl. So Let's check her paper again. If I see it again, I am analyzing that I have made the blunder. She got 89 marks, but I have given her 16 marks. So I have two choices. Either make the table again, do all the things again. Second, update update the table. So we can update the table using update command, update student, and we will set marks equals to 89. What we want to set? Where roll number equals to 5, as Ambika has 5th roll number. So update student, set her marks as 89, where roll number equals to 5. And if we select all the details again, then we will see that she got 89 marks. Congrats, Ambika. Moving further, after some days, a student came to me and told that he shifted his house. So he wants his address to be changed in the table. So applying the previous concept, update student, set these details, and where we want to set, where roll number equals to 4. Finally, 4 got name as Sohit, and he lives in Karnal. Simple. Now, after some days, students of semester 8th graduated from the college. So we need to delete those reports. So we will delete by delete from student where semester equals to 8. We will delete those results from the student table. Delete from student where semester equals to 8. Now we analyze the table using select star from student. That means it gives all the details of the table. Now we analyze. It is showing 4646 semester 4646. But previously we have 46486. That means all the students studying in semester 8 are deleted from the table. Moving further, every college has some certain criteria that after marks 30 they are passed, and before marks 30 they are failed. So we need to delete those records which are of those students who are failed. So we will use the previous concept, delete from student where marks is less than 30. So if you will see the table again, using this, we will analyze that all the students with marks greater than 30 are only displayed in the table. Easy? Moving further. Now we want to know who have the students who have marks between 30 and 90. Between 30 and 90. So we will again use the previous concept, select star from student, where applying the condition with marks between 30 and 90. Why I wrote this command? Because I want to focus on between keyword and keyword, that how we use it. Understood? So if we will see its result, all the students between marks 30 and 90 will be displayed to us. Now if we apply the previous concepts and we want multiple roll numbers to see in the table, like we want roll number equals to 2, 3, or 4, we have to write OR command, OR between them. We have to write roll number equals to 2, or roll number equals to 3, or roll number equals to 4. But we have the shortcut to it, and that is roll number in. We will make the list 2, 3, and 4. Understood? Select all the details from the student where roll number in 2, 3, and 4. Let's move forward. This is the detail of the table which we have made till now. This is all the data. Okay. Now, if we think, let's say I want to contact some person in this list. I do not have taken their contact list. So I need to update this table. I need to take the contact number of them. So I have to make the new column over here. So we need to alter the table. So let's alter by adding the contact detail. Now some of you may think that why alter and why not update? Let me tell you the difference between two. Update changes the values. Update changes the values, but alter changes the structure of the table. This is very important. Update changes the values in the table, but alter changes the structure of the table. So if we add the column alter table student, we have to alter the table. What we want to alter and how? We have to add the contact, this column, and what is data type? Integer. Add contact integer. Now if we will see the result, we have all the details. Now we need to update the values. How we update values? To update values, we need update command, update keyword. So to update student, set contact. What? Because I have to make here cases. Remember, I have to make here cases because I have to deal with them separately. So we have to make cases. Case when roll number equals to 1, then this contact, roll number equals to 3, then this, when roll number equals to 5, then this, else null. Hence, we will end the case, and if we select the table again, we will see that we have all the students with the required contact number. Understood? Now, while making the database, as we all are humans, we can make the mistake. If we do this, roll number 3, if we again write roll number 3 and give some different name. Now, what will happen? This will be a mess because no two students can have the same roll number. So we have to apply something so as to prevent this mistake. Now here comes the concept of primary key. Now, what is primary key? It is, understand it like a constraint. It is like a constraint which makes the things unique, which makes that particular column as unique. Now, but primary key is applied on a certain condition. What is that condition? The column on which we want to apply the primary key, that should be not null. That should be not null. So if the column is not null, then we can apply the primary key, and primary key gives it the property to be unique. So we have to make roll number as a primary key. So first of all, as we understood from here, we have to first of all make it not null, make the roll number column not null, and apply the primary key. So we have to alter the table as we are changing the structure of the table. Alter table student. Alter table student. Now we have to alter the column. Which column? Roll number column. And how we want to alter? We will specify these things, these data types. So here we made it not null, and again, like we previously did, again we will use sp underscore columns to see the detailed structure of our table, and here we will find that this is not null. Rest all are null. As I have told you previously, by default all are null, but here we have made it not null. So we can easily add the constraint of primary key to the roll number column by alter table student, add the constraint pk, naming primary key constraint as pk, and what constraint? Primary key constraint. Okay, and on which column? Roll number column. We are altering the table, adding the constraint pk. What pk? Pk is the primary key, and on the roll number column. Now we have successfully executed, and if we will see the example, till now we have roll number 1, 3, and 5. If we will add the unique roll number, then it will be easily added. But if we will add the duplicate roll number, it will give us the error that duplicate key is not allowed. So if there are more further things, if we want to apply these things in some cool projects, these are like, if I want to get the names of the students which starts with R, so we will use like command. What like command? So if I want to get all the details, select start from student. What details? Details with names of students starting with R. So name like R %. What does this R % mean? R % is equivalent to R, and this will see any number of characters over here. So R Rohini, any number of characters or any character. Now if I want the details of the students with ending with R, so select all the details of the student where name like %R means this, all the details in the left of R. Understood? Moving further, if I want the name of the students with having 2 J's, similarly %J, 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 sorry, that means this J, this J, this. Any number of characters over here, any number of characters over here, any number of characters over here. Here I have used or keyword because I want to specify how many have, because we can't leave any case. So these both are small, these both are capital, and one is capital and one is small. Now if you want to see the records of students with second character as O, then select name from student, where name like, using like command again, first name as O and then O, and first leaving first as dash, then O, and then % as this. Understood? So all the students with name with second character as O will be displayed to us. Now, if you want to get the current date, we will use getDate function. But this do not directly gives us the date. It will give us the date and then time also. So getDate as date, we will cast it to date so that we can directly get the date, and we will select it and we will get the date. Now further, if we want to get the week date, we will again use the getDate function and we will specify what we want to get, and we will use the function date name to get that particular thing. Here we can specify anything. Weekday if we want to get the day, if we want to get the date, then day, year, month, anything we can specify. So these things will be used to make some cool projects. So all the doubts of yours are welcome. So please tell.
That was really very good, because especially the way you explained it, it was really awesome. I could recall everything that I learned about SQL, and that was a good revision that I had. Well, one question that I have over here is how does that work with like heavy databases? Because usually when we are dealing with, say, MySQL database or any database, there are so many rows that we have, so many columns and so many records that we have. So is anything special that Azure database offers on that aspect?
Can you please tell again, because I think my net is lagging.
Absolutely. So I was saying that usually the databases that we have so many records, right? And they are heavy. So is there anything special that Azure database offers to manage it easily on that aspect? Like probably cloud support, which helps with higher computation.
Yeah, this is we use Azure database. This is the only reason we use this, because we can easily use MySQL or Oracle, because these are local systems and these can't handle much things. So this is the reason we go for Azure database, so that it can handle multiple things. And Azure also provides a lot of more facilities that we can use further to get help in future.
All right. Thank you, Ujjwal. Please stick around in the chat in case anyone has any question. You can answer them in the chat, and they can definitely reach out to you apart from that through email or through Twitter. So thank you for joining in. It was really insightful. Catch you soon.
Thank you.
Now we have some videos from the sponsor, and we'll get back quickly for the next session that we have, which I'm very excited for.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
Hi, I'm Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for sticking around. I hope you're having a great time at the Cloud Summit. Next, we have an amazing session by two of our Microsoft student ambassadors. So let me call upon Richa and Prenika. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Doing good.
I'm good.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So your session is about web apps, building a scalable web app with Azure. And these days I see a lot of people building web app for hackathon and stuff. So I think that will be something which a lot of us are looking forward to. So like right away, over to you.
Thank you.
I hope the screen is visible, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, let me just
good.
start.
All right. So, yeah, welcome to the session. So this session will be about Azure Static Web Apps. So we'll quickly walk through the agenda for this session. The very first thing we are all gonna learn together is what is Azure Static Web Apps, its key features, what all you can do with Azure Static Web Apps. Next, we're gonna actually learn to build our own first Azure Static Web Apps, and it's going to be a live demo for you all. So let's get started with it, shall we? All right, so about Azure Static Web Apps, what exactly do we mean by this? Now, Azure Static Web App is a service that automatically builds and deploys full web apps to Azure from a code repository. Now, let's have a look at this picture that's given below. You see that your code has been uploaded to GitHub or say Azure DevOps, and from there it directly gets uploaded to Azure server, and that is what we call it as Azure Static Web Apps deployment. Now, the workflow of Azure Static Web Apps is tailored to a developer's daily workflow. That is, that apps are built and deployed based off code changes. So let's understand a little bit more about it. When you create an Azure Static Web App resource, Azure directly interacts with GitHub or Azure DevOps to monitor a branch of your choice. Now, every time you push or commit or accept a pull request into the watched branch, a build is automatically run and your app and API is deployed to Azure. Static web apps are commonly built using libraries and frameworks like Angular, React, Svelte, Vue, or Blazor, where server-side rendering is not required. Now, such apps or websites include HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and images, sometimes as assets, which make up the entire application. Now, with the traditional web server, these assets are served from a single server alongside any required API endpoints. With Azure Static Web Apps, static assets are separated from the traditional web server and instead are served from points geographically distributed around the world. How cool is that? So this distribution makes serving files much faster as files are physically closer and to the end users. In addition, the API endpoints are hosted using serverless architecture, which avoids the need for a full stack backend server altogether. Now, after all that fascinating thing about Azure Static Web Apps, let's still look what are the key features of the Azure Static Web Apps. So, yeah, the very first is web hosting, as I said, for static content like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and images. The next is integrated API. Now, Azure Static Web Apps support is provided by Azure Functions with option to link an existing Azure Function app using a standard account. Next is first-class GitHub and Azure DevOps integration. This is one of the best features which I find, and it's usually all developers find very helpful and handy. So this is that where your repository changes, triggers, and build deployments. So globally distributed is again one of the very prominent feature of Azure Static Web Apps, as we just discussed that the static content is put together closer to the end users, which makes the deployment and the changes updated very fast. Next is free SSL certificates, which are automatically renewed by Azure Static Web Apps. So you do not have any concern around your SSL certificate of your own website. There are more. It's not just this. So moving on. Azure Static Web Apps also provides custom domains, which is required for brand customization to your app. So if you're looking out to set up a good business with one of the cool websites or applications you have built, you know that you get a customized brand name and a domain for yourself. Another thing is its seamless security model. It comes with a reverse proxy when calling APIs, which requires no other configuration. Authentication provider integrations with Azure Active Directory, GitHub, and Twitter. Again, very cool thing. Azure Static Web Apps is customizable and authorization role is defined. So again, you are all set on the security part. The backend routing rules enable full control over content and routes you. So the last but not the least, I'm sure, is that it's generated a staging version. So it is powered by pull requests, enabling preview of versions. And before you even publish your site, you would definitely see your updates when you reload. So these are the very cool features of Azure Static Web Apps. I'm sure you guys are now excited to get started with it and build your own first Azure Static Web App. But before that, let's just have a look at what all we can do using Static Web Apps. So, well, we all know we can build modern applications with JavaScript frameworks like Angular, React, Vue, Blazor. To create the web assembly applications with an Azure function backend is one of the best things we can do using the service. Another thing is publish static sites. Now, if you have a page of portfolio for yourself or something like that, you know that you don't have to worry for the deployment because Azure Static Web Apps is always here to help, and that is the best thing you can have for your publishment of your resume or I guess portfolio profile. So, and not the least, I would say, but deploy web applications as we discussed, which is something we are going to do live today. So without a further ado, let's show the demonstration, Pranika.
Yes, so let me just get started with the demonstration of how to get your static web apps live. So let me just share my screen. 1 second. Yeah. So first of all, whenever you want to make any static web app, you should have an Azure account. So from where you can get your Azure account is, first of all, if you have your university ID, so you can log in to www.aka.microsoft Azure for Students and can get around $100 of Azure credits, which is free. Or if you have your GitHub Student Developer Pack, you can also get one of your own Azure accounts. So the Azure portal looks like this, and it's not only about static web apps. There are many other resources available in Azure. You can look into all these resources and can make as many things as you can by using Microsoft Azure. So today we will be building the first static site by using Azure Static Web Apps. So first of all, what you need whenever you want to make such website is, first of all, your GitHub account and your Azure account. Or if you have Visual Studio Code installed in your laptop, you can use that and install the extension for Visual Studio Code as well, that is mainly as Azure Static Web App, and install Git in your Visual Studio Code. So today I'll be giving you the demo of how you can make static web apps. So let me just get back to my share screen again. And yes, so are you guys able to see my Azure portal? Mm-hmm. Okay, so today we will be hosting a static web page that I have created on my GitHub account. So first of all, I'll go to my GitHub account over here. I'll search on my repositories And I have created one first web page. It's a normal web page about hotel in Moon. So what I'll do is I'll go to my Azure account and will create a resource. I'll type on search as static web apps. You can see it's available here, and I will create that static app. So here are some project details that you have to fill up before starting off for your static web app. So I'll create a new resource group by not taking my previous groups. So let me create a new source group as Moon Hotel 10. So this will be my new name for my resource group. And I'll do OK. The name for my static app, I'll keep it as Moon Hotel. I think it's done. Yeah. So this will be my new name for the static web app. It is free because I'm using for my personal projects. Or if you want to use for your production apps, you can use the standard version as well. And I have taken Central US as my own location for Azure functions and other APIs. So I will be connecting my GitHub account for deployment so that I can make this web page as a static web app. So I'll sign in with my GitHub account. First of all, I'll authorize it and wait for a few minutes. Here, I'll keep my organization as Pranika 10. That's my own account. My repository, as mentioned, is the first web page. And I'll branch as the master branch. I'll keep the master branch as for my main static web app. And because there are so many things that I have used in my web page, so I'll keep it as custom rather than these frameworks and static site generators. And my application, this is the most important point. If you can see here, my application is presently in this JavaScript folder. So I'll keep it as it is. The name should be same, JavaScript. You should not make mistake whenever you are creating the application as this one. If it is in small letters, keep it that. And if it is big, you have kept it in the big one, so you can keep the location as well as like that you want to. And I don't need any API location and output location. Most of these static web apps are used by using dist function as well. So it's not necessary because I have kept it default. Now I'll review and create it. I don't need any tags. If you want to create tags for certain web pages, so you can just allot the numbers and you can allot the values as well by keeping their names. So, okay, so I think I have made some mistake here. 1 second. It takes some time, I guess. 1 second, let me just go back. Okay, I've taken custom first page, next tags. Okay, I'll just keep it as Mars as 100. Let me just keep it like that. If it works, so let's see. If it's not working, you can change the name here. That will be better. Okay, just let me get back to it. 1 second. Yeah, so it's here. 1 second. Let me just share again. As already mentioned, I have created the app and it takes few minutes, and I'll go to the resource and here I'll check whether it is working or not. So you can see here, my web page is hosted properly by just using my GitHub account. So this is one way where you can host your websites, and you can even customize your subdomain by going here in this custom domains. It's a long procedure and we have short time. So what you can do is you can filter by name or you can add in new name, and you have to go to the the domain name, which is called as StreamYard something domain.name, and there you can link your account, the Azure account, with the domain name so that you can add it and validate it accordingly and configure it. So this is a long procedure, guys, but I have told you that because it is looking like this black island, so you can customize it as well by using the custom domain. So this was one way by using the Microsoft Azure account. One more thing you can do is by using Visual Studio Code. So I will be showing a short demo about it, that how you can create static web apps by using Visual Studio Code. So I'll just share my screen again and will show you my Visual Studio Code here. So here you can see I have already made so many resources. So what you have to do is, first of all, you have to have an Azure account, as I have told you before, and there you need to add on your extension that you can get in from here. 1 second. Like I've already installed the Azure Static Web App, so you have to install that extension over there. Go to your Azure account, link your GitHub account with that, and also link your Azure account as well. And from here, you can create any web pages as you want. So for example, I want to create my own, the same one. So what I'll do is I'll just open the folder, and this was my local folder here. So I'll go again, and I can create as many web apps simply by clicking over here, and it will ask me that enter the name of your static web app. So I'll just enter here because it has already taken my local file. And here I'll write something. Okay, it has already been taken. Yes, so I'll keep the location as Central US, and it will be custom, and the app will be taken in the same folder. It takes time, mostly 2 minutes. So I'll just show my previous deployments that I have made already. So this will show you like this, guys, and you can click on here, and it will automatically make your static web app by simply not going to your Azure account, but simply taking your Visual Studio Code as well. So I hope you like the session, the demo part. So we have given both the demos for Azure account as well as for the Visual Studio Code part. Yeah.
So yeah, before that, I would like to summarize with a scenario-based question here. So whoever wants to hop in and answer, feel free. So let's assume that you need to build a shopping list web app that is secure and offers good performance for a globally distributed customer base. I would like to understand what would be the primary concerns for you. Anyone? Trenika, maybe? What all can you think of in that case?
I think that I have to take something, like I have to take some inputs before, before going to it. I have to see whether my whatever I'm deploying and whatever I'm working on, whether my code is good, or whether I'm using a proper cloud source that we have used here. So that is the most important thing, guys. There are many other cloud resources as well available. For example, Heroku, Netlify, right? Am I right or wrong? I don't know. But the most convenient is static web apps. Like using Azure is the best part, I'll say. And you can do the same thing that I have designed my own a web page of hotel in Moon. So this is a way you can use it in your own way too. I hope that Rucha, I'm right or wrong.
Sure.
I really don't know.
So what the best part of your answer was that you want a good infrastructure for your own website. That is one of the reasons why I asked this question in first place. So the primary concerns in this case would be to limit the amount of infrastructure work and focusing on the business features and user experience. Because as a developer or as a business person, you don't want your team or your resources to get occupied with all the underlying infrastructure on which your business application runs on. You always want to enhance and give your users more advanced features. So for that, we have Azure Static Web Apps as a great fit for this scenario. Let's understand again and let's summarize indirectly. So again, performance and scale is one thing that Azure Static Web Apps provides us with. So your web assets are globally distributed and it's put close to your users. So as we discussed earlier, the latency and the runtime are efficiently enhanced, and the business logic is run on Azure functions. So they are scaled automatically to meet the demand of your users. The next thing is that the productivity increases to a great extent. You'll get an automatically built pipeline with the CI/CD. Again, security is one of the prime concerns of every business. So the web app is secure with the SSL certificate, which makes it a great fit for all the business scenarios that we are talking about. Now, without Azure Static Web Apps, you could deploy your web assets to the cloud storage for sure. Create and assign your own SSL certificates or create your APIs. Maybe establish your reverse proxy that allows your app to make calls to the API and and again update globally. So this is what you have set up your own CI/CD process. But Azure Static Web Apps gives you all of these benefits in one single place. This lets you spend more time towards building new features and optimizing the user experience rather than creating all the procedures once again for each new update. So now you know that you can maintain your site infrastructure and give your more time to what's actually needed for your users. So this is one of the very good reasons why Azure Static Web Apps is the right thing to use.
I want to add on for the Visual Studio Code, because most of the people, they try to use Visual Studio Code rather than going to the main source. And for that, the most important thing that I have experienced is that you become a seamless developer. You get a seamless developer experience in CI and CDs. Like, it boosts your productivity with a tailored developer experience that includes the whole Visual Studio Code extension for your local development, for your full repository analysis, and native GitHub workflows for CI and CDs. And because it's a global hosting purpose, so you can create your content closer to the customers with automated content geo distribution. And there are many other things as well with API functions, which helps you to enrich your apps with integrated serverless APIs powered by Azure functions. And as told by Rucha, you can have a streamlined build and deployment. You just go from the code to the cloud quickly. You don't need to write any other things. For example, most of us, what we do is whenever we are hosting a website, we have to clone so many things. We have to write many different codes for that. That becomes very cheesy, I guess. So rather than going that, because we are very lazy persons and just deploying and doing some other stuff. So that's the best part of using static web apps. And also, last but not the least, it has a seamless staging environment. It helps in generating staging versions of your applications based on pull requests to preview changes before publishing it, like you have seen in my deployment as well. And it is very smooth. For example, I'll just share again my web page that I have made before. If you can see here, that this is very seamless. Like, it's very user friendly. If you want to click anywhere here, so it will go back, because I haven't mentioned anywhere where you can book your hotels in Moon. And if you want to connect with the Twitter source or Facebook, you can just directly go there and you will get the things done right. So this is very friendly, like friendly and user friendly, and also I will say more soft. It's like totally, it's going with the flow rather than just breaking out. So I'll say that, guys, do try out these the static web apps, and you can also get to know more about it by exploring it in the Microsoft Learn paths. And I hope, Rucha, you have the link for the Microsoft Learn path, right?
Sure, I do.
So you guys, you just go through these 5 modules where you can learn about more about static web apps, and you can learn how you can publish your own applications as told by Rucha. You can learn about how to host your static web pages, and also you can learn about functioning with API functions that's a daily purpose. So I hope that is the one thing that I always agree, that Microsoft Learn really helps a lot in learning new things.
All right, so maybe we are open for questions.
Yeah.
That was really awesome.
Thank you.
I remember I published and okay, I think I was disconnected. I remember I published my web app few years back, and I used Visual Studio Code, and it was very seamless integration that it had with Azure portal directly, and in no time it got published. But I remember it didn't have any domain. So I think you mentioned somewhere that you can add a domain with maybe domain.com or something. But my question is, does Azure portal provide you to create domain then and there itself, like instead of adding a third party?
There is no option. That's the saddest part because you have to click on this. It's a very long procedure, Vedant. It's a very long procedure. First of all, you have to go to the custom domain. You have to add on the domain there. There is a particular website. You can go anywhere, that is domain.com. You have to link there the Azure account and your GitHub account, that repository, and there you have to add in. Then it will recreate your own domain name. It's a long procedure, but it takes hardly 5 minutes. If you have 5 minutes, then it's okay.
So I would say it's a bittersweet part because you always want to customize your website URL, but it just takes a little more efforts than you think. But it's worth it, I would say.
Yeah.
All right. Another question for both of you. What is your favorite framework? Maybe Angular or something else. So maybe Richa first. And
Currently,
maybe the reason.
I'm a little bit into React. So I'm enjoying it.
Same for me. I'm also going with React itself because it's something which is very trending.
It makes work much easier, as I said, because Trenika wasn't wrong. We are somewhere lazy and we know that, but having things which, reduces the task are always loved. So what about you, Vedant? We would like to hear from you as well.
I'm really not into lot into web apps, but yeah, React sounds good. Or maybe Blazor. I see someone writing in the chat. So maybe Blazor. Well, another quick question. What was the best web app that you created, like in a project or so?
I guess this is the one, the Hotel in Moon. This was the best web app I've created. I hope that whenever there will be any Hotel in the Moon, I'll show it to them that yes, I have already created it. Please sponsor.
Probably that will be a reality soon. Is it the same for you, Richa?
Well, I don't really know if I've judged my project so well, but I'm sure it would be something which is very, I would say, easy and quick to navigate around. So yeah, something like that. Oh, I remember. It was a to-do list web page which I built, and I used it for quite a while until it was not so good. Not having so many features, and I just left it aside. Yeah, to-do list was one of them.
That sounds productive.
Yeah.
Last question for the audience who wants to start with web development. How much time does it take, and what are the best resources? I think Microsoft Learn would be the best resource, and but how much time does it take? Does it take a lot of time to start with development?
Absolutely no, I would say. It's web development is kind of it's a step that you climb. As much as you climb, you're getting closer to what you want to achieve, right? So if you start with HTML itself, you know that you have a skeleton built for yourself. You add a CSS as a styling, and then JavaScript to make it function. So I don't think it is a very time-consuming thing to learn, but it's definitely interesting. And once you find yourself fascinated with the things, you would love to dedicate as much time as it requires.
I will also add on LinkedIn Learning because I learned JavaScript and HTML CSS all from LinkedIn Learning. It really helped me a lot in learning web development and going into it because I was already interested in HTML long back in my school time. I remember when I had computer subject as my own thing and I just started exploring, made my own blogs. So I will just say that do something which interests you, which excites you. If you are really into web development, do that. Take any resources, it will help you out. So yeah,
You mentioned the school HTML project.
it hardly takes more than 4 months to learn basics. I'll say if you are really into initial stage as a beginner stage, and if you go more, so automatically it will come up in your own way.
Mhm.
I think Vedant, he's stuck.
HTML project, I remember I submitted. Still, am I stuck?
Yeah, you were
We can
stuck
hear you
for
now.
2 seconds. Yeah, we can hear now.
I was saying, you said about HTML projects. I still remember I submitted my school HTML project in a CD. We did burn the HTML in a CD and submitted it to school.
Same thing happened with me too. That was our, I guess that was our project for 100 marks. But that was super cool.
Well, we have a question in the chat by Bhaskar Das, who says how to measure the best configuration to choose in Azure so that scaling should happen least and not frequent.
Well, I guess that is a very scenario-based question, I would say, because as much as your application or your website is demanding for it, you will have to choose and look through the catalog and choose the best one with all the configurations fitting in with your demands. And I think it's that you need to really learn that which one is the best for you. There's no specific answer for this question unless we know what the website or an application is about and what all are the necessities for it.
Or you can use tags as well that I've mentioned in the demo. If
Sure.
you have a very big website, very big web page, anything, so you can add on the names and can allot the values according to it. So that
And
will help you.
you can connect the Azure Web Static app with other services that are provided by Azure as well, right? Serverless services.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining in, Pranik and Richa. That was really insightful, and
Thanks for
we'll see
having
you
us.
soon.
Thank you, Vedant.
Well, next we have the last session for today's student track and for today's day of Cloud Summit. We have a session by Nirali. So let's bring Nirali up.
Hello.
Hello. So your session is about containerizing Kubernetes in Azure. Now, out of these 3 words that we have, I don't understand the first 2, and I'll be looking forward to your session to understand them. So without any ado, let's get the banter to you.
Sure, thanks. Just give me a second while I share my screen. Can you just give me the cue if it's sharing?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm Nirali Sahu, and in this session, you're going to learn about containerizing Kubernetes in Azure. Before moving to the main topic, I just want to give you a brief agenda. We're first going to discuss about what is containerization. Then we'll move on to what Kubernetes is and how it works behind the scenes. And thirdly, we will be talking about Azure Kubernetes Service. That's the highlight of this session. And finally, we will be checking if there is some other substitute for deploying our containerized app in Azure other than using AKS or Azure Kubernetes Service or Kubernetes. So moving to the first one, what is containerization? Now, let's think of a scenario. Let's say we have started a baking class, and thanks to the pandemic, it's going on virtually. So it may happen that few of our students do not have the required ingredients or equipments. So in this case, either we can ask them all to go out and buy them for themselves, or we can pack the required ingredients in one package and ship it over to them. Now, let's travel all the way to the software world. And let's say that we have a software application that we want to distribute among our users. Now, our users may contain the required dependencies that they need, or they may not, or they may not even have the operating system that is being supported by our application. So wouldn't it be better if we could pack them all all the dependencies in a container and send them to the user? Well, that's exactly what containerization is. So containerization is an OS or operating system virtualization method that is used to deploy and run the containers without using a virtual machine. Because if we use a virtual machine, then we have to take care of installing and managing the operating system. So what is a container? A container is an environment that is isolated from the host or the user's operating system or machine and allows us to build and run our softwares. Now, a container contains the source code for our software along with the dependencies that are required to run the software. And each software version is shipped in form of a container image. Container images are immutable, that is, they cannot change or they cannot be modified. This helps in ensuring that the container image that we have runs the same version of the software that the container image of that our users have. So any modifications that we need to make to our software needs to be done in a whole new container image. Now, there are a number of containerization platforms. Containerization platforms are used to develop, ship, and run the containers. And there are a number of them like Docker, RKT, and Podman. And out of them, the most widely used one is Docker. And that's also the default containerization platform for many container services of Azure. Now, we discussed about packaging the ingredients in a package and sending it to the user. But how do we send it? Or who is going to take care of the packet while it's being sent? That's somewhat managed by the delivery service. Now, Kubernetes is analogous to the delivery service in the software world. So Kubernetes is basically a container management platform or a container orchestrator. A container orchestrator is any system that automatically deploys and manages containerized apps. Kubernetes works in clusters. A cluster is a group of computers where at least one of them is known as the master computer or the control plane. The control plane supervises the work done by the other computers and runs the services that manage the orchestrating functionality in Kubernetes. The other computers are known as the worker nodes. These run the compute workloads, or in simple terms, these perform the actual task that we want our application to do. So, how does Kubernetes work in the first place? If you can see in the diagram, a Kubernetes cluster contains pods. So basically, a Kubernetes cluster is a group of pods. Now, pods contain number of containers. And the containers host our main application. So if we want to deploy our application to Kubernetes, then we need to create pods. These pods are created using deployment. Deployment is a YAML file that mentions the instructions that are required to generate the pods and run and maintain our containers. So along with pods and deployment, another significant element of Kubernetes is the Kubernetes service. A Kubernetes service acts as a load balancer. That is, it distributes the traffic to our application between different pods. Now, a service can distribute the external traffic that is generated by the users, or it can distribute the internal traffic that is generated by the applications that are in the host machine or other applications that are required. Also, a service or a Kubernetes can use a cloud load balancer. Now, when we use a cloud load balancer, so basically a cloud load balancer is distributes the traffic for all the services in the world, in simple terms. So when we use a cloud load balancer, we use the Kubernetes API. The Kubernetes API talks to the cloud load balancer and says that, hey, if a user uses the app's IP address, that is the external IP address, then send that user to our Kubernetes service. And then our Kubernetes service distributes or forwards the user's request to one of the pods that is in our Kubernetes cluster. For simplicity, let's try to equate it with the cake scenario or a baking class scenario. In this case, let's assume that all our students are in one particular apartment, and all these pods are different rooms allocated to them. So the cloud load balancer is the main delivery service. It will take the packages that are coming and then send it to the apartment. The Kubernetes service is like the security guard. It's going to see the name of each student in the flats, and it's going to redirect them to their appropriate rooms or corresponding rooms. So that's how we can relate it to the cake scenario. Now, Kubernetes have certain advantages and disadvantages. Well, firstly, why we should use Kubernetes when we have containers where we can deploy them. Well, Kubernetes provides self-healing property. That is, if one of the container breaks down or stops in between, then Kubernetes is going to restart the container by itself. Secondly, Kubernetes allows scaling deployed containers dynamically. Now, let's say we have a sale in our website, or we are selling out the cakes for free that we have made. So in such a case, there will be more rush in our website. Now, if we wouldn't have predicted this, then our website will crash. But Kubernetes saves us. Kubernetes builds an extra pod on the basis of the deployment file, and it upscales our website, or it upscales our containerized app so that it can handle more traffic. Thirdly, Kubernetes helps in automating rolling updates. Now, when we deploy a containerized app, we deploy it in multiple containers. This is done so that we can handle more amount of traffic or more amount of users who are trying to access our app. So in such a case, if we want to update our app and it's hosted in 10 containers, instead of updating in each of them manually, we can say to Kubernetes that, hey, I want you to update my app in all the 10 containers. And Kubernetes does just that. And it does in a way in which we won't be having any downtime. It will update one container while the others will keep working and hosting the app. And once it's updated, it will move to the second one, while the other 9 containers will still keep hosting the app. So that's how it keeps updating our application or all our containers. However, nothing's perfect. So Kubernetes also has some disadvantages. Firstly, Kubernetes isn't standalone. While it can manage clusters, it does not provide some necessary items like databases or even data processing frameworks. Secondly, Kubernetes doesn't manage any operating system upgrades or hardware configuration like memory or storage. And thirdly, Kubernetes requires a container runtime like Docker. Docker, in this case, manages the containerized apps, and it sends signal to Kubernetes if one of the apps stops responding or fails in between. However, in order to defeat all of these disadvantages, we have our savior, that is Azure Kubernetes Service. Azure Kubernetes Service manages the hosted Kubernetes environment and makes it really easy to deploy and manage containerized applications in Azure. It also, along with the self-healing property and the easy scaling property of Kubernetes, it allows us automated updates. And while there are numerous ways to deploy containerized application in AKS or Azure Kubernetes Service, there are two main popular methods. The first one is creating a Kubernetes cluster in the Azure portal or Azure CLI, and then linking it with the kube control command line interface tool, or the kubectl. kubectl is a tool that is used to manage our Kubernetes clusters and the containers running in them. And the second one is storing our containerized application in Azure Container Registry and deploying it using Azure pipelines. Azure Container Registry is like GitHub repo or GitHub repositories. Or as a whole, container registries are like GitHub repositories. We push our container in them and they store them, and we can access them remotely from any device. So Azure has its own public container registry where we can store our containerized applications. And Azure Pipelines is used for continuous integration and development of our apps. So out of them, I will be giving a quick demo of the first one, the former one, because that's perhaps one of the easiest ways to deploy our application. That is creating a Kubernetes cluster in Azure portal and then linking it with kubectl. So I hope my screen is visible. Just give me a second. Okay, so here we have a Cloud Shell. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to define two variables because we're going to use them a lot. The first one is the resource group, the name of our resource group. Okay, and don't mind the name. Person is one of the resource groups I created earlier. And the second one is the cluster name. The cluster name can be any name that we want to give to our Kubernetes cluster. And for this, I want to give the name of AKS cluster demo. So just for time's sake, like we have time constraints, I'll just copy paste this command and explain it later. Right now, because it takes some time to deploy. Okay, so while it's running, I'll just go through what these commands do. So since we are using the Azure CLI, we use the AZ command. And since we're creating a AKS cluster, we use AKS create. And this backslash is just to break our very long command into smaller pieces. So after we use this main command, we give it some parameters, you can say. So the first one is the resource group. That is the name of the resource group. We define the resource group up here in the variable. So this helps in, this tells the Azure that I want you to charge any prices from this resource group using the subscription, and resource groups are also useful for imposing certain role-based access control. And after mentioning the resource group, we mention the name of our cluster that we want to create. The node count tells us the number of nodes we will be having. If you remember, I told that we have the worker node and the master node. So that's what they are. We mentioned the number of nodes. Here, since this is just an example, I have mentioned 2 nodes, but it's advisable that we mention at least 3 nodes. Now, what is this HTTP application routing? Kubernetes, by default, doesn't allow external traffic to come or access our application. So we can use the load balancer in our services, or we can use ingress rules. Ingress rules are like a pathway from the user to our application. Now, HTTP application routing makes it easier to apply the ingress rules to our Kubernetes cluster. So this comes as an add-on. So we're just going to enable the add-on saying HTTP application routing. Now, our containers contain operating systems as well. So we may need to SSH into them in the future for some work. So we generate some SSH keys which will allow us to SSH into them. And finally, we mention the node VM size. Up here, we mention the number of nodes we will be having. Here we mention the type of each node, or the type of the virtual machine that we're going to have in each node. The standard B2S is one of the virtual machines type that Azure provides to us. So as I said, this does take a lot of time because it still is running even if I explained it. So, but since it's running and not showing any errors, I believe that it's correct. So we will get back to this once we're done with the other topics then. So sorry for the delay in that deployment. Now, going to the last topic that we have is AKS or Azure Kubernetes Service the only way we can deploy our containerized application to Azure? Well, the answer is no. With AKS, we also have another Azure service, that is Azure Container Instances. An Azure Container Instance is a managed service that allows us to deploy our containerized apps without using virtual machines or without using an external server. So this is very quick and perhaps one of the easiest way to deploy your containerized app. And not only that, but it can also be integrated to Azure Kubernetes Service using Virtual Kubelet. So let's say we have another sale in our baking class. So, and this time many more people came to our website, more than we even predicted. So what are we going to do? We don't have enough bots to manage the traffic. So in this case, AKS can take the help of ACI or Azure Container Instances, and then it will run extra pods in them without any additional servers, and it will deploy our application in there. And then the extra traffic that we had will be redirected to the instance that was created by Azure Container Instances. So this can be pretty handy along with AKS and as a standalone deployment as well. So basically, Azure Container Instances are used for smaller apps that do not generate enough traffic, like for base apps, while AKS are generally used for the bigger apps which will be serving more traffic. And also, ACI or Azure Container Instances, they give us comparatively lesser amount of control on the ingress or the networking settings that we have for our containerized application. So, okay, so going back to our demo that I showed here, that is creating a Kubernetes cluster and then linking it with kubectl. So as you can see, this gave us a very long output. So here we say that we want to create an AKS cluster, and it created it, and it gives a whole lot of information about the cluster, like the IDs associated with it, and the GPUs, and the number of pods that we can have. Here it's 110, and it goes on. Like we have the client ID, we have some usernames, we also have the code that is running, like the states if it's working properly or not, the SKUs behind it, and it's just a lot. So now if we were to link it to kubectl, so then we are going to run another command. Since we are using the Azure CLI once again, we are going to use the AZ command, and with that, this is again related to Azure Kubernetes Service, so we will use the AKS with it, and then say get credentials. Then we'll give the name of the resource group that we have. I declared it in a variable. I defined it in a variable, so this is going to be handy again. And finally, we'll give the name of the cluster, which again I defined in a variable. And so this gives us output that AKS cluster demo was merged in home/rally/.cube/config. This .cube/config manages our Kubernetes clusters. So what this get credentials command do is that it mentions the name of our newly built cluster in the .cube/config file, so that we can use the kubectl command to manage it. Now, this is handy when we want to run multiple clusters using only one kubectl command. And just to ensure that our kubectl command works fine, I'm just going to try it once, saying kubectl get nodes. This will give us the number of nodes that we are having. Okay, great. So as you can see, we built 2 nodes in there. So we get the list of 2 nodes with their status and their roles. And this also tells when they were created, like they were created 6 minutes ago. So that's how we can we can create Kubernetes cluster in Azure and link it to kubectl. So, and from here on, the deployment is very similar to how we deployed in normal Kubernetes. So this is really useful and easy in terms of that. So going to the next topic, that was about Azure container instances. Here I want to give you another demo just to show how easy it is to deploy our container app in container instances. So I'll go back to Azure portal again, and this time I will just minimize my cloud shell. So if we want to create a container instance, then we click on create a resource, and here we can search for container instance. And if my network's fine, okay, it's back. So we click on create, and here we are. So we first need to select the subscription that we wanted to charge from. Then we mention the resource group. So I'll just use person as resource group again. Then we give the container name. This can be any name that we want, and this has to be unique within your resource group, not within Azure. So let's give it food bill 3. So then we select the region. It can be East US2 or Southeast Asia, or you can select any of these. I'll just go with the default one. Then we have the image source. As I said, containers contain container images. So we have 3 options, and I'll just go with the Azure Container Registry, and then I'll just stick to the default one, and I'll just review and create. And since we're short in time, I will just leave the deployment here, and I'll just show you an already deployed app that I have over here. So as you can see, we have the name of the container registry, then the location along with Azure container to show that this is our container that we have. This is an Azure container instance. So here we are. We have a containerized image that we have deployed in Azure container instance. So that was a very quick intro of how we can deploy a containerized app in Azure and even start our own baking class. So I hope we can take some questions if we.
Thank you, Nirali. It was really, really awesome. Maybe before we end, can you just suggest some resources where someone can learn and get started from?
Okay, sure. I'm not sure if I can share the link, but I will say that I learned from Microsoft Learn. Trust me, that's perhaps the best platform you can learn from. And apart from that, I use the Microsoft Docs. And so, am I still presenting? I'm not sure if I can share the link, but I would love to share it if I can later. So it's
all right, you can put that in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay, so thanks a lot for coming in, and that was really a great explanation of Kubernetes and containerization, and you are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for having me here. Bye.
So now we have been planning for a student track since May, and the student track is already over. That was our last session. So there was a team involved. So I like to call upon those guys and girls who have been working around to make this possible. So why don't you come up? Hey, Aditya, Rucha.
Hey, Simran's here. I think just a cam. Yep.
So what are your final thoughts? And I've been streaming for more than, I guess, around 6.5 hours as of now.
It's been a nice long stream. I'm just honestly excited to see that people they've been there active from the start, just trying to engage, trying to learn. It's always awesome to see that, because I mean, the idea with any such event is, it's just to hope that people will like the content and they'll be able to relate with it and take back from it. So I'm just happy that that's happened. Honestly, that's probably all that I would have hoped for, and I think it's a win. It's a win for us.
I think it was a perfect combination with the panel discussion where you talked about hackathons and stuff, and now we can use up the knowledge that was there throughout throughout the other sessions. We can use that knowledge to go into an hackathon and present the idea. So a perfect blend of everything that was possible.
Yep. And
I think
6.5 hours have been a thing. Oh yeah, I think Simran knocked off.
Well, I think someone is here. Let's also call upon Simon.
We should bring him on as well. It'd be great for that to happen.
Drum rolls.
What an absolutely amazing job you guys and girls have done. Kudos to you and your entire team. I had literally no involvement other than getting my team to make those graphics done. Apart from that, we have not done anything. Looking for call for speakers, reaching out to them, making sure the schedule is done, dropping the calendar invites, making sure the live streaming is running on time, maintaining the Excel, the panel, everything that you guys and girls have done. I think we at Cloud Summit are an honor that you guys did all this. And yeah, absolutely amazing. I don't know, once you reach my age, when Aditya tells me I'm old, you guys will be at the very next level. Yeah, I think what else do we have? Yeah, we always do a giveaway towards the end, right? So actually, we say here, I'll have to ask if there's any. We always do a giveaway towards the end, right? And there's a lot of power issues I had today, and thankfully I wasn't live. So let's do. Always when people ask question in the comments, we tell them, hey, use Cloud Summit hashtag. That's we do a lucky draw towards the end. So I'm quickly going to share my screen. Let's see. And I lost a lot of entries, but I'm sorry for that. So let's see who wins it. It's a lucky draw. It's a lucky draw, right? Let's see. In the count of 3, let's see who wins Cloud Summit Swag Kit. Okay. In the count of 3, Simran is here. Okay. In the count of 3, 2, 1, go. Some drum rolls.
Oh, I saw Bhaskar there. That's nice.
Yeah. No, Bhaskar, you don't win it. Bhaskar, you don't win it. Oh, Bruce Lane. Yeah. Bruce Lane, congratulations. Take a screenshot of this. Drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live with the shipping address and contact number. And we'll make sure that we ship you the swag kits next month, because this summit goes till almost like the end of the month. So yeah, that's it. Okay, this is 5 people now. What else do we have? Dimity says, thanks everyone for this awesome presentation. I enjoyed everything. Omisha says, I will surely refer the recording as I missed few parts. However, very well organized and practical hands-on, what I really was looking for. I really loved it that in no one session, it was just a presentation, right? Everyone had a hands-on or had a project to actually go and tell that, hey, this is what on my GitHub, this is what I have built, and all this latest technology. Rusha coming with a team of Azure Static Web Apps. The other session was about Kubernetes. We talked about blockchain. That's absolutely great. Bhaskar says you guys have done a great job. Kudos to everyone behind the scene. Definitely, that was good. Yeah. What else do we have? Let's do chit chat. What else do we have?
I mean, what's next? What do we have for the remaining days of Cloud Summit? What comes next?
I was just looking at this schedule. This Cloud Summit won't end for me. It's 11 days.
I'll be joining you tomorrow. Don't worry. We'll share some of your stress.
Tomorrow, the final week, as I said, is going to be a little longer than the previous week. This week we had only about 8 to 10 hours of stream, but the following week we are going to have somewhere around 12 to 14 hours of stream, covering, I think, the entire time zones and the ecosystem of Azure. Yeah, any final thing? I know it's too late, so I won't take much of your time. Anything you guys want to plug in? Let me start from Rucha. It's her weekend. Rucha, any final thing you want to plug in?
Well,
or you guys can also chit chat.
Yeah, so it's like the first thing about this summit is, I mean, especially the student track. I'm in the other part of the world, so I missed on some of the sessions. It was too early in the morning for me, but I'm definitely going back to the recordings, and I think I'm going to reach out to the speakers with my doubts, because the sessions have been really informational from the CFP itself. They look so fascinating, and I hope that we delivered a good content that students would benefit from, and we look forward to delivering more content, informational ones in the future. So let's be together in this, learning together.
Yeah, that's great. So Rucha, you're based out of East Coast?
Yeah, I'm actually studying here in California, at the University of Southern California, Los Angeles.
So you're based in West Coast, right?
Yeah, West Coast.
Yeah. Perfect. We have many speakers from there. I mean, we have everyone like from the headquarters and all that area. Everyone is from the West Coast. What's with you, Vedant? Looks like you have plans to go to abroad. Are you traveling to go to California or somewhere else?
Well, I'll be applying to Stanford, so definitely.
You need to buy an Ethernet. Yeah, you need to
Can anyone
buy
hear
one
me now?
because you do a lot of live people joining to watch your session, right? And you need to get an Ethernet.
Fine, next
Definitely,
session
I
is going to
think
be
so.
find an Ethernet cable instead of find Dory.
Yeah.
But I think this is something that everybody can look at least from a student track perspective. That we don't have the perfect gear, but we're doing this, and you can also you don't need to have the perfect gear to get started. These kind of platforms are made for students to get started, and I mean that's just थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया शायद.
I like mine was definitely more than a subject.
Okay. What else with you, Aditya? Is it cold at your place? ठंडा है वहाँ पे?
Yeah, no, it's comfortable. AC is on, but I mean, with this track, honestly, if I have to give a few words, I don't know how to do a few words because it's
I know
very
that.
funny. It was, I think, 3 months, 4 months back,
Yeah, it's been a long one.
with the Global AI Student Conf, after which we connected to discuss the possibility of a student track. And yeah, it just, I don't know how we scaled from that initial discussion where it was Vedant was there, you were there. We just had a little call and then we started working on this. And then we had Simran and Richa join in. So just starting off with those 1 or 2 meetings, thinking that we should do something like a track around Azure here, to going on, getting that CFP out, getting student ambassadors involved. All of this it's just been amazing, to be honest. And I honestly can't help but probably the main emotion that I'm feeling right now is just grateful, because it's just there's been so many stakeholders in this, right? There's our team, there is there's the C# Live team, we've got all the speakers over there, we've got the entire audience. There's just so many things that have come together so well at the end. It's really amazing. And a big cheers to Simon here for enabling this. He's the one who raised the idea.
I feel just shy whenever someone takes my name.
Seriously, it was Simon's idea. He came up that he, being a former MSP, recognized the sort of work that this program has done, the way students here impact, and that's why this all started. So a big shout out and thank you to Simon for this.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel special now. I mean, I would also like to extend thanks to the Learn TV, right? I mean, streaming for 6 days on Learn TV. They also had the schedule. It's time zone. They're based out of West Coast, right? So they have a different schedule, and then we had to map a lot. So there was if I go back and look at the email thread, it started like the same. It started almost like 3 to 4 months back. So definitely many teams involved. Even the Azure team has helped us a lot. The SQL team has helped us a lot. You guys and girls have helped us a lot. Yeah, I won't take much of time. It was absolutely amazing to have you guys on board and work on this program. We would love to have you all back, maybe in person or with another virtual event. You never know. But yeah, until then, take good care of yourself and see you soon. Have a nice weekend, I would say, at least for Rucha. हमारे लिए तो खत्म होगा.
Sure. Thank you.
Do you guys still have the tag MSP for live, or it's gone?
Sorry?
No, it's MLSA now, so we have something with MLSA, but
I don't like MLSA. I can say that on live.
It's okay. I mean, I think at least 3 of us here, like among the existing ones, we started off as MSP, so we still have some of that stuff lying around.
Hashtag MSP for life.
Yeah, for life. Yeah, that we used to get that tweet trending on Twitter whenever we had this summit in planning or maybe like in Chandigarh or Indore. We used to get it trending, and our summit would start at around 1 at the night and would go till like 5, 6 in the morning, and then during the day we would just relax. So that was amazing. I know you guys had something in the Delhi.
We had one summit. Yeah, we had a day summit.
Like me, people coming.
It was fun though. It was still nice. We had fun.
I'll say that. Okay, everyone, thank you so much.
It was a 5-star hotel. Good food, good people. What else can you do?
A lot of swags. I carried 6 bags of swags.
We have swags for everyone. If you have missed giving away the swags for the speaker form, please please Vedant and Aditya, please reach out to them and share the form. And definitely everyone who has helped us in one or the other way. Rucha, you shared that. What was it? Was it ठंडा नहीं होता है क्या उसमें पानी?
What I this one?
Nini, that was the one Simran, the
Simran
bottle
that
design.
Yeah, उसमें ठंडा नहीं होता है. Then it doesn't make sense. I was going to order it. Then it doesn't.
Simran, do we still have that link? The color was so nice, I'm sure. वो GitHub वाला जैसा था ना.
Pink was so good, na?
Yeah.
I think we're live. This is not a live discussion.
Never mind. We still have about some people watching. I mean, people keep on visiting, but never mind. उसमें पानी ठंडा नहीं होता है, so we'll look for something else. But never mind. Thank you so much. Have a nice day ahead. We'll connect soon. Yeah. Bye. Take care. Ta-ra.
Bye.
Let me say bye. Bye. अब कहाँ गया video?
Bye. YouTube, Facebook, everywhere.
Hi, I'm Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mr. Roman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.